Hey, testing, testing. How you doing, Miss Cardio Queen? Good day, dear. Let me make sure the microphone is on. Okay, it's all good. And let me go through the copyright procedure because, of course, I will be sharing some audio and perhaps footage. So let me go through the whole fair use copyright procedure. Okay, let me get that out of the way. FBI warning. Federal law allows citizens to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video disc under certain circumstances without authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody, which doesn't infringe of copyright under 17 USC 107. Copyright disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976 allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips to balance in favor of fair use. How y'all doing? How are y'all doing? Yeah, let me I gotta talk on this again. Okay, I'm gonna have to chill because I don't want people thinking this is the Tariq Nasheed channel. But yeah, and plus, I know I need to. I'm gonna need to go into talking about, even though I usually avoid talking about politics and all that, but considering that President Donald Trump is considering making some moves, if you will, some military moves in West Africa. They are, like I said, like I predicted. Well, I don't want to say predicted because I ain't no psychic and nothing like that. But as I had said, I believe would end up happening. Okay, they would find some reason, and of course, it's about fighting terrorism or whatever, Al Qaeda, or whatever. Yeah. They would find a reason to go into take military action. Like through AFRICOM or whatever in West Africa, particularly in the Sahel region. Yeah, you remember what I talked about. And yeah, Donald Trump there's consideration being given on the country of Mali, nation of Mali, being the next target. Okay? This guy has been, it hasn't even, I'm telling you, it hasn't, yeah, this is his second term, but it hasn't even been a full, well, yeah, I do believe that a lot, they're going to try to really, really do a lot before his term is up and use Donald Trump but anyways, yeah, because I do want us, I do want to bring our attention to this, and this is really why I'm feeling even more so compelled to address Tariq Nasheed and this FBA agenda. All right. Okay, and especially considering that now I could focus also on Yvette Carnell, but I do believe that the FBA agenda that I see in social media, of course, it's a lot stronger, being that Tariq Nasheed has become more popular. Okay, at least in YouTube world and among younger listeners. All right, being that he's a little more, let's say, charismatic than Yvette Carnell, where he's able to reach a younger audience. You understand what I'm saying? Okay, he's more popular. He's the more popular kid. All right, but yeah, and that's what everybody is hashtagging. FBA over ADOS, right? But I do believe that they're definitely linked. And being that this is a subject that I talk about anyway, so I'm gonna take advantage of this. This is something that I talk about anyway. I've been talking about anyway on this channel, especially as a Black woman, feeling perhaps a little more affected, if you will, by colorism as a woman. Yeah, on this subject. Now, some of you may not feel comfortable with me talking about this. And this ain't about me trying to turn this all into a gender war or anything like that. You have to understand that if we're going to talk about it, we got to talk about it all. Because, see, I didn't just start confronting these people only when what they said affected me. Because some of these guys, like, who are now confronting Tariq Nasheed and this FBA rhetoric that they feel is divisive, okay, now they will point out, how he's, let's say, always been, how he never cared about Black Americans. Man, maybe they're brand new and maybe they're just coming to this realization. But yeah, now I'm not going to say that, well, anyways, let me try to, so I don't make this as more drawn out than it need to be. What I'm saying is that this stuff I've been calling out on some of these people, including Tariq Nasheed, despite me not really going against them in the past like that. But I understand. Let's get it, because I was not. Nobody knows me up in here as being this Tariq Nasheed follower like that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Just like with Umar Johnson, I have spoken like in defense of Umar Johnson, or but I'm not. I've never been an Dr. Umar Johnson follower like that. I've never even supported Dr. Umar Johnson monetarily. However, I have shared like let's say, I remember he did a interview on the Breakfast Club. I really liked what he was saying, and so I did share what he said. Do you understand? And I never felt, the need to really go at Umar Johnson as everybody else was doing. But at the same time, I didn't stop others. I didn't necessarily stop other people if they had a legitimate reason to have an issue with Umar Johnson. I didn't try to really stand in the way. Although I did question, why is everybody at the same time jumping on Umar Johnson? And those who were able to explain, okay, they had legit reason. Okay, all right. Especially if you, let's say, contributed money to Dr. Umar Johnson and he did not come through as he said he would. Okay, that's understandable. But yeah, I just never felt like Umar Johnson was like some issue that, you understand what I'm saying? Okay. Now, however, with Tariq Nasheed, like I said, I did, unlike with Umar Johnson, how you doing to Receive TV? I can't say that monetarily, like with the Hidden Color series, that I have supported. I can say that. All right. Of course, that's before I knew all of, that I knew. But even after I knew certain things, I'm not going to lie. My husband and I, we were definitely wanted to see the microphone check. All right. Oh, yeah. We did see the buck breaking. We did with the buck breaking. Let me see. Was there anything else? But no, I've never been, nobody knows me up in here as being like this Tariq Nasheed supporter. All right. Like I said, but however, like I could show you going back to 2016, really before that, where I had to call him out on, I had to confront him on certain things. Okay. That I had learned that he had said, but I left it alone. But I would be lying if I said I didn't, like for instance, my husband and I purchasing the microphone check. All right. But I'm not going to feel guilt over that necessarily. But now when Tariq Nasheed And that's the thing too. Like I said, I didn't have an issue like when people were talking about him putting out music and I was like, so what? Okay, so what? He likes to do music. I like music. I used to rap and I used to try to sing. That's why my voice is cracked now. So I was like, so what? I didn't have an issue with that. It wasn't even so much the hustle that I had an issue with. Okay. Yeah. Excuse me, y'all. Okay. But anyways, let me go ahead and get to what I wanted to talk about. Now, now I'm not gonna lie, I first heard him refer to Tommy Sotomayor, and understand years ago, like up in YouTube, Tommy Sotomayor was like public enemy number one. He was like the devil because he was straight up going there on that shock jock tip. That was like this shock jock era. And what's crazy, it was even more so after the tragic passing of Asia McGowan. Passing or red rumming. Oh gosh. The killing of Asia McGowan. I hate that we feel we got to speak in code like this. Yeah, you would have thought that things would have chilled, but eventually Tommy becomes infamous in YouTube, and it really just got worse. It got really, really bad. Especially and even more so around that time of Trayvon Martin's passing. Tommy was really, really bad, really, really evil. And it was like he was allowed to say anything up in here. And he had all these channels, and his videos were always being recommended. They were always, even Tariq Nasheed himself had pointed that out. Like, you looking for how to make wheat bread, or how to make pancake waffles with wheat bread, and dang, Tommy video pop up. That's really how it was. It was very obvious that he was being also promoted up in here, right? And as I said, Tommy Sotomayor, he's saying talk about indigenous. Okay, hold on. Here we go, throwing me off. How you doing, Janet? Talk about indigenous slavery in West Central Africa before the Euros. Yeah, I could talk, but can we talk about one thing at a time, though? I believe I have talked about those things. I've done. Understand? I've been here since 2008. Trust me, I'm pretty sure I've talked about the Islamic slave trade. I'm pretty positive I can find a video or live stream where I've talked about the Islamic slave trade. I've been here for many years. Just got a lot. I lost 4 channels, got one of them back. This is my original channel. That's the only one I was able to get back. And everything is pretty much, most of my videos and live streams that I did, they've been on private. I've just been deciding if I'm going to re-upload them, if I'm going to, being that now we can't say certain words and all of that. I just, been too lazy. But I am pretty sure that these are things that I've talked about. Trust me. All right. I'm pretty sure these are things that I have talked about before up in here. But, we can only talk about like one thing at a time, right? And you don't want to be up in here for another 6 hours with me, now do you, Janet? So, okay. So why don't we stay focused, all right? Yeah, I was looking at the word indigenous slavery. Okay. Basically, are you saying you just want to talk? You want me to talk? You want me to talk about black people enslaving black people in Africa? Because you want me to? Is it that you want me to talk about bad black people in Africa? That's what I'm taking by you saying indigenous slavery in West Africa. I think that's what you want me to talk about. Now, I ain't talking about the more Caucasian leaning Arabs. I want you to talk about the bad black people. I do believe I have talked about, like, especially in me talking about who, more specifically, those who are being targeted for being enslaved as being descendants of Yasharel. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. I got you. But this ain't that's not what I'm about to talk about right now. What Tariq Nasheed, colorism. What you do see the topic? You see the topic title, right? So why are you? See, that's what I'm saying. I got to see. That's why I have to question y'all who support that, because it's like y'all are purposely trying to deflect from what because you'd rather me not talk about this. That's the thing. And why would you rather me not talk about this? Tariq Nasheed, let's say in colorism. Why? Is it about FBA? Or let's say I'm just talking about Tariq Nasheed. So is this really about Black Americans? Or is this about you protecting Tariq Nasheed? See what I'm saying? That's why I have to question, is this a cult? Is this an agenda? Is this because Okay. Get to the point. Okay, well, I appreciate you wanting to hear the point if you truly want to hear the point, but please don't make no demands on me in this video. All right, because I'll purposely talk all around. I'll start talking about what I had for breakfast for 2 hours just to be rebellious towards you. Now, I appreciate you wanting to hear the point if you truly want to hear the point, but please don't tell me what to do on my channel like that now. All right, thank you. But anyways, as you know me, I talk around place just to just to be rebellious, but that ain't the way to be. But anyways, yeah, let's talk about when Scooby-Doo jumped the shark. Okay, and I will. I'll do that. All right, don't get me. And also, like I said, y'all listening to a woman who is postmenopausal, me understanding learning about brain fog and all of that. How in 2 seconds I'll forget what I'm talking about, but I know what the hell I'm talking about though at the same time. But anyways, yeah. Now I remember when the whole thing with the Crispy show. As you can see, okay, we got you. I got you. All right. But Janet, please, because you know me. That's the thing. I really do want to consider every single one of your comments, so that can get me thrown off. All right. So I ask that you please, kind of. I already told you. Maybe we can talk about that next time. I don't know. All right. It's all about how I'm feeling because a lot of these streams are on impulse. Okay. All right. And nobody's stopping you for you can create your own channel. It's very easy to do. And you can come up in here and, they give you free minutes to StreamYard and you can talk about these things and let me know. Give me a link or something and let me know. And perhaps, I could listen to hear what you expressing on that. All right. All right. Cool. It's all cool. It's all good. Okay. All right. But yeah. Yeah. So when, Tariq Nasheed, when he did the Crispy show, considering how bad Tommy was up there, so bad. Now, when he first referred to him, even before he concocted the little puppet, I didn't know he would go as far as concocting a puppet, though. But when he first addressed Tommy Sotomayor, when they first had their fallout, I think it was over the whole thing with the knockout game, because the knockout game was, and Tommy was using that whole thing with the knockout game. I think that's what started it, to make it like this is something black folks doing to innocent white people. When actually the origin of it was actually the other way around, the origin of the knockout game and all, right? But I think that's how when they first fell out. And then so Tommy was trying to get him to say, Tariq Nasheed to say something against the Ish people. Now, was there beef concocted? I really don't think so. I don't know. But it is interesting how it was convenient because it also helped Tariq Nasheed look more like the good guy. Or look more like the more pro-black or for black people, you know what I'm saying? Versus Tommy, who was so bad and notorious. But I really do think that their, falling out was real, right? Just like even with Yvette Carnell and Tariq Nasheed, I believe that they can't stand each other. However, I believe, that a lot of these people can't stand each other. Like I believe secretly that O'Shea don't like Tariq Nasheed and vice versa. However, I do believe they still have pretty much the same puppet masters. You understand what I'm saying? All right. But that's my opinion. Okay. But yeah, anyways, so I remember when he did his live stream first dissing Tommy, we were all tuned in and he had referenced him as being crispy. And I remember I was like, oh, I didn't expect that, Mr. Hidden Colors. Understand. Now at that time I ain't know about, all the Mac lessons, all that stuff. But yeah. Now there were some people, and this was before the puppet. But he did refer to him as Crispy. Yeah, he was holding a picture of Tommy, or he was showing a picture of Tommy Sotomayor and Morris Chestnut together. Like they had met each other. And he said Morris Chestnut was like, look at Morris Chestnut's face, like, who's this crispy good next to me, And being that they were both dark skinned, he could use the excuse of saying, okay, well, I'm not talking about how dark Tommy Sotomayor is and calling him crispy. He was saying, he's talking about how ashy he was. And I was like, oh, okay. But eventually he had a puppet. All right. And like I said, even though I was like kind of, I knew that Tariq Nasheed was funny and had charisma, but like for him to just make a whole puppet show, like, okay, like this guy's a comedian. And I'm not gonna lie, this was funny. What had me, as you can see, you could tell I've clicked into this video right here, as you can see. Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, I was cracking up with this crispy music video. It was like the middle of the night, and my husband's asleep, and I'm watching it, got the headphones in, and I'm like laughing. And and understand, it had nothing to do with, I didn't care about Tommy's complexion, all right? I didn't care about his hairline deep down. I didn't care about none of that, all right? But this was funny with the R. Kelly. And, yeah, it was funny as hell to me. A lot of people. It's probably the most viewed out of all of the, him making a little video. And I can't even hear the R. Kelly song the same. Well, of course I can't hear any R. Kelly songs the same anymore. But, considering, what's happened, what R. Kelly's done. But yeah. But I can't even hear it. And my mama used to love this song too. This was my mama's favorite R. Kelly song. This and what was that? Hey, Mr. DJ song. My mama, rest in peace. Why he take this song? Why did Tariq Nasheed take this song and make this video with it? Because now your body's calling. Well, I can't listen to R. Kelly no more anyway, considering what he's done. But yeah. But yeah, my mama used to love this. Rest in peace. But now I got to think of this song here because I didn't watch this video quite a few times, and it was funny. It was funny. I'm not gonna lie. And I overlook. I ain't saying that even though him calling it crispy, even though he claimed it wasn't about how dark his skin was. Okay, all right. But I said, even so, I'm not gonna say a damn thing. I said because when we try to, like I said, address Tommy Sotomayor and what he was saying, how it was against our people and even more specifically Black women, with myself, Afro-Synergy, Tommy would come cussing us out, like he did with Afro-Synergy, threatening him. He was really talking badass. Like with Afro-Synergy, he was threatening, let me see you in the streets, just putting on this big old act, had his channels removed, had his original channels, had people flag it down. He put a strike on my channel. Yeah, he would call for these flag parties, having your channel shut down. He threatened Afro-Synergy, and he was talking about taunting Afro-Synergy, showing out for his predominantly white audience who think he's so funny. He was showing out and talking about Afro-Synergy's hairline. Afro-Synergy being an older man, older than us. And so he went into talking about, I believe he's like a baby boomer. And he went to talking about his hairline and So, but nobody had before that really made fun of Tommy's hairline. Nobody made fun of Tommy's skin. Nobody, you understand? Yeah, he was talking about Afro-Synergy, you George Jefferson looking mother, and he was just really showing out. Even on Afro-Synergy, now he had a series, why it is that white women love, not white women, why white people love what Tommy says about Black women. And it was a serious series, and he did not in any way put down Tommy's looks or call Tommy any sort of derogatory name or anything like that. That's how we were initially trying to address Tommy Sotomayor. But Tommy would respond just like with me. My videos just kind of held up a mirror, and I was trying to reach not just Tommy's conscience, but the conscience of his listeners. Like, do y'all see what he's saying? Do you see what this is doing? You see how hurtful this is? You see how damaging this is? But the way he would respond, was very low level. And he would even go as far as calling for a flag party, having people flag down your channel, having people flag down your video. Do you understand what I'm saying? And he was really the same guy who now cries about how he's been censored and canceled. Do you know how many people, Tommy actually would go as far as having people contact your job and things like that find out where you live. He was the OG doxer up in here. Okay, just for the knowing. So, of course, when Tariq Nasheed went there, why on earth would I care to confront him and talking about Tommy? And I even say, like, maybe this is what Tommy needs. Maybe he needs to, now, even though Tariq claimed it wasn't about his complexion, he claimed it wasn't about his complexion and had nothing to do with his, or rather how dark or light he was. He said it was, hold on. He said it had nothing to do, hold on, I'm opening something. That's what he claimed. But I was like, hey, even so, I said, oh, well, because, and I'm not saying I was right in having that type of response and not caring, just because I don't say that, because I'm not obliged to stop him, even though I usually would say something, I don't, and then I did voice something, but I was like, because you got to understand, like I said, I talked about how Tommy, or the Golden Sphere, this sector that was supposedly, they claimed that they were about this sector in YouTube that referred to themselves as the Golden Sphere, this like YouTube Black adjacent community, who claimed that they were for the defense and promotion or protection of or whatever, or just a voice for mixed and lighter skinned people, like usually mixed with Black. Okay. Even though they were very inclusive, they had Blasians, they had people who may have even been just a quarter Black. Yeah, Polynesians. Yeah, but I know I'm not stupid because I knew some of them people who were participants in what was Golden Sphere, despite who may have started it, who they claim started it. But I know that, and even one of the people they said was a founder, they were a follower. I know they were a follower of Tommy Sotomayor. I definitely know that the Golden Sphere was an extension, like a subgroup of Soto Nation. Soto Nation was, representing Tommy Sotomayor, the cult, the YouTube cult. Now they're in Rumble, whatever, of Tommy Sotomayor, Soto Nation. Some of the people who I had confronted who were Golden Sphere affiliate. Like when I did the video a couple years ago addressing Visions of Asia. Now, before she was married to her mixed husband, she was with she was a Black man. And she was definitely a follower of Tommy Sotomayor. Very, very strong follower of Tommy Sotomayor. Do you understand? Still is. And because you did have some of these people, and I'm not saying they represent the majority of light-skinned and or mixed people. I'm not saying that, of course not. But I'm talking about what I had witnessed on YouTube. There were some of these people, particularly women, especially women, who I guess they didn't want to believe that Tommy, in addressing Black women, it felt better for them to believe that he wasn't talking about them, even though he was talking about, because if it was a mixed woman who committed a crime like unaliving her child, he would address her as, you see these Black BT-1000 Black bees. But then let's say if there was a mixed woman, like let's say Michi X, but I've seen those before, who would address Tommy, he would, like, oh, you need to mind your business. You ain't even Black. You're biracial. Yeah, that's when he would point out. And in fact, it was him and Sergeant Willie Pete up on YouTube. They wanted to make a differentiation that these were not Black, but they only did that like with women. Like if it's almost like they did that so that lighter or mixed women would believe that they're not talking about them, so that they wouldn't interfere. And you understand what I'm saying? And it was also a way of causing further division, because some of these women would actually take that to head. Oh, he's not talking about me. Like even with Michi X, he said something like, if I were you, I would stop wearing them braids and I'd wear my hair natural, make these Black girls jealous. See, Tommy would know how to play these little mind games with some of these women up in here. And what was interesting, next thing you know, I see Michi X, and she's got the braids out of her hair. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. So he would know, but he couldn't do that with all of, you know what I'm saying? He couldn't do that with every female. Not every female was falling for that. But yeah. And I'm not saying that, biracial people should not, identify as biracial, mulatto, or separate from black. I'm not telling you, like I said, I ain't in business trying to keep those don't want to be kept. If that's what they have a right to identify with both sides of their family. Ain't nobody saying that. All right. I've learned my lesson. All right. But yeah. But you did have some of these women, and I'm not speaking for the majority, but you did have some women, and also there were foreign women who were black, not mixed necessarily, but there would be these foreign women. Oh, well, like when I consider with the Ethiopian and some in her saying, oh, I'm not talking about women from the Caribbean or I'm talking about Black American women. So some of them, and this is how trauma and stuff can work, where they, oh gosh, thank goodness they ain't talking about that. And they, yeah, like I would notice he would have women, foreign black women, also supporting Tommy because they wanted it to be known that they're not Black American. They wanted it to be known because they needed to believe that, oh, all this abuse is not coming towards me. I can't be an unambiguous Black woman. And I definitely can't be an unambiguous dark-skinned Black woman. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so there were some females, they felt they had to go as far as even encouraging him. Do you understand what I'm saying? Encouraging him. And so he would love to be able to say, see, the majority of, I gotta love, he would, even though I believe he was lying, he would always try to say the majority of people supporting him were Black women. But I will say this, it was Black women that helped him out in this, considering where he was staying and everything. When he first was setting up, like with his little studio, and getting it going on YouTube, he was staying with a Black woman. But anyways. Hey, shorty. Right. Use it. Right. So I wasn't feeling sorry. So when Tariq started coming, and yeah, like I said, let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me show you. Yeah, I had to point this out. And I remember visiting today. She loved this hobby. I believe she loved that man more than her husband. That's my opinion. Love this guy. And, he had a following of women, like these non-Black women, like these white women who I guess they men ain't paying attention to him and stuff. And they was loving this stuff. Because, hey, he ain't talking about me. And he would do these videos. You see all these are just examples. These are just examples. But I noticed after the whole crispy puppet, he kind of chilled, being dark skin or complexion specific, because he needed to now become the victim. You see, they're calling me crispy. You see? And I'm like, Tommy, you've been up in here calling Black women darkies and all that stuff before this way before this, the crispy puppet. And you know this. But for those who I guess act like they don't remember or don't know, he now could use this as an excuse to further diss Black people. You see how self-hating Black people are? They call me crispy. They call, But yeah. Anyways, you can see. And if you notice, see, you're pretty for a dark-skinned woman. Mixed women do look better. Mixed light-skinned women do look better. Get over it. Remember, this is remember the guy that was trolling me on behalf of Tommy, who contributed my channel coming down, and then he was able to get my channel back for me. I guess he felt some guilt. The one that was making videos for Tommy, Hair Hatted Hooligan and all that. Yeah, he also made a video. Light skin, Black. He made a video. Dark skinned women are more masculine. Get over it, right? So he was making it, and then some of these women were liking this stuff. Some women feel complimented. They feel, if they hear other women get put down, they feel like that's a way of praise y'all. I'm so grateful for my mama that I was not raised. Yeah, I'm so grateful. Right. Exactly. Triangulation. Turning people against each other based on skin. Right. Yeah, you remember wait, if you've been here long enough, you know what I'm talking about. And like I said, the Golden Sphere, a lot of them Golden Sphere people that they came directly. And I know the two go I know the one who I got the audio of her saying that. Tommy's right. I dare you to say I'm lying. Because I got the receipts. Tommy's right when he say on black women. They would co-sign it, even though now they want to talk about, what's going on in the Melanosphere is so racist. And yeah, come on now. Come on. Now you notice the racism. Okay, all right. Okay. When it's, now they want to make it a gender thing. Interesting. But anyways, yeah, you had these ones who, yeah. So when Tariq Nasheed with the because I'm like with the crispy puppet, so I was like, hell no, I'm not gonna. Why would I deter? Because obviously, because I noticed also, because Tommy was also talking about black women wearing weaves when we do it our hair, but at the same time he would make fun of our hair being nappy and all that, like he did with Cheryl Underwood when she took off the wig, and I'm like, wait. See what you're doing right here, maybe that's the reason why Cheryl Underwood's wearing a wig. Yeah, so he'd contradict himself. Talking about how horrible black women look without processing their head. But then he'd be making fun of black women wearing weaves. So, yeah, when he's making fun of his hairline, I noticed that before that, Tommy Sotomayor, he would wear his hair natural in a low cut, but you could see his hairline. Whereas after the whole crispy puppet, he started wearing caps or shaving his head. So I realized, okay, this is about just like O'Shea. He's another one. Whose hairline is, and I'm not making fun of, that's part of, that's part of masculinity. That's part of testosterone. That's part of, so why would I mock a man, a hairline? But, or if he's losing his hairline or whatever. But, yeah. O'Shea, if you notice, he was another one. Always talking about black women, and both him and Tommy went as far as putting on wigs to make a point. Like, so it tells me it's something about their own insecurity. Like I say, I felt like they envied that there were women who could wear wigs and get away with it and not necessarily be taunted because this is what women do or whatever. Whereas they have to make black women feel ashamed, almost like they want to get away with rocking a man wig. But really, it's about like their own insecurities. And so I was like, well, maybe this is what, since Tommy wants to always go so low level in responding to those of us who try to confront him as a man and as a human being, trying to reach his conscience. I said, oh, well. And at the same time, this was funny, entertaining. I'm not thinking about, what his complexion was, or, But then, I'm not going to lie, it did get to a point, it did surprise me, like, damn, he went as far as making a puppet. Yeah, then he made like a video. He said he was going to put out a video game app. Or like, look, yeah, like for your a phone app for your phone. And he actually did, where Crispy's jumping for butter biscuits. And what's crazy, Tommy was watching this video. It had some white guys watching it with him, thinking that they're going to have sympathy. And those guys are just laughing their ass off at this. And that this ain't right. Yeah, and also, what got me, and I even talked about it in a video years ago. I said, no, I can't. What got me to not feel as comfortable with the Crispy show, yeah, I was laughing and stuff. But I remember I felt a little comfortable, and I even talked about it in a video or a live stream back then. If you can recall, it was this one right here, where he, it was funny, and I'm laughing at first, but I noticed he kept having him say, I'm Trey Shea Butter Triple Darkness. And I'm like, okay, and then I kind of like, are we laughing with white folks too at this? I know I shouldn't care, it shouldn't matter, but that's when I was like, okay, yeah, because even Tariq Nasheed himself said he stopped doing the crispy puppet. He even said himself because he noticed his kids was entertained by it or something like. Didn't Tariq say something like that? Yeah, and then now when I look with this whole thing more recently, because it really got me like, yeah, I saw this thumbnail, but I thought this was just for a thumbnail until I saw that one guy, Drazzy's video. This is creepy. I don't know. This is scary. I'm like, okay, this is going too damn far. Hold on. At first, I saw this thumbnail, but I didn't until the guy whose brother. I just hold on. Yeah, he made a video because I was already talking about how Tariq Nasheed with these thumbnails using AI. Now I've always known him to be humorous, whether using Photoshop or whatever. But with this AI, and now the way he's talking about immigrant, and I talked about how just like how they did with the minstrel images and stuff, making our people into caricatures, and we may see some people may try to say, oh, it's just entertainment. No, this is also this is used also as propaganda. This is a way of dehumanizing people. It's not just about, like with white racists and the cartoon, the minstrel shows, it was not just about entertaining. And when you even understand, when you break down entertainment, when you even break down that word, the idea of entering, like into your mind, into your psyche, and containing it, holding it. Yeah, this is a way, this video right here. I didn't see this little ad. I'm like, whoa. Yeah, some of this stuff, hold on. Some of this stuff with Tariq Nasheed, like, hold on. These thumbnails. It first got me, what was it, Mike TV? He had a thumbnail. Because I remember when he was doing this exposing, then he started going into talking about tethers and all that. And he had a thumbnail showing looked like a South Park image of an African, like looking half naked with flies on him. It was like a little cartoon South Park looking image. And I was like, wait a minute, this ain't, I don't like this. I'm not feeling this. But you look at, why does this look like George Clinton? But yeah, I saw something. Let me see. Maybe if I go by upload, or I saw something. I don't know. Was it the Isms channel? Hold on. I saw some thumbnail. And it looked, look at that. Look at that. This reminded me of when we had people in the message forum trolling us, and they would show, now is that pee? Is that urine and shampoo? He's okay, and especially when you consider what's going on with the people in Sudan, particularly the South Sudanese. You know the brutality and what's going on right now. And why? Okay, it says spiritual shampoo. Is that supposed to be urine? It reminded me of when we had someone trolling us at the message forum, and they would show an image. They had an image of a child drinking cow pee, where like an African child and like an animal, like a cow or something, urinating in the child's mouth, and yeah, they would do all these really disgusting images trolling us at the Black Message Forum. I was at AOL Black Voices. I'm like, is it? Yeah, like this is. I don't know if y'all can see this. Yeah, is that supposed to be urine? Like, come on now, Tariq. Yeah, but okay, getting back to it, this right here, and I noticed sometimes too, like some of these people, Tariq Nasheed and some of these others who are also, pretty much mimicking, parroting Tariq Nasheed with all saying the same plebiscite babble, tell the Cheetah P, these other channels and stuff. I'll notice like there's this one channel, they always make sure to depict the Africans as extra dark. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong or demonic about being extra dark, but you can tell like You know when you look at some of them blackface images, and it's like they purposely make them look scary. And I'm not saying having dark skin automatically make you look scary, but they know what they're doing. Okay, like what they call that, the polygog, what what do they call that? No, not polywog. That's a damn tadpole. No. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? Yeah, or gollywog. And some of those images, like they're purposely trying to make black people look creepy. Like, I'm gonna make the eyes extra white, and the skin, and the lips red. And just the idea of dolls can be creepy, dolls can be creepy, period. But like clown dolls or something, that's so, and it's obvious that they're doing that on purpose to, with some of these, like that's the point. And I ain't gonna lie, I saw this. Yes, I know. I thought it was just a thumbnail, him trying to be funny. But wow, he didn't took the time, put together a little. Look at this, y'all. Maybe got to speed it up just in case. Yeah, this is from the Drazzy show. He shared this from Tariq Nasheed's. Yeah, why dehumanizing Africans is never just a joke. Yeah, and when you think of the atrocities, like what's going on right now in the Sudan, this is a way of dehumanizing you to people. By dehumanizing the people,
The Laugh Out Laugh Plush Pal Ticklish Tether.
I love bush meat.
Pull the tether and hear silly sayings, goofy giggles, and laugh attacks that keep the whole room cracking up.
I work hard, unlike the lazy akatas.
Ticklish Tether. Pull the string, start the giggles. Ticklish Tether is fun for all ages.
I want some egusi soup.
Pull the tether string and enjoy hours of laugh attacks that will keep you in stitches.
You FBA are jealous of my success.
Ticklish Tether. Fake degrees and musty t-shirts sold separately.
So the t-shirt would have to be musty. Fake, the degree would have to be fake. I was like, wow, this is Tariq Nasheed, the comedian. But is he just doing this for comedy? Is he just doing this for comedy? And it's interesting that it's the skin and the hairline. Now, he could say, well, I'm not talking about hair texture. I'm just talking about the hairline, Like what he was, but I'm like, damn, this is making me feel bad as hell about, even laughing at the whole thing with the crispy puppet. But because this is kind of creepy, even though, this is just created with AI. But knowing Tariq Nasheed, like I say, he would try to actually create these dolls because I think he did have like t-shirts. Knowing Tariq, he would probably actually try to create dolls like this and sell it. Yeah, this is some storm, and this is creepy. I mean, I know it's meant to be funny, but it's kind of creepy. I like Bushman. It's something creepy about this. But yeah, anyways, going into, So I'm going to play now, years ago, I'm going to play some of this shared by Alan 2007 Russell. But now I do recall years ago, and you can see here, because I got the live stream. The panel was full back then. Of course, I got this on private. I would love to re-upload some of these old live streams, but being that some of these people that were a part of the live stream. Now, I'm saying I ain't never do nothing to them, but yeah. Got it turned on me, even though I didn't do anything to them, but at least one of the persons. But, I had years ago, like this is almost 10 years ago, addressing, that's another thing too. These things, it was Tariq Nasheed who was initially up in here, even though they want to blame black women for everything. But it was Tariq Nasheed who was initially up in here, at least in YouTube world. I'm not saying that people may not have talked about this stuff before, okay? But I'm just talking about my experience in social media. But it was in particularly YouTube. It was Tariq Nasheed who was initially, with him talking and like with his lessons or whatever on felt the need to, in giving brothers game or whatever, and educating black men on dealing with women, particularly black women and also other women on like there's this, like basically he's telling black men, if you are going to get with biracial women, get with those that got white mothers. Like, or like he was putting like, it may be okay if the black woman is not in the hood, right? Because those are just tricks. Yeah. If they end, but like maybe if the black woman is married to a white man and she lives in the suburbs, then that's okay. So basically saying if the black parent is more white adjacent, okay, or if they're more assimilated, then it's okay. It's better for you. He's basically was giving the message. Like he said, it was okay. He said, but for the most part, like get with a biracial that got a white mama. Like if it's in the hood, especially because he said white women got more. Well, why don't we just play what he said? Yeah, that was some classes-ish too, though. But and people say, well, that would make sense, though, right? No, he's basically giving the message that now he was like, okay, why don't we just play it? Why don't we just play it? We got time. Hopefully. Hold on, I got all these little tabs up so it can get confusing for me. Okay. So why don't we just play it? Now, this person, yeah. I'd also addressed this. Wait, hold on, let me let my cat out. Give me a second. Okay, sorry, taking care of stuff in my but let me go ahead and let this play. Press 1 once you're able to hear this loud enough, clear enough.
Like this one side, my boy, the Flash. What's up, Flash? Peasy Head, the Flash from North Carolina. Flash put me up on this one website, Black Girl Online. Now I like that site. Those brothers, they talk some real shit on Black Girls Online. Now I like that site. Those brothers, they talk some real shit on Black Girls Online. They're talking about how a big number of black men in America are taking trips down to Brazil. They're saying that a lot of black men in America, they're going down to South America, they're going down to Brazil in droves. Now, the article said that a lot of these brothers are going down there tricking. They're going down there getting the prostitutes and all that shit. But from what I've heard from personal accounts, a lot of brothers are just going out there to just get their party on, just like going to spring break, like going to Daytona Beach or Mardi Gras. They're just going down there where the quality of women are a little better. And you know what? I don't fucking blame them. And you know what? I don't fucking blame them. And you know what? I don't fucking blame them. See, there's a revolution going on in the black male community in America. See, brothers ain't going for the bullshit no more. And like I keep saying, there is a civil war in the black community between black men and black women. And
really, you see how they're hyping stuff up, we know we got issues. We've had issues from the days of slavery. Okay. But you see how he's hyping things up, right? Making you feel, making an issue much bigger than what it actually is. And it doesn't even have to be an issue. And what is his answer, obviously, is for black men to flee to Brazil or whatever. So you hear what he's saying here, even though he now wants you to, stand, Now, some say, well, okay, well, maybe he's matured since then. Understand, he was already perhaps in his 40s saying this, okay? He was already definitely in his 30s, This wasn't that long ago, y'all.
honestly, a lot of brothers are getting in on the short end of the stick. Brothers are starting to broaden their horizons. And you have people saying stuff like,
and see, that's the thing. And then on the other eye, so this was before we had the divestment movement popping in YouTube. Do you understand? Of course, you've always had swirlers. Okay, I know that personally, with my family. But this was, the whole thing with divesting. Now, black women are saying the same thing, right? All this go where you're loved talk or go where you're more appreciated.
Well, those Brazilian women got diseases and yada yada yada. Yeah, I talked about that. There are a lot of diseases and shit down there in Brazil. But you fuck with these hood rats, you get the same diseases.
Yeah, but he's talking like as if hood rats. That's what a Black American. Why? See, that's the thing. Why say hood rats? Okay, yeah, but why would? Okay, if they're hood rats, why would men be one to mess with them? Period. Unless you do believe that that's what represents the majority of Black American women. If that's what he believes, that the majority of Black American women are hood rats, then that tells me that you have no right to even be trying to talk about African women or any other group of women. If your women, if your Black American FBA women are mostly hood rats, and then how are you trying to talk about anybody else, right? So then they could definitely. Let's say if there is somebody who's responding to you, like from Africa, you can't get mad at them when they're calling in the show telling you that Black American women, well, look at your hoods are trashy and this and that. You can't get. Why even get mad at them? Why roast them? Because they're just going by, Tariq Nasheed, what you've been telling them. They're going by what they heard from you. If that's the case, they're going by what you have been talking about. You have been helping in the propaganda. So you can't, okay, I see some on this channel, Kenya man says like, y'all live in the hood too. No, they're going by, let's say if they never been to the United States, but they know about your video, just like you got all these movies and hood movies and stuff. You are, you have been, this is what people like you through the media have been telling them, that only 5% of Black women are good. So I guess they're justified. Why would you get mad at them and roast them? This is what you have been telling them. And trust me, like I said, you best believe they are going to find, if they don't already have, there's going to be some plant, some quote unquote non-FBA plant, what Tariq Nasheed would call it tether, who's going to be just as hard in roasting Black Americans. All right? And I'm going to tell y'all, I ask that y'all don't fall for it. Okay? Just like with that chaotic truth person who's on the MAGA tip. He's supposedly from Nigeria, but he supposedly offended by Tariq Nasheed. But before that, you were in a live stream with Exoticals United talking about your own women, Nigerian women, saying that Black American women look better and Nigerian women are hard looking or whatever he was saying. So I'm telling you can't trust these extremists up in here, wherever they're from. Because I believe you got a lot of plants on both sides, on all sides up in here. Oh yeah, you best believe there are plants working to divide white people. I know that sounds crazy. But you got to understand, this is more of a spiritual warfare. I definitely believe that Just Pearly thinks she is working overtime now in dividing white men and white women. But I can't say that that's really my concern right now.
Shit. Ain't too much of a damn difference. I mean, let's be real. And before everybody run to your computers and hop on the message boards talking about Tariq Nasheed is hating on Black women. Cut that corny shit out. I'm not hating on Black women.
Oh, what is it?
Nobody's hating on.
If a Black woman said the same thing, like equivalent to what you're saying, you would definitely say that she's hating on Black. So what's the difference? If a divester was, just reverse everything, you would identify this as hating on Black women. Because it's too much of a generalization, and you know this, Tariq.
On anybody. I'm just reiterating the facts. Nobody's hating on anybody. I'm just reiterating the facts. Nobody's hating on anybody. I'm just reiterating the facts. Is that story?
Facts. Oh yeah. By the way, like it was supposedly a fact that 48% of Black women in this country had herpes. That means half of Black women. Shorty Womp Womp. That's basically Penizoid. That's basically saying one of us, because since half of Black women supposedly have herpes. Because remember, that was supposedly a CDC fact, which I had to break down and debunk in a video as not being a fact. And I had to break it all down. This was also a claim they were making back They were making this claim back in 1988. But anyways, I had to kind of show this in a video I did and breaking down. But this was something that was being spread around, went viral in YouTube about half of black women. That means one of us, I don't mean to call you out, Pentazoid, that's funny. One of us got herpes. Because half of us, and yo, I'm not trying to put down anybody. I don't know anybody personally. But that's basically what it's saying. And y'all seriously believe that? If half of black women got herpes, then how many black men got herpes? You know, like, y'all really believe that? I mean, not y'all, but you know what I'm saying. And it was around the same time that Tariq is spewing this rhetoric. It's almost like there was a meeting or something. We have to, through social media, divide black men and black women. Like there was this meeting, this sinister, this wicked, in this hall of doom meeting. Like we have to use, because all this propaganda, this report of black, darker skinned women being less attractive, more masculine naturally through testosterone. You had all these crazy reports and pseudoscience and things that could easily be debunked coming out. No wedding, no womb. Yeah. Well, yeah, that Crystal cares in. Now, I'm not mad, honestly, to be honest, I ain't mad at that statement because that right there, not to say that I co-sign, you know, like Kristen Care, but I'm just saying I can't say that I'm against that statement because it should be that, you know, because of course, you know, we're not supposed to fornicate. So, and that's supposed to apply to every woman, really. That it's not so much that I'm against, but however, the whole selective abortion, you know, like that Brooklyn, but I don't want to go all into that, get all off track. But yeah.
You're on the wire hating on black women by saying that black men want to go to other countries and facts. Is that story on the wire hating on black women by saying that black men want to go to other countries and check out the women there? It's just stating a fact. Nobody's hating on anybody, so don't jump on the message boards with the bullshit yet. You little hens, gossiping hens, you. But like I said, man, brothers are going down there to Brazil, South America, because number one, the women are extraordinary fly. Fat asses, flat stomachs, nice breasts, real hair, all that shit.
But notice how he's now mocking, you know, showing lace fronts, mocking foreign women. Of course, foreign black women, of course. Because we're only, like I had to show you, it's so funny how all this focus on black women being fake. I've had to show, like, I guess they got us with the hair and lashes, right? They got us when it comes to extensions, whether we're talking hair, nails, or lashes. They got us on that. Yet, I had to show you guys, by far, white women are way more likely, and even though you have more and more black women making money, white women are way, like 3 times more likely still to get cosmetic surgical procedures, okay? And even though, as this point, you still got more black women, even though the numbers are close, but you still have more black women working outside the home and making a higher income than Latino women in this country. Still, Latino women are still more likely to get cosmetic surgery than black women. Wait, who am I hearing? Oh, okay. Yeah, more than Latino women. I mean, Latino women are still more likely, at least in the United States, and let's not even talk about overseas, in those Latin American countries where it's cheaper to get cosmetic surgery. But in the United States alone, Latino women are more likely to get cosmetic surgery than black women and Asian women even. Okay, even if we were to take the same group of women making and I've shown you guys this, even if we were to take the same group of women making the same amount of money, all right, white, and then Hispanic, then Latina, and then Asian women are still more likely to get cosmetic surgery than black women. But why is it that black women are called out? And this was the last time I checked the demographics, and I've shown you guys this. Why is it still that black women, I guess they got us on the hair thing, huh? Even though also these other women are also wearing lashes and extensions and stuff. But, you know, it's always some sort of, you know, defense with them. Well, they don't, like, for instance, they don't tan to get black. It's always an excuse with them. Like, well, they don't, well, at least the extensions match their hair texture. It's always some excuse with them. It's always some justification for when they do these things. Yeah, I did a video on it. I did a video, but that was a couple of years ago. But I think because that's when everybody was talking about it, that I did a video addressing that, and I broke it all down with the CDC report. I've re-uploaded it on my other channel, but I lost that channel. They took that channel away from me again. But I'll perhaps re-upload it again, or But it's outdated information, because when I did that video, it was years ago. But but since that's when they were talking about that years ago, when I did that video, I think it still could apply. Yeah, I could re-upload it and break it down. Yeah, because they were really swearing by it, and they were using it. And yeah, it was a lot of this rhetoric going around. It was a lot of this rhetoric. Yeah, but even if it does, like I said, even if it does look like Brazilian hair or whatever, it's understandable why Lakeisha is putting, especially like I said, if for centuries, if over a century, you have been mocked and taunted, and even when your hair has had, your natural hair has had an effect on your survival, like when you can lose, and I've talked about the experience where you can lose employment just based on way your hair, natural, not because you have your hair in some flamboyant style like blue hair, pink hair. I'm talking just your natural hair can affect your livelihood, your survival. Like in some countries where women, being that they have been brainwashed by white colonialism, racism, which is systematic, where there are still some women in countries where they depend on being taken care of by a man. In the United States, we have more of the luxury of, but there are some women in these countries where they are still dependent on being wifed up and taken care of. They're still very much dependent on men to take care of them. Okay. And I'm not totally against, I support me being a Bible believer and all, of men leading and supporting and protecting the family. So I'm all for that, but I'm just saying there are still women. So if their chances of being married or wifed up by someone who they know can provide and protect and give them that security, if it depends on, let's say, how light their skin is, let's say like in a country like India. Yeah, so, it's easy for us to criticize them, like, let's say, bleaching their skin. But if we're not in that type of situation, and I don't mean to sound all to stereotype, but in some of these places, the caste system, color caste system is real. It's serious. Yeah. But yeah, what I'm saying is Tariq Nasheed, you should definitely be understanding. You should definitely be understanding. As a Black American man, you should be show a little more understanding. But again, I can understand Lakeisha's excuse, but what is Becky's excuse? What is, like, y'all want to talk about, like, you got this exotical bot channel talking about B files and B2B and all this stuff. Okay, since you want to talk, okay, well, we can taunt these ambiguous or exotical women, as she would call it. Okay, yeah, you got us on the hair thing, right? You think you got us on the hair thing. Like, but like I said, what's Danny Lay's excuse? Why is nobody, when she's blowing up her lips? A lot of these women are getting lip fillers. Oh, but that's different. It's always an excuse. Or a lot of these so-called exotical, whether they're biracial or whatever, they're also getting butt implants and stuff. The Cardi B's and stuff. But that's different. That's different. That's different. Why is it different? Why are they not being taunted for trying to look like us? Oh, Black women are getting it done too. Yeah, just like white women are getting weaves done. And when you say, or Latino women, well, it's in their hair texture. Well, I could say, well, when, let's say, a Black person gets a booty like Serena Williams, it's still a Black thing. Right? See, it's always an excuse with so why is it that we want to pinpoint, and let's not even go into Asian women. Yeah, maybe they're not wearing their hair like ours, even though there's a video of them getting like getting their hair textured, making their hair look textured. But of course, I'm not saying that that's what most Asian people are doing. But They may not be. Have you been seeing how they've been catfishing and stuff? Let's not even go. And I'm talking like in Japan. Have you been seeing how far they have been going to make themselves look different, taping up the chin? And now we have all been influenced by the Western world powers that be, and colonial, But if y'all got an issue with just the extensions, okay, all right. But like I said, hair extensions and stuff, that's gonna cause World War III. But anyways, let me get on it. Yeah, I got this video of this woman catfishing, this Asian, like a Japanese woman or something. Yeah, and then the filter slipped. Because they try to look like these actual anime characters or something. And the filter slipped, and it was so funny the way the Asian man react. Like, wait a minute. And the woman didn't know that the filter had slipped or whatever. Especially the way everybody using these filters and stuff. It's just crazy. Let's not even go there. And I know I go to the gym. It'd be a lot of Latinas. They be in full makeup, all. And I ain't mad at them. Lashes. Be having, yeah. That's the thing too. Getting pants with butt paddings and all kind of stuff like that. Let's not go there. And this is not about me trying to, diss other groups of women. But we got to look at it fairly, okay? And especially if some of these ones are feeding into some of this stuff, and encouraging it as they were doing with Soto Nation. It's got to all be called out. But if you notice, my video ain't focused on coming up in here all the time talking about how these other groups of women are bad. And no.
On top of that, they show brothers respect. They show brothers respect.
What are you saying?
See, the brothers who are
foreign women, like for instance in Brazil, show brothers respect back. Well, even though I know we're just talking about Hollywood, aren't you the same person who were trying to convince us that Cassie, but she's American. Well, I guess she's American, right? Yeah, I don't know. But if we were to go by the celebrity headlines, all right, it doesn't seem like things are so hunky-dory with these women, whether they're foreign, these non-black women, whether they're foreign or whatever. Because every time you look up, whether we're talking about Shannon Sharp, whether we're talking about Kanye's last woman, wasn't she from Australia? If things were so much, and I'm not saying that these other women are bad as a demographic. I'm not saying that. I'm looking at these individual cases. And since we're all familiar with the celebrity, those are the easiest examples I can use. Okay? Who do you think white men have more issue with? I would think that it would be white women. Who do you think Latino women or Latino men got more issues with? It's Latino women. It's obvious that you're going to have more issues with your own people. That makes sense, doesn't it? It makes sense, right? Now, no, our issues are a little more unique. Yeah, because we have a more unique history. And, and I'm not making excuses for us keeping these issues going, but we got to look at the root. If you want to cure any disease, you got to look at the root. Of course, they have not had the exact same experience. They don't have the same scarring that we have. Okay? They haven't been brainwashed exactly as we have, but they still have issues. They still got lots of issues, Yeah, that's the thing. The grass is going to always seem greener on the other side. All right? But if these other women were so much, then the divorce rates, these interracial couplings, like with black men in these other groups, the divorce rates wouldn't be as high. And, there would be more marriages, the divorce rates wouldn't be as high. So what you're saying, it can't be a fact. This advice and what you're saying, it can't be factual. Because there are too many issues. Now, you've been having, I've never, and in more recent years, with every time you look up, and I'm not saying that if they did these things like what P. Diddy did to Cassie, I can't defend you. But every time you look up, There's something in the new, with one of these celebrities, part of that bling era, usually in hip hop, where it's their ex-woman and she's taking them to court, she's suing them, she's accusing them of it. It's like every month, every single month. Scottie Pippen, every time you look up. So what's. Oh, those are just famous examples. Well, these are just examples that we can all speak on. Again, I know we got issues, black men and black women. I know we got issues. But see, your answer is to flee. And then you'll make fun of other people for supposedly their tethers for fleeing. What you're doing, what the advice that you're doing, and see, the black community, it starts with the black man and the black woman. That's how it begins, the black community, right? It would have to start with the black man and the black woman. And the same with the biracial or mixed or mulatto community. It's going to have to start with the mulatto man and the mulatto woman if you want this mulatto community. You can't be talking about other groups of, if you're really truly about that community that you say you about. Say, well, it doesn't work and the women ain't work. Well, you're going to have to, how are you going to make it work? That's what men do. You're going to make it work. What you going to do, But anyways.
Or up on game, they know that those South American women, they show brothers the utmost respect. And that's all we want at the end of the day.
Fast forward to today. Look at what you're hearing all in the headlines every time you look up.
And not even just respect, just no disrespect. How about just not disrespecting niggas? That's what the average black man wants, just peace of mind.
That's what any man wants. That's what any woman wants. We know that. You're not saying something that people don't already know. That's what any man wants. That's what any woman wants.
Black men don't ask for much. Now, dealing with a mixed woman, the way you step to her depends on a few things. One, it depends on what color the mom is, if the mom is white or if the mom is black, or if the dad is white or if the dad is black. Now, the most common union like this, you have a black father and a white mother. That's the most common union that results in a mixed female. Now, if the dad is black and the mom is white, there are other factors that come into play too. Now, if it's an upscale white woman who had a child with an upscale black guy, that has a lot to do with the way the woman thinks. And actually, that's the better union. Yeah,
this is what popped off all that. What is the better mom for the biracial?
You understand that? Now, if it's a ghetto ass nigga and a trailer trash white female, that might be a little tricky, but you might still be able to work that angle.
Notice he said you might still be able to work that angle.
Then you have the upscale black woman with the upscale white man. Then you have the ghetto black woman with the basic plain white man. Because you don't see too many hillbilly or redneck or trailer trash white dudes messing with a ghetto broad. Because usually those trailer trash white dudes are part of the clan or some shit. So you rarely see that. So that's a very unique relationship as well. Now, as far as the upscale black man with an upscale white woman, that's the kind of female that you would want to get with, the woman who had those kind of parents.
Let me rewind it. I missed that.
As far as the upscale black man with an upscale white woman, that's the kind of female that you would want to get with, the woman who had those kind of parents. As far as the upscale black man with an upscale white woman, that's the kind of female that you would want to get with, the woman who had those kind of parents. As far as the upscale black man with an upscale white woman,
repeat it.
That's the kind of female that you would want to get with, a woman who had those kind of parents. Because the female is basically going to take on the characteristics and the ideology and the culture of her mother. No matter what her ethnic background is, or even if she was adopted or whatever, the woman usually follows the culture and the ideology of her first nurturer, her mother. And as she gets older, she follows the guidance of her father. But it really starts off from the womb, whose ass she popped out of.
See? Now that's where that conversation. So the next thing you know, you got Cynthia G talking about the cave woman's wound. Do you see? Because remember, like that Cynthia G, and I ain't making an excuse for her ass because she's a planning agent too. But it was Tariq Nasheed who was initially up in here talking about dusty niggas. That was one of the initial things that had me raising a brow. I didn't like him talking about dusty coteps more specifically. And I didn't like that. That was one of the initial things, in fact, that made me like raise a brow with Tariq Nasheed. I was like, okay, I guess if he's talking about, and I did notice that he had it seemed a work ethic, so I kind of respected that, but I didn't like that, and I even voiced that, like using, him saying dusty, he would say that all the time, and I just didn't really like hearing that. It's enough saying nigga, and I was like, okay, I understand, it's part of our lexicon. It became a part of black slang, whether you think we should or should not say it. But when he was saying dusty nigga all the time, that kind of irritated me. And then he went talking about the dusty hotel. So I told myself, okay, maybe he's saying and him making the point that, we shouldn't just be these, on the corner, like an armchair revolutionary, just talking about we ain't doing nothing really for our community. I said, okay, he's making a point, but I still did not like him using that term. That kind of irked me. But then next thing you know, like with Cynthia G, because remember, they were cool initially. Remember, Cynthia G was supposedly pro-black. Evil Caucasoid, albino. See, just like how Tariq Nasheed was continuously white supremacy, the race soldier. See, you got to be careful. Them hunky sucker pig was be talking, like all of this thing, like they radical almost, like how Cynthia G was. Those was the ones you really got to, watch out for. But next, I noticed she was using the term dusty, just like she referred to Tommy the Crispy Coon in addressing him all the time. Because Cynthia G and Tariq Nasheed, they some biters. Cynthia G definitely a biter. But she was, next thing you know, she's using the term dusty. You hear what I'm saying? But I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying, because I believe that was a setup all along. Have these black men talking horribly, and then eventually inject a female counter. And we can say, hey, she's justified, right? They've been up in here for years disrespecting us, but we don't understand. This was part of the plan all along. This is what I believe. That's my theory. And I said, even before Cynthia G came along, I just didn't think it was going to be Cynthia G. I said they're going to have a female counter equivalent to like the Tommy Sotomayor's. Remember, I said this. I said this even before Tommy Sotomayor was up in here. In my series, the Downfall series. The project, General CIDE is what I called it. First I did the Downfall, but then I did the Black Men Down series, and then the project. Yeah, that was even before Tommy's presence was known. I said they're gonna. I said it. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I want to keep it playing, but okay, you say you want to say something, but Ben, it's you, Shorty Want. Well, give me a moment. Let me go ahead and play this part out, all right? At least this part out.
That's who she gonna take after. If she has an upscale white woman as a mother.
Yeah, this is where this whole conversation, at least in YouTube world, this is where this kind of began with Tariq right here. Because it caught our attention. I confronted what he was saying here. Others confronted it. It kind of went viral.
Whatever. The woman usually follows the culture, ethnic ideology, and the culture of her mother. Female woman. As far as a upscale black man with an upscale white woman, that's the kind of female that you would want to get with, a woman who had those kind of parents. Because a female is basically going to take on the characteristics and the ideology and the culture of her mother. No matter what her ethnic background is, or even if she was adopted or whatever, the woman usually follows the culture and the ideology of her first nurturer, her mother.
And remember, I played yesterday where he had said that white women have been more oppressed. White women and black men, they have been the most oppressed in this country. He even claimed that white women have been more oppressed than black women. So he has, see, even though they talk as if they're against the whole feminist ideology and all that, and y'all hooked up with white feminists, but notice how they're saying, well, or at least Tariq Nasheed, we understand why white women became feminists. That was understandable. Because she was under the white man. So it's we'll give her a pass for the feminist ideology. Even I told y'all, and nobody was talking on this. Tariq was not talking on what the original suffragist movement was really about. It was really anti-black man. It was really about Tariq Nasheed. She was not talking on that. He only started mentioning that after I had did my video and I had showed y'all what the original suffragists or the original white feminist movement was. White women pissed off that black men got the right to vote before them. How dare these Negro males get the right to vote before me as a white woman? That's what the original, and even when you look at and they always white feminist movements, they always latched on to black movements, like with the abolitionist movement. So you have people like Susan B. Anthony latching on to people like Frederick Douglass. They latch on just as they did. And, later, fast forward to late 60s, 70s, latched on to the black nationalist movement. From the civil rights movement to the black nationalist movement to the feminists. And you had people like Huey Newton and eventually like Dick Gregory, who are also, and I'm not putting them down, they probably had sincere intentions, who were supportive. Just as y'all claim that and I'm not saying black men in general were supporting white feminists. No, just as black women in general were not supporting black, just because you have that example of Dorothy Pittman Hughes. But like I said, you also have with Gloria Steinem, but you also had Dick Gregory marching with Gloria Steinem and Betty Friedan. And they latched themselves onto, and then all that does is open up for the XYZ movement. Okay? And that's how they end up grouping us all together as quote unquote woke. The gays, the feminists, and the blacks. It's all woke now, and that's how it always ends up. But yeah, this is where that conversation started on who was the better parent for a biracial, who would be the,
And as she gets older, she follows the guidance of her father. But it really starts off from the womb, whose ass she popped out of. That's who she's going to take after. If she has an upscale white woman as a mother, she's going to have...
How does that apply with men, though? Like if you're a biracial man, though. That would be interesting, his theory. But he's just, his theory on that. I don't know if he's ever spoken on that. But he's not giving advice to women. This is for the black men.
Have upscale white girl characteristics. You've seen like mixed girls who are like, talking like a valley girl, very prim and proper. Those are cool to get with.
You see, and he associates it. See, he is very assimilated. He is very for assimilated. He has this fantasy of the biracial talking like a valley girl. And yeah, because obviously, and even when he says, you'll notice he'll say, even with the black woman, with the white husband. Now, yeah, okay, we can say this is also classist talk, but some could say, well, it makes sense if a person, because obviously they would be more educated if they are living, you know what I'm saying, if they are able to be in a higher earning demographic, then that would be a reflection of them being more educated. That doesn't mean necessarily that they're more moral, but yeah. So some could say, well, the classist argument that shouldn't really apply because it's just common sense that a person, higher, and then also there would be, I guess, less stress in the relationship. Yeah, but still, like just him using the Valley Girl example. Okay, why use a Valley Girl example? That sounds like you're basically saying if she is more white adjacent, period.
Now, a ghetto type white girl and a ghetto ass dude, black guy, the female is still going to have the characteristics of a mother. And usually white women all across the board will show some type of respect to the men that they date. You feel what I'm saying? Generally. And I make generalizations. I know a lot of people always accuse me of making generalizations. This is a fucking radio show. What else am I going to do? I'm not talking about anybody in particular. That argument is so fucking corny to me. Stop making that corny argument, y'all. This is a radio show. Generalizations are going to be made. There are exceptions to every rule. Some people are born with 15 fucking toes.
So, you know, he knows what he's doing in making these generalizations. Give me a second, child. I'm letting this play out. He knows what he's doing. He knows that he's making a generalization. He knows that this can be harmful. He knows what he's doing. Do you understand what I'm saying? And, oh, wait, I don't really, yeah, I had stepped out the room for a second. I kind of prefer not the kids. Well, I know that they're older now, but still, I don't like really the kids like showing. But, yeah.
Generally, people are born with 10. I digress.
So, you know, we've got to take what he's saying as factual. This is the hardcore truth. I mean, we all have our, you know, opinions. And if this is his opinion and, you know, and if this is what you've experienced, okay, all right. You know, a lot of that I say may just be of my opinion or theory or, he says it's not an interesting theory. It's raccoonery. Okay. Let me let this play out. I got to answer his phone call.
So the basic union, basically, guys, if you get with a mixed female, it would be best to get with a female who is mixed with a black father and a white mother. That's the ideal one to get with, if you're going to get with one. Basically, guys, if you get with a mixed female, it would be best to get with a female who is mixed with a black father and a white mother. That's the ideal one to get with, if you're going to get with one. Basically, guys, if you get with a mixed female, it would be best to get with a female who is mixed with a black father and a white mother. That's the ideal one to get with, if you're going to get with one. Now, a female who's mixed who had a black mother and a white dad, that's a real tricky situation. Now, if it's an upscale sister, like, you know, in the Jeffersons, you remember the Willis family, the Willises? Now, if it's a family like that, like Tom and Helen Willis, that's cool. You can get with a female like that, and her mind should still be right. That's why you got to talk to women and see where they're from. I find out all this information from a female when I first meet her. People, they don't mind talking about their family background. You can find this out within 30 seconds of meeting somebody. Hey, where you from? Who's mixed in your family? People don't mind talking about this stuff. Who's white, who's black. Females, they'll indulge that information, so you can easily find that out. Like, hey, what does your mother do? Well, my mom, she worked for the school board. Okay, that's cool. You know, you can find shit like that out about a female when you first meet her. So the basic union, basically, guys, if you get with a mixed female, it would be best to get with a female who is mixed with a black father and a white mother. That's the ideal one to get with, if you're going to get with one. Now, where it gets tricky is when there's a ghetto black female who had a kid by a white man. Now, if you see a mixed female in the hood who had a white father, usually, to be honest, and I know I might be generalizing here, but usually,
I ain't gonna lie, you know, this kind of stung a little bit because, you know, it hit me, you know, considering my family. My late sister, rest in peace. So I ain't gonna lie, this hurt a little bit. And yeah, my sister was a swirler. So, you know, it was kind of a little hurtful, like, oh, my sister swirled. I'll put it that way.
the mom was on some trick hoe shit. I know that sounds fucked up, but let's look at the backstory. I mean, look at the situation. And I know from experience, I've dealt with people like this before. If the mom is still living in the hood, first, white dudes don't really fuck with no ghetto bitch like that. They don't have no relationships with them. White dudes do not have no.
Actually, though, you know, my sister's very much taken care of. You know, I still did not approve. My mother. You know, what can my mom? I mean, I didn't. But you know, my sister, almost like she was purposely rebellious by nature. almost like she was, despite my mama being pro-black. I don't know. But then I found out certain things had happened to my sister. I did not know. Actually, certain things I didn't know till after her death. That she had a very horrible experience. I always felt it had something to do with my sister being electrocuted as a child in her hair, and she was taunted, because when she was like 3 years old, she had got electrocuted, her hair, I think she was like 3, this before I was born. And so my sister always had a problem with her hair growing. My mom had to pay money to have weaves done, back when it was really expensive. That's another reason too. I'm kind of sensitive on the conversation of hair and stuff. But because I know what my sister had kind of endured, where my mother had to spend money, because of what happened when my sister was. So she always had very insecurities about her hair. So I always figured my sister, because I always didn't understand with my mother being the way she was. Well, how did my sister become a swirler? So I always felt it just had to do with that. Like my sister was kind of obsessed with hair, long. We had these cousins with like really really long hair, right? They were darker skinned. They were darker than us, but they had this really really. So it wasn't about complexion. Yeah, yeah. And I know my sister was very very, pretty much all her life having to wear wigs and weaves and stuff. And my mama would pay lots of money, and then sometimes she just had to go to school. And she was a cute girl, nice shape, very beautiful, but she had, being taunted. My sister being an early Gen Xer, was born in 1966. So that led to her having a lifelong kind of insecurity about her hair, being called bald-headed. Now, of course, my brothers, they knew not to go there. They knew not to make fun of my sister's hair. That was a very sensitive thing. So I thought her swirling, I really did think it was about wanting, I did think that was the thing, more the thing. Because she didn't hate, but now when I asked her with the interracial relationship, she said power. She said it was about power. I also felt maybe to a degree she was being rebellious towards my mama in a way. But yeah, like I said, in my family, the initial swirlers, it was the females. And then, yeah, because my sister, she did what she wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? And it was only, but like in the case of Anit's father, he's deceased now, and he was Russian, and he was very much loved my sister. He took care and paid for a funeral and everything. And he became a friend of our family. It's just it got to a point my mom like, what can I do? You know what I'm saying? And this is still my grandchild. I'm gonna love my grandchildren. But I didn't know that also my sister, an auntie who was around my sister's age, who was friends with, I didn't know my sister was like really brutally, repeatedly laid by this man when we were living in Cabrini Green projects. Obviously, this is when I was like very, very little. And I wow, I did not know that. And, I wonder if that had something to do with my sister. And I think she told me that, I don't know. So I wondered if that may have also had something really traumatic, because I just didn't understand with my sister. She did what the hell she wanted to do, and she was very rebellious. Not rebellious. My mama still loved her, of course, but she just couldn't. So when I heard, Tariq, and I'm not saying, and of course, I didn't agree with my sister, having. Now, of course, I still, she could do, she was a grown woman. Do it, But all I'm saying that that's why also I would never participate. Like if a black man was unalived or something bad happened to him, I would never, that's what you get for swirling. I don't like those kind of videos. Yes, I understand we need to bring attention that the grass is not greener on the other side, but always remember that that's still somebody's baby, that's still somebody's child, and we need to, yeah. And I understand my sister was with men with money. But I believe they also were the ones who got her into doing initially cocaine. You know what I'm saying? And from there on, yeah. And come to find out, when we lived in the suburbs, it was a white girlfriend. I thought that when my brothers now, they got into it. I've told y'all my family, you know, got eventually hooked on crack, you know, some of my siblings, you know. One of my brothers had told me that, because I thought it was when we came back to the city, or we came to the city of Milwaukee after leaving the suburbs, being there for a couple of years in the mid 80s. But then my brother revealed to me it was his girl that my brother was talking to back in the 80s. She said she was the first who had them to try it. I said, wow. So I'm thinking, so that just go to show. That just goes to show that this, yeah, so he said it's a white girl that initially had them to try crack cocaine. I said, you got to be kidding me. So even before we had went to the city of, you know, went back to the more urban area, I said, wow, ain't that something? Anyways, well, she tried to get in touch with her family, and well, we always called him Russian, but you know, technically he was born in the Kiev, Ukraine. But yeah, and he stayed a friend of our families for years. Yeah, he died. Found out he got. But I don't want to tell her too much business. I know I've told her I have enough as is. But yeah, and he became a friend of my mom. It's like, what can my mama do? You know what I'm saying? Just like when my brother had a white girlfriend eventually, you know, my mama took her in when she needed somewhere to stay. She was like a, you know, white Hispanic, and my mama took her in. That's how my mama was. When it boiled down to her love for people, it outweighed her opinions on things. And that's how I was. I took in different people. I had a white girl staying with me who was homeless. I had a, you know, that's how our family was. You know what I'm saying? A white girl that was homeless, let her stay with me. I had a Nigerian girl. You know what I'm saying? My mama took in a white guy that was, I don't know, was he like in the military or something? One of my uncles. I don't think my uncle was in the military. White dude. Yeah, that's how my family was. No, that wasn't that brother. That wasn't that brother. Yeah, but my brothers did. But you know, they all married black women. Only one of my brothers, my very oldest, he was the only one. Yeah, for the most part, at least having, you know, whatever they did. Yeah, and that's because we had moved to the suburb. That's all that we were around at a certain point. So you know, I'm not saying to make an excuse for my brother versus with my sister. Whereas my sister, she was a sort, you know, keeping it real. But yeah, so when I heard this, which I was like, oh wow, you know. And see, that's the thing. Like, what if my niece was to hear this? You know what I mean? Something like this. I mean, but we have a right to talk and give our opinions. But yeah, so I was like, you know.
No relationships with no ghetto black bitch.
And I, yeah.
No ghetto bitch like that. They don't have no relationships with them. White dudes do not have no relationships with no ghetto black bitch. So what is he doing fucking it? Usually it's on some trick hoe shit. She was probably somewhere hoeing and he was tricking. And usually those girls who are mixed, who live in the hood, they're trick babies. Their mama was out there prostituting, selling ass, smoking crack. It was some funny, illegal shit going on. And then this kid popped up. That sounds really fucked up, but that happens in a lot of cases. I know a lot of mixed girls like that. And unfortunately, man, they turn out fucked up. Because a lot of mixed girls, especially ones in the hood, and even some of the ones in the suburbs, but it's not as bad as in the hood. A lot of mixed girls, they're like, you heard the term tragic mulatto. That's a very common term in the black community, where these women are not really accepted by anybody. They're not really accepted by white folks. Black folks kind of hate on them. So a lot of these mixed girls have a need of acceptance. So they're very easy to spit game to. They really.
So you understand. He had a following, people listening to him. So they're listening to this. Next thing you know, you have this community that's established. you know, to counter, like, let's say the Chrissies and the Rashida Strovers and whoever, right? Come to find out, like they said it was this guy, light skin anonymous or something, and they said he was a dark skinned man. I'm like, what? That don't make sense. How is a dark skinned man starting a community for light skinned women? Like, it didn't make sense to me. Like, oh, so you have some of these ones who, oh, you know, let's say if they were listening to something like this. Okay, I'm going to play on this. I'm going to, you know, there are some, and see, you know, a lot of times they're thinking light skin also, they're thinking mixed. I'm going to play on this, and I'm going to be an ear. Yeah, this is the hell of manipulation. He's giving game.
Really want to be accepted. So if you just talk good game to them, come at them on that family level, they're very open if you got, you know, some good game. Now the ones in the hood, those mixed girls who come from those trick ass moms and that trick hoe shit, the ones in the hood are usually the most ghetto motherfuckers in the hood. A light-skinned mixed girl.
Notice he'll overlook the ones that's in the trailer park. See, so you can't tell me that this is just about economics here, because he'll overlook. Now you maybe, you know, that's still better, because still white women are a white mother. If we're talking about females, the ass she popped up, she's still more overall respectful of men than black women. So you still would do better with getting with one in the trailer park.
Girl in the hood is 20 times more ghetto than everybody else because she had to play the super ghetto role in order to fit in. The thing is,
you said that these females are even more ghetto. The mixed one in the hood is even more ghetto than the black female because she's had to play super hard.
Like light-skinned girls and mixed girls who live in like ghetto-ass neighborhoods, them hood rats can't stand them. Them bitches get jumped on. You ask any light-skinned girl who grew up in like a kind of a rough neighborhood, not even a rough neighborhood. A lot of light-skinned girls get jumped on by like fat bitches and dark-skinned broads. That shit happens.
I told y'all. Now, right now I'm even on the south side, but I can't say I'm old now or older now. Okay, so I can't say what's really going on like that. I'm not in public school. I'm not intermingling and being that, you know, I'm no longer, at least at this time, not working outside the home. Okay, so I can't really say what's all like really going on in the world like that. I, you know, just know my neighborhood. I'm on the south side of Chicago. But I do know, and I don't think things are too simple, because he's also, understand Tariq's my age. He's a Gen Xer, but older than me, an older Gen Xer, apparently. And so he's going to, of course, be talking about his school experience. Now, where he's from, I don't know exactly where he grew up, because one minute I hear he's from Detroit, and I hear he's from the South. I'm not sure, and he's now in California. But so I do know that things are legit. I'm gonna just tell you, as a Gen Xer, going to school mostly in the 80s. Okay, I started school in the late 70s. And my family moved around a lot. For a short, mostly though, of course, I was in urban areas, but for a short period also, we lived in the suburbs, all right? In the mid 80s, around my preteen years, but that was only for a minute. We tried living in the suburbs. Okay, but my family moved around a lot, mostly in the Midwest. Chicago and Milwaukee is the cities where I went to school, okay, for the knowing. And also, I was also in girls' homes, okay, as a teenager, being that things became dysfunctional in my family. I became a runaway. So much of my teenage years, a lot of it was in girls' homes and foster homes and stuff. So I lived with girls. I lived with females. I seen interaction. Okay. Now I was one of those females who, you know, when I was in like more in the hood, and I had like I said, this one school I went to on the north side of Chicago, and I know y'all say, oh, north side. No, y'all don't know. The north side at this time, the north side was very full of black folks in this area. They said that a lot of these people came from the projects. That's what I ended up learning. Now, my family did not come to the north, even though I was born in projects, true. I was born in Cabrini Green, but that wasn't the case with my family coming directly from the projects. Okay, no, that wasn't the case. But come to find out, there was, I don't know if it was through Section 8 or whatever, like in the case of Corey Holcomb and his family moved to the north side. even though he always trying to claim the Robert Taylor Holmes. But there was a whole bunch of, if you want to say ghetto black folks on the north side of Chicago in this area, like in Edgewater, right? Full of them. So my school was predominantly black, it was a lot of black folks and some, mixed folks. And, I noticed you would be more likely. I first got around mixed people on the north side of Chicago. I didn't really see that on the south side, even though you had light-skinned people who probably, I didn't really see that definitely didn't see that as much on the west side, but on the north side, you could see, some mixed people in. But anyways, yeah. It was also, you had those who were like of West Indies descent and all of that on the north side too. Central America and stuff, like Belize, that's what, But the school I went to, like the two girls that knew how to fight in our class, like when I was girl, it was me. We were the main ones who knew how to fight better than any other girl in our, like, 4th, 5th grade, 6th grade. It was me and this other girl. Schools in Chicago go up to 8th grade. It was me. We had a reputation, and you see my complexion, but with me, it was not a thing. I never felt like I got to prove something as a person who happened to be a black. Now, obviously, I'm not biracial, but I'm just saying, I never felt I had to, it was never no thing. I had to prove blackness. I'm from Chicago. I don't think that the colorism is as prevalent. I'm not saying that we don't have our history. It shocked me when I found out that even Chicago had its history. But being that there's been such a, like, let's say, pro-black influence, where I don't know, it's just not from when I hear with other cities. I realize it may be different, especially when we're talking about the South and in states like California. Obviously, there's a difference. But that was never no case for me. Me being the way that I was, I think it was more about me having 4 brothers. And then I ended up finding myself, it wasn't girls, it was little boys picking at me for whatever reason. I think some of the little boys, the fact that I was good at sports. And I don't know if there was a little envy, like, because I was really, really good at sports. And it wasn't like I felt like I got to compete with a boy. I got to show that I'm better than, I felt that was because, I had little black boys messing with me. So I ended up having it, or I would get my brothers to get on their ass, But when I went to the suburbs, and I ended up having the same thing. But, so I knew how to fight, but I didn't like fighting. I wasn't no rough starting stuff with people, but I knew how to fight. And I remember my friend Denise, we'd be friends. She was a dark-skinned girl. We'd fight. This was grammar school. She never could beat me. We'd be friends again, but she starts like so it was never no thing of me having but guess who the other girl? The two that was known for knowing how to fight. It was me and this other girl who happened to be, now she was like biracial. Her name was Laura. I don't know if anybody listens, they probably know who I'm talking about. She had a reputation because I heard Laura, got into some hood, like, she went all the way with it, like became a thug. And she was a attractive girl. But we never actually fought, so we never got to know who fought better, me or her. But I heard that she actually, and come to find out, she ended up being related to, but anyways. And this is interesting, like in the particular classroom I was in, like from 5th grade, the girl, and remember I was also hanging with B-boys. I talked about how I used to hang with, breakdancers on North Side Chicago. My first little boyfriend going back 10 years old. He was a B-boy, it was around time B Street. My little preteen years before we left to the suburbs. I used to love being over there. Now, I don't know if it was a thing with her being biracial, like she had to prove something. I don't know why this girl was, you know what I'm saying? She didn't come off butch or anything like that. I don't know why she was fighting. Lord, I don't know. I can't explain it. But and the girl that was like the pretty girl, the popular girl, and I said that this is what's interesting. Like Starsha was her name. She was like the pretty, most popular girl, and she was dark skinned. Because this is how it was when I was in school in Chicago, mainly. The pretty, popular girl, it was more about the hair. Not necessarily even just the texture, because you could always manipulate the texture. but like who had longer hair. Like for instance, my cousins had this long. They were darker skin, darker than my sister, but they had this long hair. Only thing with them, my cousins, they were overweight. So that them being overweight, and that adds some that automatically canceled them as being part of a pretty girl, you know. But yeah, and it was like every school that I was in a lot of school. My family moved a lot. Man, my mom became a widow, and we always had to find somewhere to stay. So I was at a lot, and usually like in another school I was at. And this is where you had a lot of light too. The pretty popular girl, it was a darker skinned girl who had this long hair. Like I said, like a Rudy Huxtable type. Like, and that was a pretty girl. It was like based on that's what the black boys saw as the pretty girl. Yeah, and they saw stars just like Erica at this other school I was at when I was with my auntie and uncle on the west side of Chicago. That's who the black guys saw as the pretty girl. They were looking at, you know, they had the long hair. That was automatically made you prettier than the light skinned girl. I'm just saying my experience. Maybe it's different in y'all city. Maybe it's different in that side. Maybe light skin trumps all of that. Maybe that's how it was with y'all. And I can imagine maybe things were different even after people in the 2000s, especially considering how light skinned girls in the videos were promoted and all that. But yeah, kind of similar to like the 80s. But that's how it was when I was, and then understand when I was in the girls' home. So that's what I'm saying. I had a different experience, and I'm not lying, but I can only speak on my experience, okay? And also, when also, I'll be still around, shorty. Yeah, because I totally forgot you wanted to come up here. Also, when I was in the girls' home, now we did, like I said, a girl that ended up becoming like my roommate, and now she was a biracial, had a white mom. Oh yeah, by the way, Laura was Belizean. She was like of Belizean descent. But she was clearly, I didn't exactly know what her mom and dad was, but clearly looking at her, I definitely would assume biracial. Okay, but I can't say I exactly knew what, you know, her background, but I know she was Belizean descent. Yeah. But and maybe that made a difference. Because I still don't know why was this girl fighting. I don't even understand that. But anyways, when I was in the girls' home, now this is in Milwaukee, and I did notice that Milwaukee was a little different than Chicago. Like for instance, with my niece who's biracial, my two nieces and her older sister being black, my sister's two kids, and you know, and I noticed the way they were fawning over my niece Tasha, who was biracial, like they never even seen a biracial child or something. Like this is something we're used to. Oh, she's something. And, you know, I think the reaction would have been different had we stayed in Chicago. But I felt that maybe Milwaukee's just a little bit more brainwashed than Chicago. That was my perception. Because you would think they never saw a biracial. Well, now it's full of, you know, you got a lot of biracial. But the way they were reacting, male and female. Oh, she's so pretty. And Tasha talked about her experience. I had her talk, you know, even though the Golden Sphere members tried to jump on her, but she had talked about her experience. She said it was actually her sister who happened to be, you know, caramel skin. She said she was one getting all the hate in school. I said, really? She said, yeah, but the black people accepted her. Like, but she said, yeah, there was a girl who said something about, you know, like, I'm a cut your hair. She said, other than that, she didn't go through, but I'm just talking about our experiences now, okay? Now, and she's a millennial. She's, you know, a millennial. Now, you know, millennial born in the millennial born in the mid-80s. Her sister being born, you know, in 83, however. Her older sister, she said it was her. She was getting more of the hate. And I was like, that's interesting. Like, but, you know, I said, that's interesting, you know, because, you know, they both pretty. I can say this about my nieces, you know, but when they were like little baby, I just know that the biracial one in Milwaukee getting all, you know, like people acting like that wasn't in my family. We weren't acting like that. But I was like, man, Milwaukee, you swear they never saw a biracial child. Oh, she's so pretty. And one time I was a teenager and I had to shout out, there are two little girls here. Can y'all stop doing that? Because it was pissing me off. You know, like, okay, it's nothing against complimenting a child, but you know, when you see there's another child there, and this was black males and black females. But yeah, So when I was, but she said, so well, she said though, however, by the time they got into school and especially those like junior high years, I guess, when you know, and you saw my oldest niece, she was very beautiful. They're both beautiful, but she said that she was actually dealing with more of the haters. And I was like, so it makes you wonder, like, it almost like, is it true that some people believe that a biracial is more likely to be accepted than a light skinned black? Like, okay, you understand, like a light skinned black girl is more likely to, where with the biracial, okay, we understand. I don't know, but it just tells me, period. Because the bottom line is, she's pretty. Pretty girls they're gonna be somebody hating, okay? Dark, like, and see, and like I had shared. When I was in the girls' home, now there was a biracial female. We ended up becoming close friends, and we find ourselves back in the group home, and we'd always talk and managed to get the same room together, right? We did somehow talk to staff where we get in the same room, like, because we was compatible, we got along, became like best friends in the group home. My friend Arissa. And but yeah, she was pretty. She was pretty. And I'm not just saying because she was biracial, but she was pretty. She was rocking the short haircut. I've told this story many times. She was rocking the short haircut before a lot of people, before Holly Berry, before she was rocking the little short haircuts. Yeah, at the time in the late 80s, early when people weren't quite, especially teenage girls, weren't quite doing that yet. So it's got to seen as odd that she's wearing her hair short like this, right? Kind of like they showing this girl on a Love, even though I ain't watched this recent season, somebody named Soul. Yeah, she was rocking it like that, but like that girl Soul, she's pretty. And I ain't just saying just because of complexion. She was pretty. And but yeah, she had haters. The girls, yeah, I think also what it was is that's the thing. We didn't understand why is she in this girl's home. Like, I know with my family my family falling apart. People knew why I was there and other people there, but her family had money. Her family she was from New York, from the Bronx, in fact, but her family had money. Her Jamaican stepdad, her dad was Jamaican, but her stepdad was also Jamaican. I know she didn't get along with her stepdad. She had issues with him. He was very strict. She couldn't go outside after 7. So I don't know if it was a rebellion thing. I tell you, when I saw that movie ATL, what's that actress's name, the biracial one, that was with Nipsey Hussle, I said, that is my friend. Yeah, it is like, because she wanted to be in the hood and all that. Like, why, girl? I know I'm sounding classes here, but I'm like, yeah, her family had money, and they had a swimming pool shaped like the number 8. She had everything, like, so I think that's another reason too she was being targeted, because there was something like, because she had nice clothes. I remember the Skids jumpsuits, which I found were unattractive, but they were popular at the time. And she was kind of dressing like Hillary Banks before we actually knew Hillary Banks, But yeah, she had money and her family had money in it. So I think also people are like, why are you even here, girl? Like, you don't even belong in this girl's home with girls that's up in here. They done all kind of stuff, Their family's dysfunctional, family's on crack. You got a 2-parent household. Yeah, she had a white mom. And she was a cool woman from the Bronx. They paid for my very first concert, limo and all. Oh, wait, let me not tell this story, because then people will say, oh, I'm using mulatto people for their benefits. No, she was my friend. And I was like one of the only friends that her parents, because her dad, he was very protective of her. She later told me that, now that we're adults, she had told me that the reason she was wearing her hair so short was in rebellion to her father. She said it was in rebellion to her father. She said, because I guess in Jamaican culture, they don't like women cutting their hair. I said, oh, yeah, because she was rocking the short hairstyle before, when it wasn't really popular for Black girls, especially, to wear their hair short like that, or especially if you're a teenager. Now, we had Anita Baker and stuff, but she was like a grown, mature woman. But yeah, this was before this became popular. It was better to have your hair long as you could possibly have it, right? But she was choosing, and yet still very beautiful. Right? It was new. Yes, because that was the thing, though. She would, oh my gosh, this girl wanted to go to hood house parties, and then next thing you know, something break out. And don't get me wrong, I want to hang. I'm from the hood. Then, like one time, I got a white skirt on. I'm at the house party with her. The fight broke out with some dudes. The next thing I was out, and then next thing I see some girls circling her like they about to fight her, and I'm like, oh hell no, I'm not ready to fight. I don't feel like fighting today. Not today. Damn. But and then like when I had her, she ended up going to high school. When we got outside the group home, where I was going. And she and she wanted to get with this dude. This dude, and it's not about him being black or even but from the hood, but he was a damn thug. Like, why are you trying to? And he wasn't even really that attractive. Like, why are you trying to talk to this guy? I didn't understand it. Like, you could have any guy at the school. Like, girl, why are you? And I don't mean this. And of course, I'm not one of them type of friends. Girl, no. I let her, do your thing. But I just felt like, why are you, like you feel like you're missing out on something in the ghetto or something. I don't understand. That I didn't understand. So that's what kind of irked me a little bit. But I wouldn't say, because I'm a supporter. I'm not the type of person to be like that. But anyways, when we was in the girls' home, yeah, there was some girls hating on her. She was pretty, okay. But guess who was the ringleader? And I had to have her back. They didn't mess with me. Eventually, because it was an F around, what y'all say now, F around, find out. I may have been little at that time, but they realized I could fight, especially after fighting the big girl Nicole I told y'all about. That big girl Nicole. I told y'all the story about Nicole in the girls' home. Y'all, my group home chronicles. But so they knew that me. All right. But they would be, because one time it was a situation was so bad, but she had came back from school, I come back, she's in the closet, like hi, like damn, like this is messed up. Yeah, but let me tell you, like I told y'all, and notice that in me telling this story, has the names changed? Has the names changed? So I'm not making like these exoticals. I'm not fabricating with their story times. I'm not fabricating the stories because I've been telling the same things. And you notice the names are the same. I'm not lying. I could get, if I wanted to get my friend up here, Quinn, and she'd back me up. Okay? Just like I was able to have my niece speaking. So I ain't lying. I've been the same person since 2001 up in social media, telling you the same story. All right? But Tawana, she was the main ring leader, getting the other girls to go against Rissa. Was this skinny girl, and she was ugly. I can say ugly. I usually don't like calling people ugly, but she was ugly. She's ugly inside and out. Name was Tawana. She was skinny, real skinny, and had a big head and looked funny in the face. But guess what? She was mixed. Now, I can't say that I exactly know her parents' background. I'm assuming she was like what they call MGM, but you got to understand, she had features, even though I don't believe she was directly biracial, like one parent this, one parent that. But she did have features that could be seen as more ambiguous even than Rissa, who had dark hair, dark eyes. She had Tawana. Now she had a beautiful, like kind of like what I guess is a golden complexion. Her unlike Narissa, who's just more like milky, light skin, cafe au lait. She did have a real beautiful, more tan looking, golden, kind of like, but a little lighter than Eva Pigford, Eva Marcille from America's Next Top Model and the reality shows. Her name was Eva Pigford. Now it's like Eva Marcille, but a little lighter, but lighter though. But it was that really beautiful hue. But she was still ugly. And she had these light eyes. She had like these like blue-green looking eyes. And she had light hair. Like, So she was the main one targeting my friend Rissa. So she would get the other girls, black girls, whether they were dark skin, light skin, whatever. She would be the main one instigating against my friend Rissa. She was the main one instigating against Rissa. Getting other girls in the group home, and even white girls, just trying to get her to go against Rissa. So why was it? That's why I was trying to tell y'all. I had a different experience. I didn't see mean ass, light-skinned girls Yeah, and Tawana, she was light skinned, or she would be in that category. She was okay. She was like Beyonce's color, not as light as as Rissa. I'm shortening her name on purpose. Not as light as Rissa, but she still would have been in that category, light skin. Just had a little more, I guess you could say, golden complexion, if you call it that. But she was funny looking, mush face. Now, I ain't saying she had a wide nose. She just was funny looking. Yeah, I'm saying it. I usually wouldn't do that. But when you act mean, got a kind of Frankenstein thing happening. You're acting mean, and I think what it was, and she was real skinny, didn't have no shape, but she was popping off in the mouth, and she just always instigating shit. It's always instigating, just mean, just a mean ass girl. She kind of remind me of that one. I don't know, something about her kind of similar to that 3LW member. I could tell she kind of mean, Kylie or whatever. But yeah, she was just mean. And what I believe, if I were to theorize, right, what I think it was, why did she target Rissa? Why did she target a fellow mixed girl? I think because she felt I'm more ambiguous looking. Look at my eyes. I got light eyes. I got light hair. My looks, and she even taunted my friend Rissa and saying, I remember her saying something, these bald-headed mixed hoes. She said something like that. Like, so I got something, at least I got longer hair than you. And my hair is a looser curl than you. Yeah, I heard. I hear she back in the news, Kylie or whatever. I think that she was feeling, I'm more ambiguous than you. Because, sometimes you'll have these, ones of a lighter complexion feeling like, well, I'm more, you understand what I'm saying? I think she felt that I'm more ambiguous looking than you. I got light eyes. That's the only thing I could think of. Or just the fact, and this is the bottom line, if you're pretty, and it's the same with men. If you are attractive, and then also you got to understand, our family did have money. I think also from females look like you don't belong up in here with us. See, they didn't start stuff with so why was nobody, if that was the case, if it was just about being light skinned, then why weren't girls trying to with Tawana? Because she was of no threat besides her mouth. But she had to be the main ones popping off at the mouth. Yeah, so she was, targeting her, just starting shit. Because I think, of course, I can't totally prove, but if I were to come up with my own little theory, she felt like, okay, I got the light eyes, I got the, so I should be seen as pretty. And probably one of them people, she supposedly got all the things that supposedly check off as being more attractive than. That's why you got these ones that be supporting this, so because see, the light skin privilege or whatever didn't work for them. So they salty or whatever. And I think with her, she was that, So why am I not seen as, that's just what I'm assuming, but I'm just talking about my experience. But you know what? See, the bottom line is Rissa was attractive. It wasn't just about her, but she was also attractive. Yeah, these things can play a part. But guess what? My very best friend from outside the group home that I'd known before going in them group homes when I first came, to Milwaukee, my best friend to this day, she's a dark-skinned female. And guess what? She's unambiguous dark-skinned female. Now, yeah, she may have had like 4A hair, but she had, guess what? She had even more haters. And she was dark skinned because you know what? She was attractive, had this banging shape. And also my friend, she wearing some stuff back in the late 80s and stuff, then early 90s that, girls ain't supposed to really be wearing, you wouldn't expect girls to be wearing in high school. But back then, being that I was younger, I was like, girl, wear that. You look nice. She was kind of dressing like a Soul Train dancer a little bit. If you will. She was wearing like cat suits, even movies. Yeah, she had a nice shape. And this friend got even more attention than the rest of. And I ain't saying it's just about her body. I'm just saying That helped. She had a really cold shape. I was just a skinny girl with big titties. We'd be walking down the street. I knew that if a car was they was hungry for her. We were used to that. Okay, we were kind of used to that. Yeah, but she had even more haters. And girls jumped on her. I remember I was messed up because I came too late or something. And these girls that had already been targeting my friend and they got to her. And I wasn't there and I felt so bad about that. I too have been jumped. I was jumped on by people in my cousins, cousins who I defended. And that's the thing. See, that's how I've always been defending. Like I lived with my cousins who were overweight and people were taunting them for being fat. And I used to fight people. Don't talk about my cousin. Sad to say, these same cousins years later ended up turning them, and it's really sad. But I used to, that's something I was used to doing. Not to prove anything. That's how it's always been. You know what I'm saying? And it hurt me really bad because these same cousins, and this is when we were adults, ended up with people who were not of their family having them and jumping on me. And I hurt really bad. Even though these were cousins that I defended, getting hurt, fighting boys even, for picking on them when we was in school. But yeah, I had like my best friend, she dealt with even more haters. The difference is, I think though, they would be more likely to try it with my biracial friend. For one, it wasn't just the fact that she was light skinned or biracial. I think also they felt because she was more from a more middle class, if you will, background. Her parents lived in a black neighborhood in Milwaukee, because Milwaukee is very segregated, but she was not from the hood. She was from a neighborhood with black folks, mostly with money. And I think they felt, and I felt unlike with my friend from high school, we in the hood, you know what I'm saying? Or I guess if you want to call that, or just a more, not so middle to class neighborhood. I wouldn't say we were in the ghetto in Milwaukee, but I remember, and see, I think what it was with my biracial friend, I think she was a little rebellious thing too with her and her dad. Because now she reveals with the whole thing with the short haircut. And see, even with that girl pointing out bald-headed mixed hoes, like that was her way and taunting her on that. And you gotta understand there was also the group on the boys adjacent to us was where the boys unit were. And every now and then, they'd have us all come together. And so of course, that's attention. And so being at Rissa would get more attention. And so I think she felt the need to remind, but she bought it. And she had a child. She got a child in the picture where she had very long hair. So her hair had this potential to grow long. She chose to keep it cut that short. That was the choice. But I think once they looking at, look, my hair is longer than hers. My hair is a lighter color than hers. My curls are somewhat looser than hers. And, so I got to point out that, she may be biracial and mixed or whatever, but she bald-headed. She got real short hair, because those things were kind of a big deal. Before people like Nia Long and Holly Berry and all that with rocking the short haircut. That was like the long hair and all of that. And Mary J. Blige talked about that. Like it was the girl with and not just, and if you didn't have, it wasn't about even just hair texture, but length. That was a big deal. Length, because you could always straighten your hair, do something to it. A lot of us was wearing Jerry curls and stuff like that anyway, or processing our hair, or pressing it or whatever. But it was like, if your hair was long, if your hair, Yeah, right. And she talked, she talked the slang, but it did used to irritate me because she would have wanted to be in settings, and I would see Rissa like she want to become friends with girls, and I would be, I don't mean to sound possessive, but I would be peeping that these girls, like, they just trying to get in your grill. I had to tell my oldest niece that, like, these girls is not your friends. They trying to get in your grill. You know, like I'll tell, they trying to, I see what they doing. They not trying to be, but I'm not one of people trying to hold people and possess people. You can't be with this guy. You can't talk to, no, that's not how I am. But she would want to mingle with people who I knew just wanted to find a reason, maybe befriend, and then find a reason to turn on you or to get everybody to turn on you. And she would be befriending, you know, and it's normal. Everybody, we all want friends. We all want, I just didn't understand, like with the guy that she chose to date at the high school, like this guy is like selling drugs. He's bad. I ain't saying that, you know, my boyfriend was all that great, but he wasn't, at least at that time, wasn't doing all that. You know, he was a straight up thug. Like, and he was, you know, and so perhaps it may have been a rebellion thing with her father. Yeah, because he was real protective. He, you know, she had to be curfew, you know, at 7 o'clock. And yeah. And I was like the only friend, like they kind of would allow, but they, you know, but they would accommodate. Like when we watched WWF back then, they made sure to hook it up. And I was like, I used to be like, I would not care. I would not care. 7 o'clock curfew, cool. Because I think of what my family was going through. And by that time, after the whole crack cook, you know, well, we barely ate. Like, I would have been, oh, sure, I'll be home at 7. I know, you know, but that's another thing. You're thinking the grass is greener just because people got more money. That don't mean they don't have problems. But I would have like, and she had a cool, you know, she was a white woman, her mom, and she was like a cool white woman from the Bronx. You know, she was cool as hell. And I remember she paid for our concert, got us the matching outfits, limo. We saw Belle Biv. This was 1990. It was Belle Biv, the Bo Keith Sweat, Johnny Gill. Yeah, my first concert. I remember calling my family from the limo, like, guess what, I'm coming? Had great seats. And, you know, I was like, girl, we be by her swimming pool. Like, child, like, but you know, because I never learned, you know, okay, he was strict. And I never heard her say, like, he touched her or anything like that. Okay, he was strict. But, you know, I can't, everybody's situation, and, you know, maybe there was some stuff that she wasn't telling me. So everybody's situation, you know, I can't say that things aren't good. But anyway, wait. Oh, yeah, Shorty, you want to come up here? Yeah, I wanted to play more what he said, because this ain't even, but yeah, you hear him there. You hear him there. There's more to it. But I did also want to play from his light-skinned versus dark-skinned black females. But let me put the link out there, because I don't want to lose you. Be up here too long and end up losing you. Hold on, let me give you the link. Or if anybody else, but I gotta be familiar with you though. See, I used to have very open panels, but they be so many of these dang on infiltrators. But I'm just saying my experience. Like, I'm not saying, I have never told people that you can't come up in here and tell your story. And even when I felt I went too far, like, you know, and saying a friend or the light-skinned females, I know that you couldn't call yourself, you know, and I had apologized for saying that. But I was telling the truth. I was the light-skinned females I knew. I wasn't saying like if you do get jumped on or punked that you were, you know, I did not mean it like that. Okay, everybody has a right to tell their story, to tell their experience. I'm just saying some of these people up in here, I don't believe, because I can prove, because they'll say, like, they're okay. For instance, you have some people in these mixed life community, they talk about, or like even the biracial saying that they're oppressed by black people. Black people got the whip over them and all this stuff. And then they'll say, you'll catch them where they say, I've never had problems with black people, isn't that? Okay, so why are you saying this? Now, maybe they're talking about other people, perhaps. But you do have these cases where they're looking, scouring the internet for reports, scouring the internet of a report of a person who happened to be dark-skinned and they did something to somebody who happened to be light-skinned or mixed or whatever, right? See, this is an example. Well, guess what? If we're talking about something that's happening in the black community, more than likely the person who committed this act is going to be of a darker complexion, or they're going to not be mixed, right? Because that's the majority in the black community. We just had a situation We just had a report. It was very terrible. You know, it made headlines in Chicago, in my city, even though this was like somebody Joliet. Hold on. This is just recently. And it happened to be this mixed looking, I don't know if they were biracial, but this was just in the Chicago headlines. Yeah. Yeah. Unalived, like 7 relatives. This was just this year. Because you got a person who's going as far, making a video, making this. I pointed out this person's channel on YouTube. What was his name? Some guy claims to be, I don't know, he looked like he could be like a Latino, I don't know. But he claimed to represent light-skinned men. And he's calling, I have pointed this stuff out. Black people, feral monkeys, and all this stuff. And he'll take a news report. Don't you know anybody can do this? If I wanted to, I could go and seek out things of lighter skin and mixed people come in and say, see, this is how this propaganda works. They are making it almost as if more melanin make you more violent or something, or that's what I don't know. Now, I do not see this as an act of light skin versus dark skin, but we just had this incident. Him and I think his woman, this the girlfriend, killed 7 family members. 7 black family members. This was just all over the news in Chicago. Joliet is a suburb of Chicago. Now some people probably try to spin it. Yeah, they were probably, and some of these were children. I think one was like 12 years old. They were probably oppressing him, and they'll try to. Now, do I see this as a light skin thing? Look, this ain't even. I'm not even looking for nothing on this. Bolingbrook man arrested and shoot. Now, I ain't even looking up nothing light skin, dark skin. But look, this just popped up. Now, let's say if I were to use this to say that this is propaganda against light skinned people, and see, this is how. Now, of course, if we're talking about people within what is considered the black community, of course, it's going to be more cases of people darker than these persons. Hey, shorty. Because that's the majority. That's it. That's the only real reason. Unless you honestly believe that increased melanin makes you more violent. Now, when we talk about white racism in general, that is not about white people having less, melanin. That it has nothing to do with that. That it is a cultural thing. You can't say having dark skin versus light skin, especially if you're in the same family and community, okay, makes you less or more violent. That's ridiculous. Hey, Shorty Womp Womp, how you doing?
Hey, honey, how you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. And thank you for joining. What would you like to add to the conversation?
Girl, Tariq is so dangerous. I realized he was so dangerous because, listen, my boyfriend don't even know who Tariq is. And him and his brother is repeating that rhetoric. Like,
oh my
they're
God.
saying that white women are more oppressed than black women. Look, and they only date black women, though. And they say that the black men and the white women are the ones being oppressed by the white man. Like we working, hand in hand with the white man. Like we got respect for the white man. I was like, I don't know where you from. And he from Mississippi, but he lived in Chicago. And I said, I don't know how y'all act, but I was like, our women don't have no respect for nobody, not even the white man. Like they not sitting there saying, yes, sir, no, sir, to white people. They not doing that. They gonna disrespect everybody. If they're gonna be disrespectful, they're not gonna,
respectful, right?
Yeah, like. But also, what else? Rhetoric. It's just a lot of Tariq rhetoric that he's repeating, and it's like his rhetoric is going around, so it's other people obviously repeating that rhetoric. that
Right.
Tariq originated.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know exactly if, like what you were saying on this whole thing of white women being more oppressed than black women. I don't know. That is something to look into. I don't know if that originated with Tariq, you
Mhm.
know. Yeah, but that was my first time hearing that. I must say, I never heard, anybody say that.
I
Um,
never heard it either. I
yeah,
never heard it until you actually played it like on your channel. Like I ain't never heard, any black person say no stuff like that. But now it's going around, and it's like now too, black people don't even want to date black people, especially the new generation, the Generation Z. They do not date other black people at all. My cousin son just had a baby, and the baby looked like a white person.
are you saying just the black men or just black men and black women? You think?
I don't. The black women seem to be getting pregnant, but I see the black men the black, young men that's in their 20s and stuff. I only see them with white women. Like even starting to be in my family. I was like, y'all know we not gonna be left. We gonna be sitting at a table with white people eating collard greens and fried chicken and stuff like that. I said because all the kids dating white people.
Wow, that's ironic because I think I was just called about like Tosh was saying when like with some in-laws, and all the young men are. See, I can't say that I'm all that active and like what's going on, um, because me being older, not in the workforce any longer, or definitely not in school, so I can't say that just what me and my husband do outside is just so I'm not involved in society like that. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So, but if I were to go by what I'm seeing in social media, yeah, I know what's up in my neighborhood basically, but I'm out in everybody in their own world, especially now with social media. But if I were to go by, like I told my daughter, and I remember my daughter telling me things and in the workplace and how it is, and if this is if it's a reflection of what I'm seeing in social media, and then I hear what they're saying on TikTok, and I haven't really been over to TikTok, but I notice a lot of people responding to these TikTok videos, right? And if it's really like that, considering what I'm seeing people responding to with TikTok, if this is the reflection of what's going on in the real world, and a lot of these people in TikTok are younger than us, right? Like Zoomers. This is messed up. I couldn't even imagine if I had to go to high school today. And now with people having all these phones and stuff, and I know my nieces, like my brother's 4 daughters, like they telling me like now one of them already, even though they were raised Yasharet, know that they were Israel, but they're telling me like black guys don't want them, like because they've been living in the suburbs, they grew up like in a Chicago suburb, with my brother and his wife and stuff, but they would put it to me like black boys don't want them, like trying to get me like auntie understand like black boys don't so what that's kind of telling me. Do you understand what I'm saying? So what the next thing is going to be, right?
Right, they're gonna go with white men. They're gonna wear what Sinji say, go where you're appreciated.
Like
So
my
called.
brother's first grandchild, half Mexican.
But my son is in his 20s, and I was like, I tried to talk to him. I said, why don't you like black girls? You don't find your self beautiful, or you don't find beauty in yourself, or your own mother, like you don't find beauty within your own people. He was like, I just like white girls. And I was like why they don't look anything like you got a big nose. Well, he ain't got no lips, but I got some big lips, a big nose. I have really black features, so that means you hate everything that I am or look like. So that's like real kind of disturbing. Like I don't know if they brainwashed them to think a certain thing is beautiful, period, but it's something going on. I was talking to my boyfriend, and we was talking about Tim's, right? And I said, Tim's is so pretty. I said, you remember they said they'd take
Ironically, I was just listening to her music last night. She is beautiful.
she is so beautiful to me. And
Beautiful.
it's a shame I gotta say to me. Well, she's beautiful. She's beautiful. But
Right. Crazy.
But remember, they were saying Tyler look better than her. I said I think that they look on the same level. Just they look
right.
they
It all
different.
depends on
They,
what you prefer, if you will.
yeah,
I
one look like a
on the same level, right?
Tyler looks like a little girl, like to me, like a kid, and Tim's looks like a woman. I think they both very pretty, right? But in different ways. She got more European features, and I'm more drawn to like
Right.
Negroid features. To I ain't saying what somebody else should like. I said I'm more drawn to Negroid features because that's what I look like.
Right.
So
If I were to be placed in another body, or I would that's just me saying, I would
mhm,
rather be Tim's. You know what I'm saying? But I think they're both like on equal. It all depends on, and of course that's the thing. Our culture, our heritage, that has something to do with where our preference, or it should to some degree, influence how our preference when it comes to aesthetic preference, how it's going to kind of lean a little bit. I think that has more to do with our culture. Yeah, I may be a similar complexion to Tyler, but I think it's more to it than just the complexion. But they
mhm,
are, and also it's about how I was culturally. You understand what I'm saying? What's ingrained in me, and
mhm.
I was perhaps maybe I was raised different than a lot masses of other Black people, maybe because being my mother the way that she was. You know what I'm saying? And also the experiences I have. And also that's the thing too, when you have more knowledge of self, it's kind of like what Farrakhan had said, you love yourself a little more. When you got a little more knowledge of self, and yeah, and that's another thing too, this idea that, oh, I hate my skin. Like that's why I had to do my little video. Cause yeah, like there was that person, that Night Riders or whatever, trying to get me, okay, I would have probably considered joining this thing, but when you're adjusting me, and that's the first thing you have to say to what I'm saying is, and I've said nothing to say that I hate my skin. Like, where would you you ever heard me say I hate my skin?
But how does that your skin color make you who you are? Why is that your main identifier? That shit. I mean, excuse me, that stuff is weird to me. That's their main identifier.
I want to
I'm
join you on a
golden.
I have a sense of humor. Okay, you want to put me like, all that he hears is dark skin identified. Could it not have maybe Black identified? Maybe I'm more Black. Maybe that's what I'm doing. Maybe I'm, now I know I should be Yasharel identified. I understand. Now maybe you call me, but yeah, it's automatically, as if it's so odd to hear a person who happened to be of a lighter complexion.
Mhm.
It must be pandering. It must be. And I'm like, look, my mom was a beautiful woman. She did not need my damn patronage. Okay. She don't need me feeling sorry. My mom did not need me. The beautiful sisters I know, they don't need me feeling sorry. Wait, who did I see somebody? Oh, I thought I heard somebody come on. But yeah. I guess I was just raised, but I'm not the only person that feels this way. My niece, it ain't like somebody beat us over the head and forced us to feel a certain way. It wasn't like that. Now, yeah, there was a certain point. My mom, it was like too much information. But and now when I look at it, and some people feel, well, maybe you have these because of your features. Maybe your features because your features are broad. Maybe that does have something to do. But that's why I say, well, let me talk to my niece and see if she, you know what I'm saying? If she, and she's actually biracial, she doesn't exactly have my features. Her features aren't as broad as mine, or and to see, her experience. So maybe it's something but we know that some of these people in social media, let's just keep it real. Okay. Some of these people, they are, yeah, they're hyping. And I'm not saying that people ain't had these real experiences, but some of these people are trying to create like these communities, if you will, right? These, there are these demographic pimps up in here, and they begin by talking about, first they have to make themselves look like victims and make everybody else look like they're liars. And they're, like I just listened to a stream where they're talking about like the myth of the Black suffering or Negro oppression. I'm like, wow, like this is really, really. But then, and they'll say that we're playing victim, Black people playing victim. But wait, so what are you guys doing? If we're playing, the very same people are trying to taunt us, just like how white people do, try to taunt us. Oh, y'all playing victim, cry more, cry more. So they try to play down and we'll give real experiences, and they'll try to play down real things and events in history that definitely have an effect on us today. You cannot deny it. Like, and we ain't even just talking slavery. Some of the worst atrocities were post-slavery. Some of the most brutal things were after slavery. Some of the most damaging things, like even in just talking about redlining, you understand, and all of that, these things, were post-slavery. Yeah, because the white racism is systematic, but they'll be like, oh, no, y'all just love playing victim. And then these would be the very same people. See, we're being victimized. They've been just oppressing us. The only reason that they'll be nice to a person who's biracial is because they can use us, and if we're their slaves, and like, what? Like, okay, it can't be a thing of maybe this person's in our family. Maybe it's, and that's the thing too. That's why you have some of these people, even like in the golden sphere, like the men even joining in that mess, trying to go against me, but they never heard me say, oh, light-skinned men are bad. They never heard that from me. But, they went along with that rhetoric. And that's the thing too, in talking about, I want to play also, I know this is getting long, but you know how I do, and I got the time, why not? But yeah, like I noticed that they have taken, remember what I talked about when I talked about in addressing, since there were they were able to get some of the men in the mixed light skin sector who are lighter skinned and mixed and come at me, even though I did nothing to these guys. But, but they assume she must be one of those who, she's got a dark skinned husband and she must be one of those who hate light skinned men. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not from this. I don't know. Maybe it's different because I hear that they got these women in TikTok feeling the need to, they happen to be light skinned or mixed, and they got to talk about how light skinned men are weak and all this kind of stuff. I'm sorry. I didn't really have that in my generation. I don't know. Yeah, I do recall when they did, the whole thing with the, like dark skinned men are in and all that. I felt the need to, but apparently there are those who are making these videos and they got to feel they got to go as far as, and they also like somebody had a compilation with the pop the balloon and all that. But but like I noticed that. See, that's the thing. Some of these people, they'll come at me, but then they'll take my very same talking points and use it in their video. Like, remember when I talked about? So I said, let me address this whole idea because I didn't realize that there were these people making videos and skits like light skinned niggas be like, like making it like they're like, oh, that I was offended when I first saw the memes because
Prince.
Yeah, I'm like, y'all better leave Prince alone. I've seen the dark skin, like I haven't seen all that, but I was like, y'all better leave.
People gotta stop being so sensitive too. What's up with this sensitivity now? Like, you can't do nothing. I'm so tired of it.
That's the thing. I have a sense of humor, and I'm not saying I know with black folks, everybody gonna get it. Whether you light skin, dark skin, everybody gonna get it. That's sad to say. That's why I had to talk about maybe we roast a little too much. On one end, it's like it could be seen like it was a good thing because it helped make us stronger, right? It helped, but this is also about surviving and coping. And there's a point where this shit is getting mean, and we do have to look, because I didn't know people going as far as making these like little skits, like showing the light skinned men getting like, oh, how a light skinned man would do this versus a dark skin. And I have a sense of humor, but yeah, I can understand. See, and I'm not a light-skinned man. So, and I had 4 brothers, okay? 2 brothers with dark skin, all right? 1 brother light skin and 1 brother brown skin. That's how diverse it is. And it was my light-skinned brother who was more likely to be jumped. It was my light-skinned brother, the only one, that ended up being jumped on. And I didn't think it was about him being light skinned. He was different. And it had nothing to do with complexion, but he was different. He was like Carlton. I don't know what that was about, but he was like different. He liked rock music. You wouldn't even believe that he was where he was from in Chicago, and that's how he was all his life. He liked rock. He was dressing preppy. He was into David Bowie. So he was seen as eccentric, different, weird, and he even thought he could start dressing in a certain way. He was into Ziggy Stardust and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, and he had the preppy handbook. Back in the 80s, he had the preppy handbook and wanted to dress differently. So I think that's, and then I had, like I said, the brother who was cute and he was dark skinned, you know, it was guys hating on him. He was a guy that was attractive. It was guys hating on him. He had the curled lashes and everything, but he was so big. I mean, as in he was tall and everything and athletic. So, you know, people, you know, but he definitely had haters. But yeah, my one brother who did happen to be light skinned. So in considering how my brother was jumped on at times and people attacking him and he eventually going into drugs and stuff, I would never want anybody to be jumping on I love all my brothers. Do you understand? Including those who are mixed with black, because I am from that generation where we did see them as part of the black family. Do you understand what I'm saying? This ain't about trying to possess and control and have them as our slaves. Absolutely not. I'm sorry. I can't speak for these younger females today, but yeah, and so I did, if you can remember, I did that live stream. I said, well, why don't we talk about it? You know, like if there's this downfall of dark skin, I said, so, you know, because if you remember, I talked about like, how did we go from like when you consider in the past, you had, you know, lighter skinned men. And when I say lighter skin, I'm gonna have to include those also who are mixed. All right. Considering that they were a part of what eventually became the black community. They were considered Negro colored. We all were at one time. Okay, so I do have to give that consider. Yes, I know that there are people, oh, we're not black. But yo, by law, I mean, I have to give that consideration, okay? And also what they refer to themselves as, and also the community that they had no choice but to grow up in. That was no fault of our own, okay, before y'all blame black people, all right? Maybe you can talk about how we are today, but we can't go look at black people back then, you know, because they were part of because black is not just about race, but ethnicity as well. All right. So they were part of the black ethnicity. That's for sure. Okay.
Isn't Juicy Fruity mixed and she says she's black, right?
Right, because she's older than both of us. She's like,
that's what I said.
Right.
So how can you tell her what she is?
Right, like Benzino. If you were to go tell them that, especially considering what they experienced, like somebody talking about my mama with my niece. I'm like, do you understand? My mama is from Mississippi. She was born in the 1950s, 40s, raised in Chicago, one of the most segregated cities. Do you know how crazy you sound thinking you can make my mama feel bad for raising her grandchild as a black? And that you got to understand too, it was her black family who took her in and raised her. Do you understand? How you gonna tell my mama what name or whatever to put on the child that she raised? She chose to raise. Do you understand what I'm saying? Who she stepped in and raised. Do you understand? If she
how would your mama know how to teach her how to be white? Like she's only gonna know how to teach her how to be what she is. Like
right, you know, even Rosa Parks would be laughing at the shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all don't get it. Okay, you have to understand this is not just about what's in your DNA exactly. Okay, it's also about culture, ethnicity, society, law. You understand? Things that we actually initially had no control really over. Okay. But yeah. So now, yeah, okay. If y'all want to talk, there's nothing wrong with you want to identify your mom and your dad. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. But you have to understand, we're not just talking merely. Of course, you got to be of the black race to some degree to be of the black. And I understand why they want to drop the one drop rule today. But them going back and talking, saying, "Oh, Frederick Douglass," who I don't believe is biracial, and I explained that. If that's not black history, yes, that is black history because that is part. His mom was black. Much of what he learned is from black culture. You could say, if you want to say it's white history, too, fine. But it is black history because it is part of the black ethnicity, or what we would now the black experience. If you want to say the Negro, you know, or whatever, okay, that's like saying that you can't say that you're considering mom and dad. If you understand what I'm saying. But anyways, and I'm okay with them saying that that's part of biracial history. That's fine. But to say that absolutely that's not black history, are you kidding me? How is it not when he had a total black experience? It's also about ethnicity, heritage, culture. And that's to say, and he himself said he learned much of what he learned from his mama. So that's totally erasing. Yeah, but anyways, like I talked about, how is it that we went from yeah, like I said, okay, because lighter skinned men in the past, like when you consider, you know, Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X, who were definitely respected by many in the Negro or Black community, And Muhammad Ali, he was definitely seen as, like almost like a heroic, like definitely. And then you had, Huey Newton. My uncle had one of these photos, him sitting there with my mama's younger brother. Yeah, he was also a little different from the rest of the family. He had one of these pictures of him sitting in the straw chair, And then, but I
In
wanted
a
to.
baby shower chair. That's a baby shower chair.
Oh my gosh, they made this a baby shower chair.
Yeah,
Oh my
everybody have that during a baby shower. You never seen that?
no! So
That's
now
a
they
baby shower
a
chair.
baby shower chair. Oh my gosh! This is how things
That's a baby shower chair. I don't know why he's sitting in there.
just like Pride now. Now when I see a Pride T-shirt, now back in the 90s, I would have thought something different. Okay, Pride. But now I see somebody wearing a Pride T-shirt. I gotta question that. There I just.
Lashie, what you think about that little boy who got killed in Mississippi? Nolan.
I've been purposely trying to not learn about it. I just know it's something about a drowning. I don't know the details. I'm kind of not wanting to know about it.
You know, Sinji calling the baby a coon. He only 18. She called girl. She said, I think the mother had him killed. I was like, something wrong with. That's when I know she's got mental illness problems for real.
Y'all ain't gonna believe me, but I believe she's a monarch for real and a plant. See, that's the thing. She's got to desensitize. They got to desensitize you to their lies.
I think she's a robot.
That's what they do. They automatically to halt you from having any sympathy.
Mm-hmm.
Halt you from having any sympathy. They got to come up in here right away, just like how Tommy used to do. And like when that what's her name, Kanika Jenkins was found dead in the freezer. That's the way. Oh, before anybody feels sorry for this person, I got to come up in here and and look at she's in the photo holding up a middle finger. That means she's a slut and don't deserve to live and deserve to die in the freezer. You see, this is the stuff they do. Like when she with Kobe Bryant calling him maggot food and all this kind of stuff. These people, and you see, you got to be a really sick person, like I was pointing out with O'Shea Jackson. There's no consider. Yeah, we could talk about, because I do see some of these headlines, like I guess they're showing him with white friends, and I'm seeing some of these topic titles.
Mm-hmm.
So I can imagine people are, I guess they're saying like this may be the result of assimilation. We could talk about, like I talked about, like with the Columbine, incident and the black boy. With the Columbine incident, the black boy that happened to be the one black victim, and they only took him out merely because he was black. Talking about what I got an NIGGER, and and I said so. Yeah, and I talked about how his family probably thought that this was a better community, and so yeah, I made the him living in Denver, Colorado. That's what had happened, right? He probably felt that we're moving in a better, and yeah, we could talk about that and make an example of how the grass is not necessarily greener on the other side of town. Or these aren't better friends, but to just straight up be calling him a coon, we have to be sensitive in how we talk about this. You know what I'm saying? Just like I know there was some people disappointed when I talked about Kobe Bryant, and when I saw I didn't him doing some things that, and I said I did that, beware of Black Mamba. I was trying to warn people, beware when you're embracing things that are like that are representing death and satanic things and stuff like that, and you bring in evil. And some people felt, and I was not saying that Kobe Bryant deserved to. I was not saying that at all. I said it's just like if I had to tell somebody, But I do understand some people maybe they felt the time is too soon. But like I said, I have also talked about. Let's say if I talk about you avoiding drugs, and I use my sister's death as an example. Of course, I love my sister, right? But I still want you, not do drugs and not make that, understand things that I felt that could have been prevented. Why wouldn't I talk about it? If it is my belief that we need to be careful in attracting demonic energy, but I would not say, oh, Kobe deserved to die, because I know I have watched an abundance in my life of horror movies and stuff and things like, and you know what I'm saying? And even things I didn't even realize were bad symbols and all of that. So this is just me. Talking on, I even, talked the same with Aaliyah, but what was I saying? I'm sorry. What I was saying, so like, I remember I had talked about this, like, how did we go to, and I said, though, we do also have to consider how there have been lighter skinned men who kind of contributed to this. Like, as much as I love Prince and Morris Day, and I'm gonna defend them, but yeah, because I had like peeped something looking at Under the Cherry Moon, right? And I used to love that movie. But Prince was purposely playing on that whole androgyny. And people like Prince also being influenced by the Little Richards. Jesse Johnson, as you see him right here, Jesse Johnson is the third person you see. Doggone it. Trying to click on this image.
Rick James said he copped his style.
Right. That's what Rick James claimed. And we know Rick James was a browner skinned, as well as Jesse Johnson. And Jesse Johnson said, claiming that the third person you see here, who was best friends with Prince, he claimed that, they were influenced by David Bowie and Little Richard. And and also, you had these baby boomers, especially the ones.
James Brown. I don't care. James Brown too, right? The dancing part.
Well, yeah, with the dancing. He did perm his hair, but a lot of them guys, it wasn't seen as perming your hair wasn't necessarily seen as it was seen as assimilating, but it wasn't necessarily seen as anything androgynous, being that you got white heterosexual men with straight hair and but with all this, with the makeup and all of that, it kind of, I think those baby boomers, some of them baby boomers, especially the ones born in the 1950s, like the late 50s, they were very much influenced by like those of the silent generation, like the David Bowies and before, and like Little Richard and stuff, who may have been in the GI generation. They saw, I think they saw it as rebellion, like we're going to go against the norms. If they say men should dress like this, we're going to dress like, I don't think it was necessarily about them being of the XYZ, but like a thing of rebellion with the baby boomers, right? This also being a reflection of the sexual revolution, like even when you think of the name Prince and the Revolution and Prince. So what I was trying to talk about, like even when you look at the symbolism, now when I was younger, oh my gosh, I thought these guys were just sexiest things. When I was before Bobby Brown and all that, I thought these guys were so sexy and just and they were in the mid 80s. You did, like the whole Minneapolis clan and but this is also what contributed, because so there is a responsibility on the part of lighter skinned guys too, because this is what could, nobody made them, this whole idea of light skinned men being pretty, because but come to find out that they said though that this was Jerome's idea, holding up the mirror. Like he's the one. And what's funny, my mama, she had a big crush on Jerome. She thought, and before y'all go at my mama was also attracted. She's very much attracted also to Gregory Hines, who was a light-skinned brother. Okay, if I would talk about my mom's crushes. Okay, but my mom was definitely, when we watching Purple Rain, she thought Jerome she thought he was very attractive. She was attracted to him. You understand, my mama never remarried, so I would hear the people my mama talked about were fine and attractive. And
my mama had a type. She liked what's that guy from the Colt 45?
Billy D.
Billy D. And then a guy from Miami Vice.
Female, right? That's what I do want to address. Yeah, I gotta address what Tariq said. I got tired of that. I gotta address what he was saying. This light skin, because he points out one side when he's talking about the 80s, but he don't point out another side though too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very biased. But yeah, I said, because you see, Prince knew what he was doing. He had this utopia kind of idea, Paisley Park. Because think about it, when one of his first hit songs, Controversy, and I remember when the song was brand new. I remember. I was a young child, but I remember. And but that was his first hit that I guess got a little more mainstream attention before 1999. Now, black folks, we knew him mainly from I Want to Be Your Lover. That was the first hit on black radio stations. I Want to Be Your Lover. And even that song, he would say little things. I want to be your mother and your sister too. I want to be your, and I ain't gonna lie, like when I used to listen to If I Was Your Girlfriend, when I was I was just, oh my gosh, he is so sexy. But he
really?
Yes, I was in love with Prince. And I was a young girl, 13. I shouldn't have been listening to that. But I was like, would be laying there listening to Prince, and he was just like the sexiest thing ever to me. And
oh my God.
Yes, I was crazy. I made Prince paper dolls. I was crazy for this guy. I was obsessed. A lot of girls, yeah, that was the thing. And he was able to get away with things that other brothers wouldn't. You know, like a guy going, oh, and all that stuff. And, you know, just like Ready for the World. That was a thing of the 80s. You know.
Oh, feminine.
Right, I don't know what that was about, but that was a thing of the 80s. Girl. And even dude from Ready for the World, he said he did that because he saw the girls was attracted to it. So he didn't care what people thought, you know. Yeah, I think that was from that 70s influence. See, this is the influence of the whole counterculture of the 60s and 70s going into the 80s. So I thought, yeah, but if you think about it, Prince songs like "If I Was Your Girlfriend," where he's got his voice, he would speed up his voice. It was all his voice, but he would have his voice layered on the song, where he would be sped up sounding, where his voice would be sounding higher pitched. You remember, and that was my favorite album, Sign of the Times. So even though Prince has a rather deep voice, actually, but he would speed up his voice where it was sounding, and then also he would have his voice sounding deep in the song, kind of like a city. And he knew what he was doing.
He's a genius.
Like, would you run to me if somebody hurt you? If I was your girlfriend, even if that somebody was me, if I was your girlfriend, would you let me watch you enjoy that? I was like, ooh, this guy is so sexy. I was a young girl listening to
He's a freak. Like I never like I liked Prince's music, but I thought he was like freaky. I liked I told you when I was
ooh, some of them songs. Wait, what happened to you, shorty? The sound went out, honey.
oh, hold on, you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
I said when I was like 5, I liked grown men like Apollo Creed from Rocky. Like I liked like grown manly men. Like
Yeah, well, that's good.
I think Mr. T was handsome.
I mean, I'm not saying he wasn't handsome.
And he had good cereal.
That's good. But I don't know, but it's also my brothers would listen to the Prince and stuff. And they was even some of my brothers trying to, because they felt that this guy got the ladies. So, you know, yeah, my brother, it was a lot of brothers in the hood looking up to like Prince, Morris Day, and like before that, Rick James. Yeah, they was looking up to, but you got to understand, Prince became the more dominant one, and he happened to be light-skinned. That was a thing in the 80s with the baby hair. And
your brothers wasn't listening to like Run DMC and stuff? Maybe because I'm from the East Coast.
They was listening to that too. I'm wondering, is there a difference? Because it's interesting you say that, because you know with the movie Crush Groove, movie Crush Groove, okay, they said, I remember Sheila E. recently, not that long ago, a couple of years ago with Sway in the Morning, doing an interview saying that because they were actually performing in front of a real New York, you know, at the club, they were really actually at the Fever and all of that. Yeah, so that was a real audience, a real Black New York audience. Okay, so they weren't just actors, and you know, and she said that they were booing it. I said, what? When she performed Love Was, I thought everybody, you know, I'm in the Midwest, like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. Looking
my
at
brothers ain't like Prince. They ain't like
they said they were in I said, I thought everybody. You know, so like, you see, y'all New Yorkers, y'all are just a little too rough. But I thought that
I live across the bridge. Don't call me a New Yorker.
New Jersey, y'all ain't no. In fact, y'all people in New Jersey, I think that y'all are even more. How do I describe it?
Territorial.
Than what is it?
Territorial.
Yes, I'm thinking concrete. I don't know. Y'all more this is too we can't say this is too soft. This is too y'all because I thought everybody because I was like, this is the coolest, maybe because I'm a female, I don't know. But I thought that everybody, I was really shocked to hear that because I thought we all thought that was so cool with the whole Minneapolis and Maserati because it was brothers.
No, I never heard my brothers listening to no Prince. Now I heard them listening to that girl, Lisa in the Coat Jam.
Wait, you said they were listening to freestyle. That's what I'm saying.
What's their name?
Yeah, Lisa Coat Jam. Y'all freestyle came out of New York. Come on now.
Oh, so they basically still listening to all New York stuff, you say?
I mean, but y'all, New York was into house music like Chicago. Come on, now
Yeah.
New York is disco. Come on. If anything, New York with that androgyny acceptance kind of influenced Chicago. Now house music is Chicago. Don't get it twisted. But I'm talking about that whole openness when it came to the club atmosphere or disco atmosphere. Chicago wasn't quite open yet to partying with gays and all that. It was actually them New York DJs, like Frank Knuckles and that one dude that owned the well. They kind of opened up Chicago to that culture, if you will.
You
Now,
know what they did? They
I was
did play some sorry to cut you. I'm so sorry to cut you off. I'm so sorry. They did play that song. Remember that song when you was little? You make me feel mighty real.
now Sylvester, he was the West Coast.
I know, but they played that at
Because
cookouts and
there's
stuff.
also a difference between the Bronx, because the Bronx seemed to have a little more to boogie. Whereas the rest of New York, they all like Ryan Nielsen, like that's why I felt also what, with the hip, that's why I think people started leaning towards the West Coast because New York started getting a little too rugged. I'm like, y'all forgot that y'all dance too. Y'all, like, what happened to the danceable stuff? Y'all and I think especially New Jersey, y'all too rugged. I think y'all just like as if this is too gay or this is too R&B or this is too,
No, because they did like when I was growing up. Remember, they used to be doing a percolator and stuff. Like they like club music, like thugs like club music.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
They was doing a percolator. It was like dudes who look like Onyx doing a percolator.
That's what I'm saying. I'm glad you mentioned Onyx because and I'm supposed to be a former tomboy, right?
Right.
I felt that like with Onyx, I felt that was so male. I do like the look. It was so let the boys be boys. I remember my friend was like,
and yeah, remember them two Mash Out Posse. We like that kind of music.
I was with EPMD, the headbanger. I could get that. But I felt like by the time with the Onyx, I felt like almost like no girls allowed. That's what I kind of felt with the Onyx. Let the boys be boys. Like, okay, like even a girl like you're not even allowed. That's what I felt like. It was like almost like it's getting so much, almost like because you got to be careful when it's on that extreme too, because then it can form a bromance, like with this manosphere.
Yeah, like they remember that dancing they was copying off of white kids like Onyx, like what you call that when they be running into each other, mashing their heads and stuff.
Right.
That crazy stuff. It was dangerous on a teenage dance floor.
Like, okay, like that's how I was feeling. And it was like the boogie was leaving. Because I'm like, what happened to the boogie down Bronx? Like, what happened? And eventually, like even in hip hop, no more electronica music because I guess that's too gay. That's too. But I think that's also what shifted. Because I remember in the mid '80s, and that's why I got to play this audio of Tariq Nasheed.
Go ahead.
In the '80s, you did have like let's say 1985, '86 being the prime. The Minneapolis sound, they were definitely dominant, helping to keep it funky. But it was, if we were to say like biracial American music or mulatto American music, even though, yeah. If we were to say Minneapolis, they were kind of tapping into, because somehow, even though it was definitely black adjacent and being funky, but it was still where it could appeal, not as much bass. Like Prince was able to do that, like with When Doves Cry, make a funky song without a lot of bass. And it was still able to appeal with the electric guitar and all that where white kids could, you know what I'm saying? But yet it was still funky. In Minneapolis, they were helping to keep it funky. Of course, I'm also credit people like Rick James and Cameo. But yeah, Minneapolis, they were really, but they also, it was like this multicultural kind of, yet still in a way underground, but that they were doing. And like with Prince, with this idea of Paisley Park, even when you listen to the songs, black and white don't matter. Even like with his first song, one of his first hits, Controversy. Am I black or white? Am I straight or gay? He wanted to play along that. Like Prince always said that he believed that to get the female, he believed that you got to tap into he believed him being a quote unquote Gemini, which, you know, our birthdays around each other. I'll just say that. Of course, years apart. That's why I also felt connected with Prince. He felt that he believed in this duality idealism. He believed, even though he supposedly like a Christian, but he believed in but he had a kind of warped idea of the Bible, and and he believed that we all had a masculine and feminine side, and he felt that he tapped into his feminine side. He believed that he even spoke on this, tapping into this feminine side to get with the ladies. And some could say maybe that worked. I don't know, for some reason, and maybe because we were brainwashed from the 70s and from the whole sexual revolution. You know, some of us were attracted. It was a black guy who was saying Prince got away with things other guys could not get away. And we can say Rick James, and he wasn't the only one. But Prince gets words. Other females, we say this guy is a jerk. Because even when you look at the movie Purple Rain, though, he was an abuser. She should have hooked up with Morris Day. Apollonia would have been better with Morris Day. Prince
slapped her, remember?
We still felt for Prince. Well, of course, we see in his background, it going by the movie, that is. Okay, he said that wasn't his life, but it might have been a little some truth to that. But he said that wasn't his life. But if we were to go by the movie, you know, of course you couldn't help but feel sorry because he had this abusive dad, and it also showed that if you're, you know, that could kind of pass to your children, witnessing that. His mom getting, you know, somehow we still felt more sorry for Prince's character, even though he smacking the hell out of, wasn't they just saying, I'm joining. He pushed her Apollonia on the ground and was about to, tricked her into getting into the water naked, Lake Minnetonka. He was really his character was a jerk in the movie. And yet, I'm not saying I'm attracted to somebody who's, but when I still was so attracted to Prince. But I was also a young girl. You know, you understand. I was also a young girl, didn't have my father, didn't really have my father in my life. So I had my older brothers, and, you know, and I didn't have my, you know, so when you're young and you may get a warped idea of what a sexy guy is, because I was still like a preteen. I was so attracted to Prince, you know. Reeve, how you doing? No, you not. No, you, what you say? So Prince and Lil Nas X. No, I
want to say that. I don't know why y'all trying to act like Prince is not bi. Y'all keep wanting.
No, he was not.
You don't know what that man did. You don't know what that man did. I think he was bi.
He did little antics with Andre Simone on stage. You got a lot of
girl bi. Girl bi.
We're gonna be fighting, shorty.
Girl, Prince let y'all know when he came to that award thing with his booty cheeks out, he was about business. He was about that life, girl. Stop playing.
That wasn't attractive to me. I wasn't attracted to that.
But you like him, somebody who had their whole booty.
But you see, I'm being honest. I am calling things out now that I am older and mature. Because like I had pointed out when I had did my live stream, maybe I'll shorten it or something. I have pointed out, but I hate that you got some of these people who took what I said and ran, even though you know that they were coming against me, but then y'all gonna take what I was talking about later.
They're gonna take your ish, girl.
Yeah, don't take the talking points I made that they weren't thinking about before that. But I did this. I took it from, this is me taking from what I really did some years ago, the so-called, and you see I got it in quotation, downfall of light-skinned men. And I said, okay, if you look in the earlier, okay, because you got to think about, okay, I also noticed there's a video like somebody saying that, okay, when dark-skinned women are, what's the word, masculine, you know, when they're portrayed as masculine, that automatically results in light-skinned men being seen as feminine, right? That's what they're claiming. But, I mean, that's something really interesting to think about. But I don't think that's necessarily the case because you did have a time where light-skinned women were always, you know, in the Black community, going back to, let's say, we can go way back to the 1920s, you know, communities in the early 20th century. Like I shared on a book on the history of Chicago and stuff, and talking about the preference for lighter-skinned women. And yet this did not necessarily have this negative effect on light-skinned men. You understand what I'm saying? It didn't back then. And yeah, even though you've kind of always had them being put as a preference, but it didn't always affect light-skinned men directly, as far as I know. Okay, as far as I know. And also we'd have to look in, why doesn't that apply with white men then? You know, if now, yes, I have heard like with the fair, supposedly fair, meaning even though it meant originally just beautiful, but young and beautiful woman, but in fair now being equated to beautiful, and you know, and you know, like Snow White, and yeah, we've also heard the equivalent tall, dark, and handsome, right? Like a Clark Gable, I guess. But it really hasn't had an effect on white people or Latino people like that, or other people. You understand what I'm saying? So why is it just with black people though? So I don't think it's just that, because there was a time, even when lighter skinned women were still shown as preferences, like Dorothy Dandridge, but they would also show lighter skinned men. Now, I don't know how the talk was inside the community because I wasn't alive then, but I do know, like in cinema, you still and you know had yeah, y'all remember I did this live stream here. Yeah, and I go through a timeline, and I kind of go through a timeline of lighter skinned men. Now we could talk also about the colorism with the Nation of Islam, come to find out. But yeah, but these lighter skinned men who I don't think nobody was seeing them as punks or chumps, or I don't know. Because I know when I was a child, now, you know, Muhammad Ali definitely, and by that time, of course, he was Muhammad Ali. My memory's going back to the 70s. He was seen as a hero. And like I also remember in the movies, like the early 80s, you had Leon Isaac Kennedy. There was the movie Penitentiary where they had the, you know, there could have been some colorism, you know, like Leon Isaac Kennedy being this boxer in the Penitentiary movies, and like him boxing. Oh, they had Ernie Hudson's character. Terrible in Penitentiary too, you know, the way that he was very, yeah, that was very stereotypical. But I know I go into this whole thing like a darker skinned man that was seen as sexy in the 70s, and then what happened in the 80s, how things kind of began to shift a little bit, you know, going into the barge and all of that. So when was it exactly that lighter skinned men started being seen as soft? And but you gotta understand, we went from, and Lyndon Honor also talked about in his documentary, he had Alonzo from the World Class Wrecking Crew. He said how he used to look up to Huey Newton, right? Look up to Huey Newton and the Black Panthers and how they dressed. But then you had the, you know, with some of the films of what was referred to as the Blaxploitation era, talked about how now they're looking up to Superfly, the Black Pimp, you know, and Ron O'Neal being a light-skinned brother, you know, or mixed brother. Yeah. And now he's saying he went from wanting to dress like Huey Newton with the natural fro and you know, and then now want to look like Superfly. And I'm not saying that straight hair automatically mean that you're less, the straighter the hair, the more feminine. Not necessarily saying that, but you got to remember, Superfly was playing a pimp, and supposedly part of the pimp philosophy or idealism is that you got to look flyer than the women. You got to be prettier than the women, and that's another thing too. This whole idea, you know, of light-skinned men being pretty and referring to themselves, because even Muhammad Ali, you know, you hear him, he would refer to himself as pretty, using terms like pretty. And usually, I don't know what that or originates with, but you know, referring to the men as pretty, but you still saw him as strong though, you know. But we just, you know, it just sounds cool, funny. I can't say how far back that go or the origin of that in black slang, referring to men as pretty. But yeah, so when you look at Superfly, and men that are more worried about how they look than women, which is, I guess, part of, like with people like Iceberg Slim. Let me, hold on. I ain't got no images up here. And this whole aesthetic of the pimp, now I believe he's a brown skin, this idea of the pimp, not just having your hair. See, there's a difference between like the way Nat King Cole may have straightened his hair. It was still seen as a masculine, assimilated look, but not necessarily feminine. Whereas with the whole pimp, you know, trying to look flyer than the woman. What? The Lost Interview. What the Charles Manson? What the heck is this about? But yeah, this idea, I gotta look flyer, I gotta wear more jewelry than a woman. I gotta, you know, because you think of, you know, men ain't supposed to be all sparkly. But this idea that I gotta outsparkle, outshine, I gotta talk more than a woman, you know, because we use stereotype women is talking more. That's why I definitely feel like the pimp, I think that totally goes against the idea of the pimp. It goes totally against the patriarchy and and how the Most High intended for men to be. Because a pimp, they do everything that is opposite of what a man is supposed to do. You're supposed to protect and provide for women. They let the women go out and protect and provide for them, in a sense, even though they supposedly a pimp is protecting, but he's putting his woman in danger, actually, right? He believes that he should outshine a woman. Some of them even paint their nails. They talk more than they woman. They got to always remind them that they are more attractive than they woman. So I think a pimp is like, and this whole thing, and this is what's also interesting, because with the whole Tariq Nasheed, I'm looking into the whole thing with the art of Mackin, and
Tariq is very feminine, by the way.
Yeah. See,
no, he's so feminine to me. I can't take it.
That's the whole thing. I got to be sexier than the woman, in a sense. I got to be not, when masculinity itself is sexy, you know what I'm saying? But especially when you have women, like if a female who did not have like a father in their lives, or at least I could say I did live with my auntie and uncle, and I did witness a man to a degree, and I had older brothers. But yeah, see, like a young female, especially if she never had they may get confused and see this as, but I told you what I initially saw, like with Prince. And also I was attracted to him being such a talented musician, and I love music. But I did see Prince and Jesse Johnson. I saw it as sexy.
You like them booty cheeks out.
No, I didn't see that. See,
I found out you was fresh.
That's what's funny. I didn't see that as sexy, but I think, by that time I was an adult. Because what had changed it for me, and I talked about it when I started, where my obsession with Prince, I still love him, but that obsession I had, it was around the time that hip hop or rap music started becoming even more so prominent and dominant in culture. Okay, and not just we had the b-boy culture earlier on in the 80s, but by the late 80s, and now you got there begin to be more of a, like, after that post Run DMC era, when it begin to even more so appear, at least give a visage of more masculinity. They were no longer, after Run DMC, there was no longer the costumes like Africa Bambaataa or Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five, who are obviously still, these baby boomers, still very much influenced by the 70s and disco and all that. And the costumes and the sequins and all that stuff. Now you got Run DMC, they're wearing leather and they got their arms crossed. And so after the whole Run DMC era, and stuff started getting, and also you had the conscious era of hip hop and stuff. And so around that very same time, and now you got rappers like Big Daddy Kane, dark skin, and he just happened to be a dark skin.
Oh, he was fine. I didn't realize how fine he was until I'm an adult. He was fine.
Yeah,
I was like, now I'm an adult. I looked at him. I was like, woo, that man was.
Right, he happened to be dark skin. Yeah. So, like, I talk about what went from what led to that kind of transition. And so at that very same time, 1988, yeah, Prince had the Love Sexy album. He had the Love Sexy album. And I remember now around this time I had entered high school. I was in high school now, and he had the Love Sexy album. And this is when I stopped. It wasn't so attractive to me what I was seeing here, especially now I'm a little older. I'm not a preteen anymore. I'm being more influenced by, even more so by hip hop. And so that whole thing, this is what kind of ended it for that, also for that Minneapolis era. Like you had the artists like Tamara and Unseen, and you even notice how in the mid 80s, even Soul Train, it became more like American Bandstand. But yeah, and so now I'm looking at Prince, like, this ain't really attractive to me. His hair was a little longer, and yeah, and now it's like, okay, it's looking a little, and this was no longer really attractive to me. Yeah, with this whole look here. And you gotta, when you think about, and also now when I look back, I used to love, I got in a fight with my brother's girlfriend because she turned the TV, me watching Under the Cherry Moon. Yeah, she turned the TV. That's how how dare you gonna come in the house and turn my TV? And I was watching Prince Under the Cherry Moon.
You had a crush on Tevin Campbell when you was a kid?
No, I was Tevin Campbell younger than see Tevin Campbell, y'all young Gen Xers. So I see Tevin Campbell like a little brother.
Oh.
I was like almost an adult when he came out initially. Yeah, I remember Round and Round with Prince and Graffiti Bridge. Yeah. Prince here, and I'm like, so you gotta understand, because at the same time, you got hip hop. So of course, the way I'm seeing now masculinity, that's what I'm saying. Where what happened to hip hop? Now hip hop is beginning to represent this raw masculinity, or at least this facade of masculinity, or perception of masculinity, and it's becoming. You know what I'm saying? Some of them would even paint. When Snoop Dogg had his nails painted, trying to like almost
Then
like
his hair roller set, and then he had those bobos that little girls be wearing in their hair, like them bubble things.
Right. Initially, that was the Snoop Dogg even more so, but initially Snoop Dogg didn't come out. He came out with the fro. He came out because that wasn't the thing. And
but he was cute, right? When he first came out, and he was like a regular guy, like
that initially. Yeah, you did see him tap into it with "It's a Doggy Dog World" '93 video, and I felt that was fail. But yeah, it all started with that whole Superfly.
That murder is the case.
That's why I believe it kind of started. Some people can maybe further back Little Richard, who's brown skin, but But yeah, I would say definitely, okay, you went from the Superfly, but still Ron O'Neal's character was still seen as the man. But I think that's the whole thing, this twisted idea of being a masculine man, but a pimp, but I'm macking women, but I still get the ladies, but I'm macking. And, now they're claiming that the rumors that Rudy Ray Moore, even though I don't know if I totally believe that, but saying that he was, maybe bi or something, Dolomite. But this whole idea of the pimp. And then now in the case of Prince, now he didn't really play on the whole pimp thing, although some could say, Morris Day played into that a little bit. But with Prince, I think with him, it was this whole, like rebel, this whole androgyny, gender bending, purposely breaking the rules. I'm not,
he was a freak.
Yeah, and see also a lot of comparisons of Prince and Sly and the Family Stone. See, this is also, I think, a result of assimilation. This idea of, we're all one. There is no such thing as, you know what I'm saying? Like Paisley Park. And when you look in the origin of the Paisley symbolism that Prince used with the, we're all one. Oh, we need to blur the lines. And we believe if we blur the lines of races and gender and all that stuff, we'll all be free and there'll be peace if we blur the lines and all this stuff and break the rules and all that. And I'm not saying that I believe these men preferred sleeping with the same sex necessarily, but I think they felt that they were doing something revolutionary or something, like this idea of we're going to rebel against tradition, or what they say is. And, Prince was often compared to people like Little Richard. I mean, not Little, well, more so he was compared to, the most comparison I heard with Jimi Hendrix and Sly Stone. And, when you think Jimi Hendrix, you do think, you can't help but think of hippies and, you know what I'm saying, and Haight Ashbury and all that stuff. And then also Sly, definitely with Sly Stone. And he's wearing, lace, he's wearing
Sly Stone.
Huh?
Who is Sly Stone?
Shorty. Shorty. Oh my, stop playing.
Stop to that kind of stuff. What's that? Tell me.
Oh my gosh.
Tell me a song that he sings.
Dance to the music. I am everyday people.
I know those songs, but I didn't know.
No, this is before you were born, and even
no, but I still know those songs. You
know them songs.
Yeah, I do. I know those songs.
The legend, the music legend, who we just lost. Nobody still didn't talk about him enough, in my opinion. Sly Stone.
Oh, I didn't know who that person was. I know those songs, but I didn't know who sang them. I know I'm Everyday People from Fat Albert. Family Affair.
All them songs. Come on now. If you want me to stand. Okay, come on now. Thank you for letting me be myself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know all them songs. I know
And
all.
his band, him coming out of the Haight-Ashbury, the Bay Area, California, the People's Temple. Yeah, his band was like the first, not just black and white, but also male, female, and black and white band, as I believe.
So
Yeah.
Sly Stone was a whole group of
Yeah,
people or one person?
their music definitely represented that post miscegenation era. Uh,
Uh-huh.
yeah, they're just a freak. Um, yeah, so yeah, these were the precursors. He was like the precursor to Prince and the Revolution and all that stuff. What I'm saying is, yeah, so I was making the point in talking about colorism, and there was a responsibility. This is not just a thing, because you got to think about it. This wasn't always so. Even when you had light-skinned women as the preference, like Lena Horne and stuff, you still had Cab Calloway, Duke Ellington. They weren't necessarily seen as sissies or whatever. They weren't seen that way. So what happened? When was it? So I do feel, as much as I love Prince, Prince does kind of have, and the whole thing with the Prince and the like. Okay, they do, and yeah, we could say Rick James, but being that Prince ended up even surpassing, I hate to say Rick James when it came to the success and the influence. Yeah, yeah, Prince, like when you look at Under the Cherry Moon, and that's why he ended up becoming these gifs and stuff for light skin be light. He was, and if you notice, with Under the Cherry Moon, the movie, they chose to have it in black and white. He himself represented, in a way, he kind of represented black and white when you think about it. Because back then we thought that he was directly biracial, right? We thought his mom, just like what you saw in the movie. And if you notice, even like with this poster here, even though this ain't the original poster, but having I told y'all about the symbol, the upside down triangle, and what that symbolizes, right? And but him and Jerome were both acting. Now, when I look back at that movie, even though back then I loved that movie, when I look back on it, and he was in his alter ego character, Christopher Tracy. That was one of his alter egos. The symbolism of the black and white representing duality throughout the movie. And in this movie, he's like playing a male gigolo. And it's a lot of this black and white, whether they wearing polka dots. And Prince knew he knew that. Yeah, now when I look back on that movie, and this was 1986. I loved it back then, but it's like he knew what he was doing and that was the thing. He didn't give a damn what people thought. So there is a kind of responsibility, at least on, and so what happened, and I think this is really where it began, this whole idea of light skin. Now, don't get me wrong, you had DeBarge and them singing in falsetto voices and higher pitched voices, but you also had Michael Jackson, and that was kind of the thing, right? But then there was a certain point, especially as hip hop became more masculine, even more so masculine and dominant. And you had the conscious era of hip hop, and then you also had gangster rap coming up underground and getting more serious. And so, of course, when that became more of the cool thing in the mid 80s, believe it or not, a lot of people saw this as cool. But as the late 80s and now, because even when you look at Eddie Murphy, he's wearing them tight leather pants and stuff, and Rick James, but it's the late 80s and hip hop becoming more and more so the cooler thing, right? The cooler thing, and the cool, and representing masculinity even more so, being as male dominated as it was. This began to look kind of, Prince always still stayed true to what he wanted to represent, but then started looking a little different. We still had
it looked fruity. It's okay, sweetie.
Yeah, right. And I was in high school, so I'm beginning, and he at the same time, 1988. This is the very same year. You got like Eric B. and Rakim. I'm getting into Eric B. and Rakim. I mean, I was always hanging with people, but I was now getting into Eric B. and Rakim, and even more so in hip hop. I'm rapping myself. I'm getting more into hip hop. Also, it might have been influenced my family going to the suburbs for a minute and then coming back to the city. But and also house music was big in the mid 80s, which also
Mhm.
house, because even Prince tapped on it with Sign of the Times, Housequake, and you know, you had the freestyle, and the electronica music was still kind of, well, you know, or at least with the, you know, the synthesizer and all of that. But yeah, now hip hop now, okay, because you think about it, Bobby Brown, okay, that's the example I can use. Bobby Brown, his albums. Now he initially had an album. Where's his earlier album? His first album. I'm trying to find like his earlier, and that didn't really. Let me see. Do I put first album? Or?
You talking about Bobby Brown?
Yeah. See, this didn't really go nowhere. See, this was
Or
him.
the girl next door?
See, this is him. You see, this is more mid '80s. Well, they say this is. I think that's just for the single poster for the single. But see, it was, and he was still dressing suave, and he was still dressing, you know, but it was still more masculine. But it was, but you got to understand. Now we got Eric B and Rakim paid in full, and then we got Big Daddy Kane, where they're showing the dress is sexy, but it's not looking all, you know what I'm saying? It's not looking like, and then he's like, my prerogative. See, this here ended up getting played out, but this was more accepted. You understand? You know what I'm saying? This was now more accepted. Brothers dressing fly, but not so, the suits not so fitted. You know, pants getting looser, like the hammer pants. You know, the pants ain't so tight no more, and you know, they're not just wearing beaters, tank tops, and mesh tops where the belly button showing and all that stuff. You understand what I'm saying? Now they're kind of tapping into the zoot suit era, the New Jack Swing, and yeah, and then if that's how, if they wanted to look fly, or you know, or they were dressing, you know, like a little more like when you think of Eric B and Rakim, and like I said before that, like Run DMC, and they're looking, you know, they're wearing leather, but you know, leather like when you think of tough guy, like both, you know what I'm saying? Not leather as in something S&M, right? Yeah, and so
What's the name of that? Wasn't that the name of their album, Tougher Than Leather?
yeah, right. So it was like a, you know, and that rock influence supposedly. But even with rock, that's what made a lot of that heavy metal played out when it got so much into the hair metal. Now they had already been wearing makeup and stuff since Black Sabbath, but when it really got like Poison,
Hey,
they
they looking too pretty.
yeah, right, exactly. Like Poison, a lot of the rock community, metal community didn't appreciate, but the girls liked it. You know, the girls was liking it, but eventually that was no longer sexy. With men, you know, Poison, they're wearing makeup because at least with Twisted Sister, they tried to look scary. Kiss tried to look scary. Poison were trying to look like females. Like,
Bon Jovi was the first ones looking like girls, right? Bon Jovi.
yeah, I don't remember them really wearing that makeup like
Yeah,
that.
they didn't wear makeup. They didn't wear makeup at all, but they wore like long hair and like wasn't like they pretty-ish looking, like girly looking. Well, they didn't have no makeup and stuff.
Sister like had like Dee Snider wore makeup, but it was like trying to look scary, like that was like supposedly the rebellion. Like I'm shocking, I'm wearing lipstick, but I'm scary, like a scary clown or something. Whereas with the Poison, with Poison, the rock group, they were looking like some damn girls.
Oh, they look like straight up girls.
Like how the grunge and alternative, you know, replaced. Yeah, like you remember with Poison, yeah, the girls was liking this initially.
Cause isn't that when isn't that when you was a teenager? Was it Kevin Cobain or something? Wasn't that when the white girls liked them?
An adult by that time. I mean, by the time at least they blew up to the mainstream with Smells Like. I had just turned an adult.
Smells Like Teen Spirit, but you still was a teenager. What was you, like 18 or something?
Yeah,
around that age or whatever. But you still young enough that you know what I'm talking about.
Right. I had just turned an adult at that time and I was like, this you knew that it was over. You knew that rock music was not going to be the same anymore. But yeah, and so those guys who were like so true to the game in heavy metal, they didn't really like Poison, even though they felt that it was just the girls with Bret Michael and them, but they were looking like. But that was the thing in the mid '80s, like that was, you would think that being that it was supposedly the Reagan era, and I'm talking mid '80s, I ain't talking early '80s, but
Wasn't they out in like the 90s, like Poison and them? Wasn't they out in the early 90s?
No, that they came out in the '80s. Like they were more so like mid to late '80s, mid '80s. Poison. Yeah, because even when you look at Guns N' Roses initially with that
ugly.
with that initial video, they had the big hair and the little makeup initially, but then even they changed their look, because
Axl was ugly. Axl Rose was hideous.
You think it was? You said
he was hideous.
Yeah, and the Guns N' Roses, they eventually kind of ended up having a more almost like late '60s kind of look. I don't know, but initially they was. You look at their first hit, "Welcome to the Jungle." They were that first video. They were with the big hair and the makeup a little bit, and because that was the thing in like '86. And
the black one didn't change though. He always looked the same, right? Slash.
Yeah, Slash always. He kind of, from what I recall, he kind of always had the same look with the hat. And
he didn't want us to see his Negro features.
Well, we saw it with the hair though. But
yeah, you got some black up in you, bro.
His hair was thick and full. Slash. Yeah. What's interesting though, Slash's mom, she passed away. She was a costume designer for David Bowie. That's what's his mom was a black woman who was a costume designer for David Bowie. That's what's even more so interesting. But yeah, I talked about, with that shift. And so you got to understand, and also the voices, the way that guys were singing, like in R&B, because you did have this kind of where you had the higher pitch or these voices, like you think of Force MD's Tender Love, beautiful song. Just like how you had the early setting, like with the Shy Lights and Delphonics, but you definitely had this thing in the '80s where, like Ready for the World being an example, Michael Jackson. Why? Michael wasn't singing in falsetto though. That's the difference. But you did have like the Barge, and it just happened. I think, and even Prince, even though Prince's voice naturally is deeper, but he would like sing some songs where he'd even warp his voice, in the studio to make it sound. Housequake being an example, or how he was singing in Adore, where I think he was singing in falsetto. Yeah, in Adore he was singing falsetto.
That's a beautiful song, right?
Yeah. Oh gosh,
beautiful song.
Black folks, that's gonna be one of our favorites. Adore. That was a beautiful song. Sign of the Time, in fact, was my favorite album. But he wasn't, because Prince actually has a deeper voice. And that's another one too. I'll Be Sure. He actually got a deeper voice when he talked. But, singing that, okay, you see, my voice is so cracked and deep that I can't even, because it can't, because my voice is deep. If I even try to go high. As a woman, even. But yeah, like I'll Be Sure. Yeah, he was still kind of singing in that falsetto. And he was like representing kind of the last of those, of that era, that is, of those lighter skinned brothers singing, that were seen as, the teenage heartthrob or whatever. Because I remember the girls was crazy over Al. And I did not get it with I'll Be Sure.
Yeah, he had like one eyebrow.
Yeah, I was like, and he
no.
Dance was kind of important to me. I didn't see him as ugly or nothing. I just didn't understand why the girl. But then I heard him when I heard him talk, and I was like, oh, I get it. He got a sexy voice. He got a sexy talking voice.
He was so corny. He was so corny to me.
I loved his songs. I ain't gonna front. Those were some beautiful songs. He was a great songwriter, writing for Jodeci. But I didn't understand why the girl, they was crazy over him. But then Bobby Brown, and he's
Bobby Brown,
rugged. He a little more my prerogative, and because I know how black girls like the tough guys. Look, there was a time in the '80s where the girls was liking this sensitive guy, right? The Ralph Tresvant, like
sensitivity.
Michael Jackson, the Ready for the World. There was a time, and I remember when black girls were more attractive to them. Like there was a song, "Share My Love with You." It was big in Chicago. girl, that type of singing. And my baby went. Do y'all remember that? Don't go. My baby went away. It was a time, just like in the 70s, early 70s, where, them kind of voices were, but at the same time, you also had Luther and Freddie. That's what was, they had actually deeper voices. Now, before that, in the 70s, you had the Barry White, Isaac Hayes, Teddy Pendergrass. You in the early 80s, but there was the time where I think Michael Jackson had an influence on that, where now it's like these voices that are more tender, if you will. But those are beautiful songs, Tender Love. And a lot of brothers were singing like that, and girls was liking it. And the guy, see, y'all blame us when y'all want thugs. No. See, girls was listening to them sensitive songs. And the brothers, they the ones who decide it's my prerogative. And so then we begin to see that as, okay, this is cool now. It's my prerogative and all that. Just like with Janet Jackson Control, like there was a time when but it was, I think it was Climax. They started with the black girl attitude stuff.
What they sing? You gotta tell me what you telling me the people names. What do Climax sing?
Climax. The men on pause when
I know that song.
They were like.
I just don't know who's singing.
Yeah, old girl Bernadette Cooper. She became like the female equivalent to Morris Day.
Oh, really?
And I remember she put together a girl group, just that type of girl, like girl talking about she'll take your money and stuff. Just that type of girl. Yeah, I mean, so if we were to really, but let me play some of what Tariq Nasheed is saying. Yeah. And let me because I was making the point, like with the whole thing, we do got to kind of look at, look, don't totally blame black folks. There is some personal responsibility here because they did, because even Muhammad Ali, but he didn't, act pretty or nothing, but talking about being pretty and all this this is what I get mad at. Because remember when I talked about this, I said it was kind of like the nail in the coffin with the New Jack Swing scenes, the New Jack City scene when Wesley Snipes stabbed him in the hand, Christopher Williams. Oh yeah, he was one of the last of them lighter skinned brothers. But
he sang deep.
Right, he had a deep voice. And I did find Christopher Williams. I used to find him to be attractive and sexy. I didn't really, I didn't really see what the girls screaming over, but I did see more. And obviously, as I was taking it, my mind was changing. You see, my perception of what was sexy and masculine obviously was also beginning to change.
Yeah, I like Wesley.
Yeah, I did see Christopher Williams.
Wesley's nice.
New Jack City. That's not with the suits on. It was more Christopher Williams when he was singing. That's what was more attractive. Not character in New Jack City, all looking, not saying that I don't like a man dressing nicely, but it was more what I saw in the videos that I was more attracted to. He's wearing this little suspender. If I'm dreaming, then just let me. My favorite was Promises. Because I was kind of digging, his singing. Yeah, he had a deeper, strong.
Yeah, he could sing. I like to sing.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I was attracted to Wesley Snipes too, but I became attracted to Wesley Snipes when I saw Mo Better Blues. Of course, I ain't like him in New Jack City, but it was he was more attractive to me in New Jack City. I felt he was more attractive than in. I'm not in New Jack City. In Mo Better Blues, he was more attractive to me than Denzel's character. I don't know. That's when I first started seeing Wesley as attractive to me, and Mo Better Blues, he was the more attractive one, even in Denzel Washington. Even though some of y'all may not.
Yeah, I don't find Denzel Washington attractive. He looked like a cornball to me. He looked mad corny. I don't like how he looked. Like,
well, it was in Wesley Snipes. I began to get. He was attractive to me in Glory. I'm not gonna lie, but I get what you. I know why you're saying that. But I think with Denzel, I think when you see him with facial hair, I think that's a little more attractive. Wesley Snipes, it was Mo Better Blues. That's when I first seeing him as attractive.
And Blade, he was so fine in Blade.
I was attracted to musicians. I think that's another thing that attracted me. Yeah, musicians that was attractive to me. But
Nasheed, you going down a rabbit hole. Show your Tariq video you said you was going to play.
Okay, yeah, let me get to the point that I'm making. Yeah, okay, so you see, there go They go, yeah, Mo Better Blues. I actually felt his character, and in a way, he was kind of less. And I liked the way he was playing the sax, or what was he playing? Forgive me. I think he was a better, instrumentalist than Denzel's character in the movie. Okay, so I think that was what was also more attractive. And Denzel was just a little bit of a jerk in that movie. But yeah. Anyways. Yeah, okay. But like I said, before I go into they took
before you go into Tariq, let me ask you.
But let me get this part out of the way before.
Go ahead.
They took some of the men of that if I guess I'll say Golden Sphere adjacent sector or Melanoid, whatever they became. They took what I said and they took it and ran with it. So in other words, they were listening to me co-sign, but they took the little stuff I said, even though they were coming against me. They took some of the stuff I said and later used it. I'm like, ain't this something? Y'all weren't even talking about this before with the new Jack Swing. And they use this as an example. But the thing is, okay, see, this is an example of colorism. But you must, why you overlook the part where I said, first of all, who was the director, though, of this movie? Okay, where he stabbed him in the hand. Yeah, you could say in that film that was an act of colorism or whatever. I never liked your pretty ass anyway. And I had pointed out that was kind of like almost like that was symbolic of this shift, right? I talked about that. And these perceptions of, men and masculinity and all that in Black culture. I said, but the thing is though, who directed that? Whose idea was that? If y'all feel that movie was colorist against light skin, the director was a biracial man, Mario Van Peebles, who was the son of Melvin Van Peebles, directed. And one of the fathers of what was referred to as later blaxploitation.
He was handsome. I think Mario Van Peebles was handsome.
I can't deny that, but I can't deny that. But he was the director. So could it be said that he was purposely wanted the bad guy to be not only dark skinned, but as dark as Wesley Snipes? I mean, don't get me wrong, he was great for the role, not just because of his complexion, but he was a great actor. He's great for the role. And think about it. Who was the hero in the film? Who ended up beating his ass in the end? The light-skinned dude, Ice-T's character. He was the hero. So some could say, did he purposely direct the film where the lighter and whiter skinned guys look like the heroes or the good guys? You got Judd Nelson from the Brat Pack. Yeah. And yet you got the dark-skinned dude, Pookie. Look at his lips all powdered, extra chalky looking, almost like a blackface, the crackhead. And then you got Wesley Snipes, demonic, killing his light-skinned brother. So when you think about it, like if we're gonna really go there, I don't think that Mario Van Peebles was maybe thinking that, but some things are so subliminal, so embedded in us that we may not even be considering. Oh, I'm gonna cast the light skin for this. Oh, these things could be embedded in us. So how do y'all know that Mario Van Peebles, if y'all mad at that movie, that's his movie, that was his idea, and I'm pretty sure he was behind the casting or had the final say so. But anyways, going into because in the end, who was the one who ended up whooping his ass? And it was Ice-T in the end. So y'all, if y'all gonna talk about things, if you're gonna stop using just certain points only when convenient, okay? Only when convenient. But because I know that some of y'all just want to stress that Black is bad or this is bad or that is bad, and that does not help I don't think that's helping what you're saying. I definitely, I'm not against brothers. Of course, I don't want any brothers, including those who are mixed with Black, I don't want anybody to be unfairly attacked, harmed, jumped on, being portrayed as some sort of stereotype that goes against whether it's their masculinity, femininity, or whatever. And I'm not mad at them for addressing that. If there are people making these videos, light-skinned niggas is soft and weak, and because these things, this kind of propaganda, it can be dangerous. And the same with light-skinned women. So why would I be okay with that? Why would I be all right with that? But if y'all was, but that shows me they were listening to what I was saying. They were just pretending not to. But okay. So let's summon him what he's saying here, and because as always, things end up going longer than I thought. And that's on me, not you, Shorty. I'm glad you up here though, because it makes for a more interesting conversation. But okay, light skin. Let me make sure I got this sped up. Okay.
What's going on, B Brown? Where you calling from, Birmingham?
Oh yeah, press one once y'all able to hear this loud enough, clear enough.
Oh, okay, that's right next to Birmingham. What's on your mind today, player?
Well, I think you got a topic up there. You're talking about light skin or black skin and sister.
Okay, press one if y'all can hear this loud enough, clear enough. By the way, okay, when I looked up what year this was, let me see what year this was. Oh gosh, I thought I looked at. I believe it was. I looked it up. I think it was 2009, but I'll make sure to check again because you need to know when he was talking about these things.
Yeah, man. I've been getting a lot of
press one if you can hear it loud enough, clear enough, or you can tell me, Shorty, if, But I'd rather y'all in the chat room.
emails, and I got an email from one of my MySpace partners talking about how some brothers think that light-skinned girls are better than dark-skinned girls. Some guys give light-skinned girl props just because they're light-skinned. What's your take on that?
Well, me, I dated a lot of dark-skinned girls.
All right.
And I'm trying now with light-skinned girls, and I see that a lot of light-skinned girls cool.
Okay.
They're cooler than dark-skinned sisters.
Why do you?
Okay, this is March 2009, by the way. Remember, I said, and there's a month before that whole Asia thing too.
Dated a lot of dark-skinned girls.
All right.
And I'm trying now with light-skinned girls, and I see that a lot of light-skinned girls cool.
Okay.
They're cooler than dark-skinned sisters.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I look at a lot of dark-skinned sisters. They think because they have that, that big butt and everything, they want to be on some hoe type shit.
So you're saying that the dark ones are hoish, more hoish?
Yes.
All right, Playo. All right, thanks for the call, man. All right, well, that's the subject for the day, y'all. We're talking about light-skinned girls versus the dark-skinned girls. It's going to be a controversial topic today.
So why is he feeling the need to have these? I mean, we talk about colorism up in here, but I do feel that, this was part of an agenda, a divisive agenda, okay?
And before I forget, this is February 1st. Today's show is brought to you by Mac Less.
Well, actually, February 1st, okay? But it's 2009. But it says March when I looked it up, March 2009.
.com. And also, today is when we're doing the special 1-hour edition of the Mac Lessons radio show. Macking for Money is actually an hour and 20.
I haven't heard the subject on the radio, but the topic is light-skinned girls versus dark-skinned girls.
Yes, what's your take on that?
I personally don't think that men either one is better. I think men are less selective than women about as far as skin color is concerned.
Okay.
So I don't really think one is better than the other. You know what I noticed though is that when I was going to college,
yeah,
me and you, my complexion is comparable to yours.
Okay.
And what I noticed is that more light-skinned girls will give me action than darker-skinned girls.
Okay. I think that a lot of dark-skinned girls are into the high yellow dudes, especially dark-skinned girls from the hood. They like them high yellow dudes and the light-skinned dudes because these dark hood rat girls, they be wanting their kids to turn out mixed looking. You know what I'm saying? But
and another thing too, I think.
So making overly generalizations, even though he has mixed kids, but
And why is it a versus?
Right.
Only men would do that versus.
Why is that? Would that just be? See, but you actually do have mixed kids, and I'm not saying nothing against the kids, but but of course with him that's different though. There are still, okay, if he say so. Even though I still see more darker skin, brown skin, and darker skin women with men who are dark. And this is what's funny because they just showed like this compilation. I don't know, but that's today. Maybe things change of females saying that on Pop the Balloon, even though I think that's a propaganda show, but saying that women of brown skin and dark skin, saying they prefer dark skin men. They don't want to be a light skin man. This is the funny thing. Now he's saying that the sisters preferred, especially the dark ones, prefer black. But then I'm hearing on the other end, you have light-skinned men saying women, but especially light-skinned women, or they prefer dark-skinned men. They all saying that light-skinned men are soft. And they say this, that even black women, even darker skin, or they'll say that they secretly want light-skinned men, but they feel they gotta say that dark-skinned men oh, they got to say light skinned men, this, and that. That's what I'm saying. Which is it? Okay, which is it? Because they're saying it's about black women of all shades. One minute they prefer darker skin, or they prefer thugs, or they, you know what I'm saying? It's like, which is it? Because I'm also hearing this very same thing for men who happen to be lighter skin. Well, they're saying this even more so with lighter skinned women, especially if they're biracial, that they prefer darker skinned men. But they've been saying this on black women, period, that they've been throwing light skinned men under the bus, that they have been, but somebody showed a compilation of women, unless they feel that these women are just fronting. But don't get me wrong. I do believe that these are some cases. And like I even talked about, perhaps even in the case of my sister, but I also talked about, something more personal that happened with her. Okay, and this could be definitely the case with some people, because we do know these are also the effects of racial brainwashing over the years, and and hey, maybe also maybe also they wanted their kids to. How about this, Tariq? Maybe they wanted their kids to, maybe they feel that life would be better for their kids, if this is what you believe, because especially with the rhetoric that you have been spewing, people like you and the like. But I'm not saying that's an excuse, though.
Is that women's selection of men has a lot to do with procreation, even if they're not trying to have no baby.
Yeah.
But who they see that they can have children with has a lot to do with who they deal with. Because like I said, I notice I get a ton of light-skinned girls all day long.
Yeah.
But women who are either my shade or darker than me, I didn't get that much action from it. My skin complexion is really comparable to yours.
Okay. Well, that's what's up. That's what's up, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call, player. Yeah, we're gonna get.
I'm gonna just say, when I was in high school, and now went out. The barge was more so when I was in grammar school and stuff. But I remember the females, just as they were screaming over the barge when I was in grammar school, they was also crazy about New Edition. And I don't think one of them members was only one of them members may have been like light skin. The rest were like brown skin or dark skin. They were also crazy about New Edition. They were also crazy about, just as they were crazy about Mike, there was a Prince, they were crazy about Michael Jackson. They also,
Get deep into that today, man. We're gonna talk about that. The light skin, dark skin, black.
And when I was in high school, just as there were girls screaming over Al B. Sure, they went from screaming over Al B. Sure to screaming over Bobby Brown, and then Big Daddy Kane and Special Ed. Like, who the guys that
Kwame.
Yeah, Kwame.
I love him, yo.
Right. I remember they was shocked, because I ain't gonna lie, we was all crushing on Bobby Brown. I mean, when I was in high school. Dark skin and light skin, okay?
Folks thing is a very controversial topic in the black community, man. That's been an issue in the black community for a long time. And we're gonna get real deep into that. I got a lot of opinions on that. Also, I want to point out that this is the month of February, and February is the time for Valentine's. It's Valentine's month.
Really? Mac lessons, but yeah.
And I got a DVD. So for the whole month of February,
you got a DVD though.
you can get it with $9. So let me get. One of my MySpace partners, he pointed that a lot of brothers say that light-skinned women look better. Now, some of that stuff I agree with. Some of that stuff I do not agree with. Now, as far as females dating light-skinned or dark guys, like back in the 70s and 80s, light-skinned dudes were the in thing. Especially like in the music business, they would give every light-skinned nigga a record deal. You light-skinned, you got your record deal. They had Ray Parker Jr., Prince, DeBarge.
When did Ray Parker Jr. become light-skinned? Hold on. Ray Parker Jr. light-skinned?
No, he blacker than me.
Yeah, see, this is how you can twist it. But I understand what he's saying, because I remember when Psychopathias was saying that with dude from The Last Dragon. But the thing is, we didn't know he was biracial until he told us, Timac. Because in The Last Dragon, dude looked like he was brown skin, almost like they made him look darker. In the last, is it just me or did he look brown skin? Now I look at Timac, the actor, and now I'm looking at Timac like, who is this Puerto Rican dude? But
Yeah,
back
you don't look.
in the movie The Last Dragon, he was looking like brown skin. like as if they purposely made him look darker or something. Now, Vanity was still looking, biracial, but I don't know. He looked darker, and I can't explain it. But I don't know. Everybody looking lighter skinned today. If you haven't noticed, it's like I don't know if it's the cameras or the lighting now. It's like everybody looking lighter. Wait, hold on. Ray Parker Jr., he was light skinned?
No, he wasn't.
See,
He was browner than me. He was browner than me. He was not light skinned.
Yeah, Tariq Nasheed is on some exotical stuff. Okay, they thinking anybody, I guess they see as attractive, they got to be light skinned. Or if they see him as whatever they see as pretty or whatever, they light skinned. I'm sorry. Yeah, I heard that Rashida Strober, yeah, she had a light skinned dude. I heard that, but just because, do you think because she had a light skinned guy, that means that because Rashida Strober has a light skinned mind, does that mean that she don't like dark skinned dudes? Because I also remember she never said anything against dark skinned men.
She kept emphasizing that her man was light skinned, though. I got a light skinned man. She kept saying that crap. It was weird.
I heard her kept stressing it. I just heard y'all say it, so I assumed that she said it.
No, she kept stressing it.
Oh, okay.
It was weird.
Oh, okay.
I'm with my light skinned man.
Oh, okay. I never heard her like stressing. I heard it from people saying that she got a light skinned man. I just never heard her actually say like talk about her light skinned man.
Oh, she always mentioned it. It was
true. So
me and my light skinned man going to the mall. Like, yes, it was weird. I was like, that made me don't like her. I was like, she a weirdo. She gonna say for people to date dark skinned women over light skinned women, but then you wanna sweat light skinned men. Like, come on.
I never really heard her talking about her guy, but I didn't listen to her regularly like that.
Yeah.
I never heard
I watched her.
Her guy. I just took it from what people said, so I assumed that she had a light skinned boyfriend because that's what everybody else was saying.
We didn't even see her boyfriend. She just kept saying it. How you think we know? We never seen him. She just kept emphasizing it.
About her, but I can't say I've listened to her like that. But yeah, I never heard her really talk about like with her. I just remember her in an interview and her talking about how she started her activity. She loved black men, but she loved black men, and it was and I kind of appreciate that she talked about, because a lot of females don't want to. They feel like they'd be weak in admitting that they don't want to sound like a mammy mule or whatever, and talking about they love, or pick me and talking about they love for black men. But then she went into, the fact that they, she had found that, like she wasn't attracted. And this was one of her interviews where she wasn't sounding like dramatic and all of that, but she was sounding really sincere. So I feel, and I felt, I kind of respect that, okay, she's just being open. Like, I'm hurt. You know what I'm saying? So if more people actually like talk like that instead of being badass and so busy trying to hurt back, see, that I can appreciate a little more. Now, I don't agree with Rashida Strober going, where the dollar calling people crispy and, oh, you shouldn't be with light-skinned women at all, and this and that. And, of course I can't agree with that, but because like with the whole, because I know she comes from like the theater and stuff, and like, that kind of, so I kind of took it as, okay, I'm going to play into, I'll be the angry black woman, but I'm justified in my anger, like playing into that, but
yeah, because when she started off, like she wasn't screaming like that. So like, where did all this screaming come from? Like, she was nice and calm with that interview with Tommy. He tried to, you know what I'm saying, bait her.
I didn't even listen to that. I didn't even care to listen to that though. But I know her other interviews. I did listen to her interview.
But then she started like, I thought she just turned crazy. Like,
yeah, and I don't want to admit, it just kind of make me wonder with a lot of people, going on kind of these kind of extreme tips, and makes, but I don't want to go into it. It just
I don't think she was what you call that? What you always calling everybody, Lashie?
Plant.
A plant. Yeah, I don't think she was a plant.
Yeah,
I think she was a plant.
It did something. Why did her this one post just blow up like that? But then, if that was the case, I would expect her channel to be a lot bigger, right? So I do think they zeroed in on what she said. That is kind of, Yeah, of all the things people are posting, and it wasn't even all that controversial what you said, Kendrick Lamar, but it's still just things I just now I kind of question. I want to believe that people are just individuals up in here and not part of some agenda and stuff. And I'm not even going to give people the satisfaction of going against her, like this speaking against her or anything, but I still, and she never disrespected me, but I can't say I can't say that I agree with everything that or that approach. You understand in addressing, and that's just me giving my opinion. Yeah, but what he's saying on Ray Park, like, okay, so he now part of light skinned people. I would say Ray Parker Jr.'s brown skin.
He's brown skin.
Yeah, not light skin.
Not at all.
So, and he's saying, oh, anybody could get a deal, like as if they had no talent or something. Also, yeah, you had Ray Parker Jr. Okay, he's talking about at that time. So is he saying that these artists, they just because they were light skinned? Now, don't get me wrong, you did have like singers later on, 1986, like Giorgio. Now he wasn't really all that talented. You had I don't know what Giorgio was. He was straight up exotica.
What does he sing, Nasheed?
It was a song, Tina Cherry. You did have these like kind of Prince wannabes, but I would not say in the case of like, and he ended up marrying, I think they still married, girl that was she was in House Party, and she was in a lot of them movies like Mask. She was biracial. She was in The Principal. I can't think of the actress's name. She was in The Principal. She was in Mask. She was in House Party. I cannot think of the actress' name. She was like biracial, I think. I think they're married to this day. Yeah, so you did eventually have these, like, I wouldn't say that he was all that talented, but to say, like Terrence Trent D'Arby, late 80s, he was talented.
He could sing his
butt off. He could sing. That wasn't the thing. I wouldn't say,
he was pretty like a girl, though.
Right, and Gregory Abbott may have been mixed, although he wasn't light skinned, but he was more brown skinned. But he could sing too. So to say, they were just giving anybody, but at the same time, come on. The same time that you had the DeBarge, you also still had Michael Jackson. I get what he's saying, because it was just that time of what they felt was the sensitive guy era in R&B. And if and I'm not saying to associate sensitive with light skin, I think it began to get associated with Prince, even though Prince wasn't really singing all that sensitive when you think about it. Songs like Head and stuff like that. That's Lady Cab Driver. That's not very sensitive. But
Nikki.
Right, darling Nikki. Now when you think about it. But yeah, now Michael Jackson, with Human Nature and but yeah, like, okay, this is funny. He talked about DeBarge, but you also had women. He said the 70s and 80s. That's interesting, because the 70s you had women screaming over Barry White and Isaac Hayes was seen as sex. Like I talk about, and you remember who was the women, even Eddie Murphy talked about throwing their panties on the stage. Teddy Pendergrass.
Yeah, my mother loved him.
Right, women were crazy. Now that's 70s into the early 80s. They were crazy. Now the style of voices start getting a little softer and softer, kind of like how it was in the early 70s with the Shy-Lights and Delphonics and stuff. Yeah, the voices, the vocal range started changing a little bit, representing the sensitive guy of the 80s, especially, by like 1983. I think Michael Jackson had an influence on that with the Thriller album and stuff. So, songs like, so eventually you had like the bar, all this, Lord. Now people are singing a little, but as in this light skin, dark skin, the way that he's trying to make it, because at the same time, you have women screaming. Not only were screaming over Teddy Pendergrass before the accident, he had the accident. What was it? 82 car accident. One was crazy over that dark skinned brother. And his hair wasn't, initially when he was with the Harold Melvin in the Blue Notes, wearing a wig or something, looking crazy. But they were screaming when he went solo with his natural hair, beard, and all. Them women was crazy. I'm not gonna lie, as a young adult, me getting more so into Teddy Pendergrass, I definitely preferred Teddy Pendergrass, voice and stuff. Also, you had women screaming over Luther Vandross. Was he not a dark? Then when he'd be singing, what was that? And this was around the same time as Thriller. Long ago. Them women, remember that little video? Black woman, like she losing her. I remember Luther Vandross and overweight. That's the thing too. Black women, we like guys that can sing too. You know, that right there. Right, just like how it became about Jodeci and stuff in the 90s, you know?
Ruben Studders was adorable, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, he was adorable.
He was so adorable.
But yeah, like, come on, you can't talk about this and then overlook that. Now, come on. You had the 4 SMDs, you had 4/4s, you had, I'm not, you know, you had, how many girls was loving Ready for the World? Y'all,
it was just if you could sing, they liked you. That's all.
Yeah, if you had that stuff could make you instantly attractive. How many
He ain't talking and he sang Mink Slide, Lashid.
Girl.
Play Mink Slide, Lashid. Play it, please.
Now
please play it, please.
Oh wait, what's the name had a video? Somebody had a video show with the big slide. It was kind of funny. Well, wait, let me go play. Let me go to finish.
Play it, please.
We're gonna be up in here all day. This was hot. Hold on. Hold on. I do before my husband get off. Hold on. Let me see. Let me continue playing, y'all. Wait, do I got it or did I click out? Oh, doggone it. How did I click out? I'm trying to hit over. We make slide. We did purchase that. The only thing, the criticism, he was trying too hard to sound like. I felt he was trying too hard to sound like a cross of Colonel Abrams and Alexander O'Neill. You know?
Oh my gosh!
He's trying too hard to sound retro. You know?
Oh my God!
It's going to be natural. You know?
Lilo, Gregory Abbott. You had all types of light skin.
See, he said Gregory Abbott. Gregory Abbott had one hit, Shake You Down. Girl, I want. Yeah, that wasn't about him being light. Yeah, it helped if he looked a certain way. What are you going to say? Why ain't he mentioned Lionel Richie, though? You know, but yeah, he was light skinned, wasn't he? But yeah, he mentioned Gregory Abbott, who was actually brown skinned, but he did look like he was mixed. He did have a kind of Philip Michael Thomas thing happening. But yeah, but you did also still, I get what's being said. I get what, and then also, okay, yeah, at the same time too, even more so, you had light-skinned women. You had Vanity. You had women who weren't even black being promoted as beautiful black women. Apollonia was a straight-up Mexican, but she was on the cover of Jet. She's on Jet magazine listed as the top 10 most beautiful black women, even though she's Mexican. But she was, you know, everybody was cool with it. Yeah, at the same time, you had Jane Kennedy, early 80s. Beautiful woman, don't get me wrong. Vanessa Williams. You know, she wasn't really like a star, you know, yet, at least not until the late 80s, but she was known for became the first, you know, like Miss America, you know, what was it, Miss USA or Miss America? Yeah. But you had Radon Chong. And these women, yeah, if you're going to go there, that was on both ends. Yeah, Kelly Jo Minter. Thank you, Pinazoy. That was the actress I was thinking. She's married to that guy. I think they still married to Giorgio, the singer.
One hit wonders back in the 80s. If you were light, you get your record deal just for being light. But then when the 90s rolled around.
But notice he only mentioned, you know, man, I'm telling you, when I was there was no females in the 80s videos when they had the love interest. A lot of times, it was, especially by like 1986, you ain't see there was nobody looking like me. And I do think though that Prince and the influence of, you know, that kind of influenced that. But even when you looked at Soul Train, look at the Soul Train line from 1986 compared to a Soul Train line from like 1976. Big difference. Usually the females that came down the line, they would sometimes even fool white women, or they'd be these Asians or these exoticals.
Didn't LL Cool J have a real looking black girl in I Need?
Yeah, right. He had
a real black girl.
That was rare. That was rare. I'm talking about black female that even looked like me. That was
right.
That was very rare. But that was also a great thing about hip hop, because you did begin to see more girls eventually, like in Just a Friend. You start seeing more girls that look a little more relatable to girls in your family and in the black neighborhood. But even before that, UTFO, Roxanne, that was a straight, that was a Puerto Rican girl,
Yeah.
not an Afro Rican, even if she had black in her. Roxanne, yeah.
That's why I'm glad Roxanne Shante made that disc.
They were singing, they weren't singing and rapping about Roxanne Shante. They were rapping about the girl they had in, even though Roxanne didn't really, she was fictional, but the girl they had in the video and then eventually made her to be a rapper. I guess they trained her or whatever.
And she couldn't rap.
Yeah, she could do it. The real Roxanne, she was a Puerto Rican girl. She was a Boricua. She had African admixture, but she was a Puerto Rican, a Boricua. She wasn't, she wasn't predominantly black,
Where was they from? New York?
Yeah, that UTFO.
Because New York guys love some Latina.
I don't know, but going by that, yeah, and also Lisa, but black women didn't trip. You had Lisa, because really the freestyle started with Shannon. Let the music play, working with some Puerto Rican guys. But then, Lisa, who was a straight up Puerto Rican, she kind of, took over the whole freestyle. It really started with, you had like Debbie Deb, who I may have been Italian or Greek, and yeah, let's not go there. That's why I thank goodness for Janet Jackson control. But even if it wasn't for Janet Jackson being connected with the Jackson family, they probably wouldn't have gave her, you know what I'm saying? They probably would have no interest. Jody Watley had to go all the way to Europe.
And she was beautiful.
Right. Beautiful sister from Soul Train. She had to go all the way to Europe. But you were not seeing, okay. Yeah, you had the Pointer Sisters. That's why I was saying this idea that, it was a great time because you have the Pointer Sisters. Those are like older women, like those are women that were kind of already, like Aretha Franklin, them, they had already been established. So they were kind of seen as these legends, you know what I'm saying? But like for girls like my, young, you had Melissa Morgan, you had Mickey Howard. Now she was light skinned, but still she was black. She was a light skinned, but still unambiguous black. Mickey Howard. But they weren't being, you know what I'm saying?
Ain't that supposed to be Michael Jackson's baby mama?
Yeah, but when it came to like the love interest that you saw in them early videos that really didn't really get MTV play or them love interests, I don't know. There was nobody looking like what we saw, a black girl, your typical black girl in the hood. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't get any, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that I'm just being realistic. And yet black girls wasn't really tripping, and we had
they should have been, because why am I buying your music when you're not representing any black women at all? And they wasn't representing any black women. So, but we the ones sitting there buying their music. That's why I take a look at people and what they represent. And if you're not repping us,
hold on.
Nope.
I just was watching this and I still love this song and I still love this song and everything. I'm not tripping, but I'm not saying that. But this was like one of the first videos, if not the first, shot in HD, and I definitely remember this video. Even if I don't know if MTV was playing it, but I definitely remember watching it when it came out. And we didn't have. Oh, let me cut that music off. This video here, filled with nothing but white women, and the black women were actually tokens in some of these videos. Even some of them early hip hop, you look at Wild Thing, and it was when the whole conscious hip hop started getting a little more conscious, a little more trying to keep it real by the late 80s. But all they singing Candy Chocolate, and I don't see no chocolate nowhere except for with the men. Look, got a white girl, probably don't even know who Cameo is. She probably never even heard of a Cameo song before. She just paid to be in this video. But this is what we were used to, we still love the song. It's black women, we all still love it. You ain't gonna see nobody in the video complaining about the women. You ain't gonna see nobody in the comment section. They know the comments about back when black women wore their real hair. Nobody leaving them kind of comments like they do all up in the videos with old school. Yeah, number. This is the stuff I was used to. So that was the thing. That was a good thing once upon a time with, hip hop, but even with them hip hop, just like in the movie Breaking. Now you got a black dude, Turbo, who's actually to me a better dancer than Ozo. Yeah, Ozo. Yeah. And we could say there was colorism that may have played a part with him being the lead dancer, the star that gets the girl. But who was the female? Who was the female? Even though this is hip hop, black, supposedly black American culture, right? But it was a white girl, Lucinda Dickey, who was not a B girl. And I think she's a great actress, and I liked her in the ninja movies. she was a great dancer, and but she wasn't no B girl. And even and then they had the girl who was a B girl. She was a Puerto Rican B girl. There were black B girls. Trust me. Okay, I hung with them, or I hung with the boys. Okay. Yeah, them earlier, like it was a movie Rapping, ironically, with Mario Van Peebles. That was so whack, though. The movie Rapping, that was so whack. But it'd be a white girl, or like some ethnic looking, I guess I would say white exotical. Looked like she might be Italian, or maybe she was like a Jennifer Beal type, maybe biracial, but more white passing. Yeah, and I just was used to that. I was so used to that, like watching the Prince movies, and I was so used to not seeing females that look anything like me, and I am lighters, but I was so used to that. Yeah, but you're gonna see nothing but from black men and black women. This was the song. This was we ain't even, because we were just so Tariq, please stop. You're kind of being selfish. I'm not saying we can't, like I've talked about this. I remember Psychopathy is bringing that up with but let's not act like black men was so excluded. And don't get me wrong, you had Patrice Rushen, you had sisters like that, like earlier 80s. But I'm telling you, that's why in a way, we needed the Control album. We really did with Janet Jackson. But you got to think about it. If she wasn't linked with Michael Jackson, and I'm thankful for producers like Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis, who, and ironically, they were a part of the time. But they produced the album for Janet Jackson, And I'll even say with LA and Babyface with Karen White, LA Reid and even with them Babyface video. Look at the video, even in the late 80s, like The Secret Garden, but that's Quincy Jones. And Barry White is definitely into black women. People got mad at Barry White. This was in the 90s, I believe. He did an article. It was something in Ebony Magazine, an interview. And he was talking about how black women need to be protected. And it was people getting mad at him. Barry White. But, in the video Secret Garden, which, he didn't really have a control over the casting and stuff. It was only one black woman. I think that was the woman Barry White was singing to. Now, the majority of the guys singing, they happen to be light skinned or mixed. But I just figured that's Quincy Jones. Because he like white women, so.
Welcome to the Drudgery Show.
Wait, how I get here? This is wrong video. I'm sorry, y'all. Give me a sec. We just listen to just a little more. And I'm going to close this down.
Around when the black consciousness thing came about in the late 80s, early 90s. That's when you had all types of light-skinned one-hit wonders back in the 80s. If you were light, you get your record deal just for being light. But then when the 90s rolled around, when the black...
You know damn well that DeBarge, though, was not no one-hit wonder. They were very talented.
Consciousness thing came about in the late 80s, early 90s. That's when women started gearing towards the dark-skinned brothers, the Wesley Snipes and the Johnny Gills, and the Chocolate Brothers came into chic.
And you can also give credit to black women, because there was black women who was feeling the need to announce, for whatever reason, that light-skinned men are out and dark-skinned men are in, and felt in the need to, am I right or am I wrong? I'm not saying that's necessary to say. But this is also with the with the ushering in of hip hop.
But I noticed that in the hood, because light-skinned dudes just kind of disappeared. Light-skinned dudes just kind of, seemed to have fell off. But in the hood, the light-skinned dudes still had a lot of leeway. Let me see who's on the phone. Hotline.
Hey, Tariq, I got a question. I got a statement.
Yes, go ahead.
Yo,
All right. Well, I lived in the hood too, and I've seen it. Yeah. And I'm a female. I'm a Gen X, so I'm a female. And now, yeah, my daughter, probably light skinned, and one of my first boyfriends, it never got, because, he's much older than me. He's a biracial guy. Late 80s. He passed away in a car accident back in the late 80s. Yeah, and my ex was brown skinned and my husband just happened to be dark skinned. I don't know, yeah. Now, if I do have a preference leaning, that has to do more with my cultural influence and being the culture that I'm partying in and what represents the majority of my family and who I'm around. But no, it's not like that. It's not like, if you're attractive, you're attractive. Now, me being attracted to melanin, that's also about my cultural influence, my family, my upbringing. This is not to say that I believe, like a light-skinned man ain't fine or can't. Absolutely not. That's what's interesting. My daughter's father, she still came out darker because of my mama. Having her father, I felt he was the finest guy in high school, and it wasn't just about him being light-skinned. That was not what I was thinking on that. I also like guys that were tall, so.
Listen, like, I love what you're doing for the show and everything, but I got a problem with you, baby.
Oh, what's
Stop showing the game to the bitches. I mean, I know the other day, that bitch talking about she was a Mac like me. I'm like, bitch, you're fucking crazy. And Tariq fucking with the.
Yeah, this is stuff that he's,
No matter how much shit women might talk to women register, damn that Tariq Nasheed, they're listening with open ears. I'm telling you, a lot of women registered for this show. A lot of women are registered for the Mackin' for Money show. A lot of.
It's sad. It's probably some truth. Maybe probably was some women. Yeah.
Speaking engagements, but women are there with their notes and pads. Like I was saying earlier, a lot of dark-skinned women, especially in the hood, and I talked about this in my book, The Art of Mackin'. A lot of dark-skinned girls will have those light-skinned niggas they fuck with, because a lot of dark-skinned girls in the hood, they have, issues with that. They want their children to turn out light. They have that shit. They want their kids to have good hair.
Yet still the majority have darker skinned kids. Still the majority are. I think that, also, now I heard there was somebody who was, but I had met, but he was cool with me, not disrespectful, but one of the brothers that was, who was like participating in those conversations with the mixed light skinned sector, the Golden Sphere, whatever. Now he did talk about, and he was respectful, so he had never disrespected me. But he talked about how he did have women saying to him, like black women saying to him, and I was like, oh wow, really? Like really telling him that, we can make some beautiful babies or something like that. Now I talked about with my sister. That's just what I assumed with my sister. That may have been a case wanting children with certain because of her. I just know she had hair hang up. She never said that. Like I want babies purposely with, so I'm a purposely, but I know that she did have, because of it was that was really something traumatizing with her, having, electrocuted in with her hair. So hair was a big thing with her. You know what I'm saying? Having no choice but to wear like wigs and weaves all her life, most of her life.
I mean, that shit is still prevalent in the minds of a lot of people in our community. That good hair, bad hair shit, and a lot of sisters are on that.
Yeah, what was it? How are you? Why is it that he's noting? Yet and still, you chose to be with someone who was racially ambiguous. So can it be questioned? Are we to believe that you just fell in love with someone who is biracial? And I'm not saying anything against the hey, if that's who that's who you with. But could it be questioned that deep down you got some of them insecurities too? And the way that he's also just jumping to automatically assume that black women they all want light-skinned men. They all want light-skinned men. Dark skin. Now, I'm not a dark-skinned woman. But the way that he's jumping to assume that almost as if they don't find darker-skinned men attractive because they're so, like I know when I was in high school, I know the attraction that females had to Bobby Brown, whether they were dark-skinned, light-skinned, I know it was real. Okay. Now, what all of a sudden changed that? And I know even with New Edition, when they were younger, I wasn't really into New Edition because they sounded too kiddie. I liked Musical Youth, but I kind of preferred, New Edition a little later. But I remember when I was a kid, my little friends, they loved New Edition. Now, maybe you just thinking it's Ralph Tresvant. I don't know. Maybe he would put him in the category of light skin, although I see him more as brown skin. I don't know. They just said they like New Edition, period. So I'm assuming all the members. My friends used to love New Edition, just like girls is liking Ready for the World. Was it just about the Jerry Curl? I don't know. But, and they were cute, And I know my brother of my brothers, why was all the girls trying to get with my brother who was dark skinned? Not the one that I showed y'all, not him, but he was more of a chocolate. He just happened to be, I showed his picture before though, the one who died. Girls was crazy over him, all girls, mainly black girls, but they were crazy over him. They were acting like they wanted to be friends with me to get with him. And I had a light-skinned brother and a brown-skinned brother and a brother who was darker than him. But it was my chocolate brother who passed away. The girls was nuts over here. This was going back to the early 80s. Okay, girls was nuts. They would act like they want to be my friend, older girls. And I'm thinking the girl want to be my friend. And they just want to get to my damn brother. And then I talked to my oldest brother, who's brown skin, who's Tariq Nasheed's complexion. And I talked about how, I told my brother that the lady said, yeah, they were doing the same thing to me. I was like, wow. Like they were just getting with my, acting like they wanted to be with my oldest brother, but they just wanted to be with. Yeah. So, and that was before the late 80s. It was crazy over, it was girls, light skin, dark skin. They all wanted to be with him, the one who's passed away. Nickname was Caveman. That's what we called him. They all wanted to be with him. And he was athletic and stuff. He was cute to them, athletic. Yeah, he had these thick eyebrows and lashes, but yeah, they all wanted to get with him. And actually, my brother who was less likely, was my light-skinned brother. And this was the 80s, I think, because some of them admitted they kind of saw him as cute, but they felt like they weren't supposed to admit they felt he was cute. My light-skinned brother, he was the one that girls didn't really, and it's kind of sad. He was like talking about how he didn't have a girlfriend, things like that. But I think because they saw him as being different, or like my one best friend, she now admits that she saw my light-skinned brother as cute. But yeah, I think that they felt they weren't supposed to like him because he was too much like Carlton or whatever, or too eccentric. That's what I think it was with him. And I don't think it's a thing, secretly they didn't want to admit to liking a light-skinned guy. If they felt they were fine, they were going to pursue him, light-skinned or not. Okay? If they felt they were fine. But I think it was a thing of my brother, that brother being eccentric. Yeah, he was the least likely to be with, sad to say, or if they did like him, they, because they not supposed to, like they saw him as weird or just too different or too, preppy acting or whatever it was.
So that is a fact. That's why Tyler Perry, who's a genius, you ever look at his movies or at his plays? Tyler Perry is a genius. His crowd, his demographic, he caters to that, that ghetto black woman crowd.
The ghetto black woman. No, maybe he just catering to a Southern Baptist, but not necessarily ghetto. Why I gotta be ghetto? Actually, I would say that Tyler Perry caters to a Southern black woman, Baptist church going, but she ain't necessarily sanctified. I think that's his target. And even with Tyler Perry, I was actually one of the first to call that out, even like with Tyler Perry, even though I support him, but I did notice that, like, in his, the hero, a lot of times in his initial films, even though he eventually balanced it out with Daddy's Little Girls, almost as if, he heard people talking or something. But initially he would always have it where it's like the heroic guy in the end is, of a lighter complexion, and the bad guy is, but he eventually balanced it out with like that, or tried to with Daddy's Little Girl, and even with Tyler Perry, I think, and it's funny that Tyler Perry is brown skinned just like Tariq Nasheed, because you do have sometimes these, and not trying to stir some stuff, and I'm kind of stereotyping myself, but you do sometimes have these brown skinned folks that be kind of instigating this stuff, but and getting away with it, yeah. But like with Tyler Perry, it's like he's thinking. This is one thing I noticed with Tyler Perry. It's like he's giving black women what he believes black women like. He feels he's telling a story that he believes black women want to hear all the time. And some things can resonate, and he would understand, being that he comes from a family where obviously the women were more, influential in his life, and he had more of a connection with his mothers and aunties and stuff. You can tell it was kind of like that with Paul Mooney too. But and also what he witnessed with the women. But I do think to some degree, but when it boiled down to it, Tyler Perry is not a woman. Okay, like with this movie Straw, I don't know what it is, but why do he keep thinking that black women want to see all this? Like he feels like he's telling the pain of, he's expressing the pain of black women. I'm like, no, it's a point where you're kind of traumatizing us now. Okay, I don't know. It's like almost like Tyler Perry is giving what he think black women, and maybe this has to do with their own insecurities or what they may. I never wanted to call them out as gay, or what they may secretly desire or see as a sexy man. Their own little internal kind of fantasies or ideas of what they think is a sex man. I try to not really go there with Tyler Perry, when it comes to, people questioning sexuality. But, but it's kind of become apparent. I think Tyler Perry also giving black women what he think black women want to see. He think that, and I'm not saying that black women aren't attracted to, let's say, they can't be attracted to Shamar Moore. Don't see them as Shamar Moore or Boris Kojo as attractive. I'm not saying that, but black women are also attracted to Morris Chestnut. You know what I'm saying? They're also attracted. There are some, I'm not speaking for everybody, who may find Idris Elba also attractive. And in fact, let me tell you this. I remember when who was it? Professor Griff. They were talking about, Professor Griff was talking about, Professor Griff was, he was doing a seminar. Was it Professor Griff? Yeah, he was doing this little seminar, a little lecture or something, seminar. And he was showing it real, all these black men in Hollywood had been with white women. And black women, wasn't even reacting. Like, okay, yeah, we know the deal. No surprise. Byron Allen, no surprise. What's that one guy named started W? No surprise. But then when he got around to showing Derek Luke, that's when, and even myself, that's when black women was like, oh no. When he showed Derek Luke, that's when it was like a black woman in the audience, even had to, like, the black women didn't care about the other black men with the white women. It's like, okay, we used to, they look like they the type. But why was it that this guy in particular, because even I was like, why was it that this guy was the one guy that got black women triggered? This actor. Obviously, black women had a special liking for this guy. And what was the movie he was in? Was it Antoine Fisher? Yeah, he's a great actor. But I think, because I ain't gonna lie, when I saw him, I guess you could say as attractive, and it was a character, it was the Tyler Perry movie. I think black women kind of fell in love with him from that movie, if you will. I think it was more so that movie. So it wasn't just about the light skin, I think he ended up being more attractive than all of I think too, what people liked with the Tyler, that one Tyler, what was that movie? I forgot the one that he was in. It was the one where he was a lawyer. Medea Goes to Jail. And I think black women were really attracted even more so to his character I think even more so than the character that the Shamar Moore played, and even Boris Kojo. But I think what it was, okay, because you had Keisha Knight Pulliam's character, who was the hood rat or whatever, but maybe it was the idea of him. Like, I thought was really, really sentimental was at the end. Like, I guess he was like a captive. Y'all want a stereotype saying he was a captain save a whole character, but I didn't see it like that because he knew how she got in that situation. He knew it was kind of sending a message like, I abandoned you. I let this happen to you. I didn't, or you know what I'm saying? I could have done more to protect you. And that had been eating at him. Almost like a message to black men, you know. And I remember when I saw it in the theater, and a lot of us black women were kind of feeling the same sentiment, like, oh, this is deep, especially at that end part where he said, I'm not going to let anybody hurt you anymore. I'm not going to let anybody, you know, I'm not going to let this happen to you anymore. I do feel that was kind of unfair on the woman that he was going to marry, but she, you know, she had her villain arc by, you know, being a bad lawyer. And I remember people was criticizing this movie. They were saying that Tyler Perry is a classist. He's always depicting successful black people, whether it's black man, as being villainous, whether it's Blair Underwood's character. And yeah, but you think that, I think that there are more black women who are attracted to Blair Underwood, even though he's playing a villainous character in his movie, than even Boris Kojo. And I'm not saying, you know, about a light skin, dark skin thing necessarily. But he was playing a villain in that movie, Blair Underwood. But a lot of black women, as you know, are attracted to Blair Underwood. They loved him and set it off. But yeah, why is it that the black women were really acting a dang on fool when they saw the picture of him with and Professor Griffin had to calm this black woman down and audience, well, because he was like, no, not him. Yeah, because black women, I believe, fell in love with this guy or whatever, or at least that character. That's the only thing. I'm not saying he's not attractive otherwise. I'm just saying I think that had something to do with it. And they like him. So I'm just making a point. Let me get back to. But yeah, Tyler Perry, I think he just automatically assumes, because he is a businessman, just like Tariq Nasheed. So he assumes that this is the eye candy, like this is the ultimate eye candy. Just like, I remember, like Tommy C, some of this is about you guys and you want to talk about women's insecurities. Like I remember when the whole thing with the Bobby Brown movie came out on BET or whatever, I didn't care to watch it because I said I want to still like Bobby Brown. I don't want a reason to hate Bobby Brown because I heard that he's saying, you know, putting too much out there on Whitney and stuff. And then they claiming that it was a scene where he put Janet Jackson out of a hotel room naked. I was like, you know what? I'll pass. I don't want to. Y'all was asking me to watch the movie. Y'all wanted my opinion. I said, nah, I don't want the movie to mess up my opinion of Bobby Brown. If being that he was behind it, him and his new wife. So yeah, I passed. But anyways, I just saw there was videos of brothers saying they don't believe that he was with Janet Jackson, and they talking like Bobby Brown was ugly. And you know, obviously these are people of a younger generation. And I'm like, wait, y'all, brother, can y'all let women speak? Can we speak for ourselves on what we saw as attractive? Can y'all please stop trying to speak for us on what we see as attractive and sexy? And I know that all females are the same. Not all females may have been screaming over Bobby Brown. And, you know, I'm just saying, can y'all please this idea? But they were talking as if they found it so hard to believe that Janet could actually have even been. Now I don't believe the story about her being put out of a hotel, but I shall believe that she could have been talking to Bobby Brown. You know, like y'all wondering how he get Whitney Houston. Some of y'all putting yourselves down, you know? Y'all don't understand what it is exactly that a female may find attractive. Yeah, there are some females thinking that they want a child with good hair or whatever, but who are brainwashed. But y'all tend to not. I think even with white men, like this clavicular guy, I'm sorry, but a guy trying to be all perfected, that is not attractive. I don't know. I'm just speaking for myself and someone my age maybe. But this guy, this looks maxing, that is so not sexy to me. That is so not attractive. And even when I had the attraction to Prince, it was not about necessarily the androgyny and stuff. I can't explain it. I can't quite, well, also him being a genius musician. Because I wouldn't even attract these short guys. You know, I mean, I can't explain it. But yeah, Janet, she got a little freak. She Janet like me, baby of the family. I think Janet kind of like Mariah Carey. They want to be, whereas like people like Madonna, Lil Kim, they unapologetic freaks. Whereas Janet Jackson, baby sisters, you know, break out of, I know because I've been there. Not saying I was a freak, but you know, Janet Jackson, I see you. I know what's up. Don't want to be the baby sister anymore. I've been there. Yeah, and also too, some women after they have a divorce, goodness gracious, they think Janet Jackson, Mariah Carey too. They oh goodness, lose their mind. But yeah, oh, I don't know, Janet. I've heard about a little performance getting all freaky on stage. But wait, why are you saying she a freak in relation to Bobby Brown? I don't think that was the attraction. Bobby Brown was, you know, I can't talk too much on that being American. You know, I'm just saying, I'm talking about my mindset back then. My husband understand. Like, there's a reason girls are screaming over him. Okay? And he could dance and stuff. Yeah, even with his gap tooth, it was all attractive. That's what my nieces were laughing. We talk about it now. They was making me mad when everybody laughing at him saying he the king. I'm like, I don't know. Bobby Brown was a man back in the day. Go watch that every little step, even with the little tight. Well, I ain't asking a guy to, but yeah. That's the thing, guys was acting like, and it was making me mad, like, yeah, like there's no way Janet could have been with. I definitely believe that Janet hooked up with, I don't know if they did something. I don't believe he put her out of a hotel. No, I don't believe that. But yeah, I could easily believe. Now, we didn't know about that back then. But I didn't even know that at the time that Whitney Houston was with Eddie Murphy. I didn't know that until, like, what? Really? But yeah, until I saw like a little New Jack Swing documentary. He talked Bobby Brown talking about I took her. What? I was like, whoa, I did not know that. But yeah, I could sure believe that Janet Jackson got with Bobby Brown and wanted to be with Bobby Brown. It wasn't about just no fame or nothing like that. I could definitely believe that. But they fight it so hard to believe. You know, see, that's also some of y'all talking about Black women's insecurities and brainwashing. Some of y'all, that's some, you know. Oh, she must be. He's prettier than me because he, you know. And even with a lot of the lighter skinned men, you know, like the way that they talking, and like y'all got to have Black men, period, and those mixed with Black, y'all got to have a better understanding of your women, and vice versa. But really, I think y'all really. You know, y'all don't understand. We don't see the same things exactly like how a man see things, you know, when it comes to physical attraction of the opposite sex. For one, women ain't as hung up on that as men are. The things that we see as sexy is not just about, it could be the way you dance, and it's more to it than I think it's a little deeper with women. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so like thank you, G3 again. Like, this telling me these are some of Tariq Nasheed's own. He's looking at people like Ray Parker Jr., seeing them as pretty and associating pretty with racial ambiguity, like the exoticals. That's what he thinking. But you had women screaming even over Luther Vandross. And I ain't saying Luther was ugly, but I'm talking about when he was Big Luther. I'm talking about when he was Big Luther. Women screaming. Eddie Murphy noticed that. Okay, so what was it really? Are you going to just say it was just the money? No, obviously it's something more.
He caters to that ghetto Black female crowd, and
I didn't even know about Whitney Houston with. Oh, you saying with Bobby Brown? Oh, yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I was shocked when I heard that they were together. It was not about Bobby Brown not being attractive. I just didn't expect Whitney to be attracted to him. I knew he was attractive. Now I could see Janet Jackson and them doing it, but Whitney Houston, I did think that she was one that probably would end up with a white man or something like that. It was kind of surprising. I didn't think that she would hook up with someone like now. If it was Whitney Houston and Babyface or L.A. Reid, I could, yeah, but that was kind of surprising, you know, being that her music was, I guess, on a level of maturity, if you will, in R&B. So like if it was like L.A. Reid and Whitney Houston, then that would have made more sense. But
in his plays and in a lot of his movies, caters to that ghetto black female crowd. And in his plays and in a lot of his movies, the bad guy is always the dark skinned. That's why Tyler Perry, who's a genius, you ever look at his movies or at his plays? Tyler Perry is a genius. His crowd, his demographic, he caters to that, that ghetto black woman.
He's just saying ghetto. A lot of them people, like, especially a Southern audience, and ain't you from Alabama? A lot of them people, those are black folks, they are not necessarily this, but ghetto that he's saying. If he say urban, but I don't know. When I just hear ghetto, yeah, and he is being classist even in saying that. A lot of those be black folks who own their own home, like a lot of them people in the South that like Tyler Perry.
Woman crowd. He caters to that ghetto black female crowd. And in his plays and in a lot of his movies, the bad guy is always the dark-skinned brother. And the savior, the good guy, is always the light-skinned dude, like Shamar Moore or Boris Cujo.
But that's Tyler Perry. That's Tyler Perry. Well, that's what he was initially doing, at least definitely before Daddy's Little Girls. But that's Tyler Perry. That's on him. That's his idea. He believes what he believes black women want, what he believes black women see as eye candy. But they would have, just as they saw Shamar Moore, I guess, or Boris Kojo as eye candy, they would have also, if he, let's say, switched it and had Blair Underwood or, you know what I'm saying? But that's more about that's more on Tyler Perry, just like you, assuming that this is the ultimate gift for black women. Like that, you know what I'm saying?
Them hood rat sisters eat that shit up. They love that. He knows how to cater to their fantasies. The light-skinned Prince Charming that's going to come along and save them and give them mixed babies.
Well, that sounds kind of like, yeah, more so your fantasy. That's in your mind, though. If that's in black women's mind, and it might be in your mind as well, secretly. Because that's the thing. I think that's what Tyler Perry, just like Tariq Nasheed, they assume that's what black women in general. I know that there are those individuals who may be thinking that. But I think that's what Tyler Perry, and just like Tariq Nasheed in general, think that black women in general desire. When actually that's also about their own brainwashing. That's what they secretly think. This light-skinned pretty nigga, And in case of Tyler Perry, considering that, I don't want to feed into that on Tyler Perry because I ain't really got much against him, but considering he's, because I know what they trying to do, and it's interesting after Tyler Perry speak out and questioning on Angie Stone's death, then he get these accusations. But he was flirting with that man, that exotical white man. So that's kind of perhaps Tyler Perry's own idea, like this is the prize, the ultimate prize.
That's some real shit. It's sick in its own way, but that's some real shit. Now, as far as the brothers, a lot of brothers do think that light-skinned women are easier to get along with. And I have to say, in my own experiences, that is somewhat true.
So you see what he's saying? That is somewhat true. Okay. Now we're talking light-skinned women in the black community. All right. I mean, are they talking in the black community, or is he talking about, like, let's say that whole theory he was saying with mixed women who with a biracial, with a white mom, and because I see there's just as much dysfunction. Again, I'm on the south side of Chicago. I ain't left for sunny California in the area. I'm not living amongst white neighbors as Tariq Nasheed. And I've lived in different areas. I'm gonna tell you, there's just as much dysfunction. Okay, if you got a coupling of whether the black woman is light skinned, dark skinned, if there is dysfunction, there is just as much dysfunction. It's just that why are you more likely to see it with people who are, let's say, darker complexion than myself? That's because they're the majority. That's it. That's it. Because the majority of black people are darker than myself. That's all. But if we would take, the same amount, especially if we're talking about those, that's why some people thinking it's a black community issue and not, or whatever. And we know what these issues, a lot of these issues that we have, a lot of times these issues, they start with be economic, a lot of times who's caught, who making more money, and so that kind of the power shift. But yeah, what you claim is the dysfunction and the otherwise, if you were to take away some of these economic issues, and if we'd be chill. We don't have them issues like white folks be divorcing if the sex is bad and dumb shit like that. Right, a lot of them people that was into that Tyler Perry stuff, they own their own home, they got the land in the south, yeah. Not just what he say, the ghetto black people. Right, people like Teresa's old mom, right.
I will have to say that. Not to say that
He from the south, and he like originally from Alabama or something.
they're better, because see, people who know me, and I'm an extremist. I like.
Oh, of course. See, he always got to do this. I'm not saying it better, but I'm going to make such a broad generalization. Yeah, that's true. Lighter skin. I mean, if that's his experience, that's his experience. But it sounds to me like this is part of the agenda. And also, you got to say this so that you can have an excuse to be with what you prefer. So you're going to use this. These women are easier to get along with. And I noticed with some of these entertainers, if you notice their original woman that they were with and had their children with or whatever, like the original, like look at them old pictures, Kanye West and his original, and he just looked so happy. His smile looked more genuine back then with his original girlfriend, his black girl, more of a reflection of himself. But then, like with the Kardashian, it's like almost like a fake, all of them. Who's a female originally accepted Biggie for who he was? Lionel Richie, Brenda Ritchie. Now, did he have all the issues? Yeah, Brenda Ritchie went off, and I don't know about if she actually had a scale, but rightfully so. He was with another woman. And that woman, to this day, taking Lionel Richie to the ringer. That white woman, he left his black wife for. Y'all always talking that stuff. But in this case, he's just talking light-skinned dark. But I guess, melanin contributes to lack of or increase of contributes to your behavior somehow, whether you're nice or not. But he'll give his reason for what he believes.
And I have to say, in my own experience. Now, as far as the brothers, a lot of brothers do think that light-skinned women are easier to get along with. And I have to say, in my own experiences, that is somewhat true.
Well, yeah.
I will have to say that. Not to say that they are better, because
of course that's he's not colorist.
People who know me, and I'm an extremist. I like red bones and I like real chocolate females. I like my women chocolate and slim. Like,
yeah, okay, but that's not what you're getting with. That's not even when. Okay, look at this here. Even when you look at. Let's take it back, Cosmo Flex. Come on, I think this is also about your own insecurities. All right, and you just need an excuse. So you say that, and I'm not saying that he doesn't find like a Naomi Campbell attractive, but a lot of times, like I said, they may find, let's say, Kenya Moore to be personally more attractive than, and I'm talking about them in their prime. I'm just using this example. Okay, both of these women are very, very beautiful. Let's say a brother may find actually Kenya Moore to be more attractive than Holly Berry, right? But they may still want to prefer to get with the Holly Berry, and it's not about whose attitude is, but the fact that Halle Berry is who they want, it makes them feel better. Makes them, because they see her more as being the trophy, the representative of the trophy. Even if, let's say, they personally find this darker skinned sister to be more attractive, but that lighter skinned female making them feel more, like as if they've achieved or accomplished, like what Nick Cannon was saying about black men getting with white women. Feeling as if this is a level up. This is who I want my guys to see. Remember in Cooley High? He had a bet on him getting you. He was like, you ain't gonna get that high yellow BITCH in the movie Cooley High. Almost like that was a goal, like an achievement, a step up. So this makes me feel more achieved. The lighter skin. And now, you got them even talking. They went beyond just light skin and even just biracial. Like I said, Kardashian is the new biracial. Okay, biracial is the new light skin. And Kardashian is the new biracial, because they went beyond that. They've had their taste of light-skinned women, like in America. So now they're talking Latin women and foreign women, and you know what I'm saying? They're what they really mean by exotical. Like this. That's the new light skin. And so now you got these, and I think this may contribute why you have some of these females that were initially more so the preference, who may be lighter skin and or mixed, now that they're feeling this, some that feel like, well, at least I'm not brown skin or dark skin. And then you got brown skin ones, at least I'm not black skin or dark skin, and that's why some people ain't gonna like what I'm saying, but this is not, you see how this divisive rhetoric, because this causes trauma. All this pitting, even with this little show that he's doing. And I'm not saying this is lighter skin and mixed women in general. Of course not. I'm just speaking how, this is contributing to, this divisiveness that's unnecessary. But look at the women. He knows what he's doing in this advertising even. I believe that this is his preference. Now, if you notice, the women are lighter skinned. Now, I'm not saying that, sisters, we should want to be seen with our booties sticking out. Because someone said, well, what you saying? You want to be seen like that? Is that what you want? You want to be preferred like that? No, it's just still saying that, it's still sending the message that this is the female we desire. Whether it's just for sex, romance, marriage, or whatever, it's still sending the message, this is this female to be desired. Of course, nobody's saying they want to be objectified. It's just still sending the message, and to young men, like, this is the female you are supposed to desire, whether it's for marriage, sex, whatever, or all that. He knows what he's doing. Like, this is what's enticing. Look at this. And I noticed he had another one of these pictures. I couldn't find it. He had another one of these pictures with the Mac Lessons DVD. And I noticed he had these very same females lined up. And I noticed that the female that was closest to him was the one, with the apple, the white one. And then after that, he had the one that looked like she was kind of mixed with Asian. And then it was the more Latina looking one. And all the way to the far right, furthest from him, was a darker skinned one. He knows because the whiter skinned one is the prize. Of course, he got to be with Peanut, because at least he knows with the whole black community and the one drop that we're going to still see her as black. But if it wasn't for him playing on that whole hidden colors thing, he would be with her probably. This is what he would be with. This is what he would be with. And it's interesting. Is that Peanut on this? Is that her here, over here on the right? But see, she's black enough looking, and they may not even be married, actually. Well, what's the name showed something that. But you see, look at these images. Hold on. Tried to click on something, but it clicked out. What's right behind him? Yeah, because he feels that this is what black men desire. This is what apparently he desires. This is the trophy. So it's not saying, yeah, he may find Naomi Campbell to be very beautiful, but he don't see Naomi Campbell as the trophy. This is what also about assimilation. I have to have, isn't it interesting how everybody started talking about Asian women? They had a show on the app. Even Latino men, they were all pursuing, this was 2015, they were all pursuing Latino women first, Asian women first and black women last. Everybody but Asian men who were pursuing Latino women first and black women last. Even though it wasn't the same when they flipped it with this Are You Interested app, all the women, they were choosing white men first except for black women and black men last. The Latin, the white of as expected, and the Asian women, they were all seeking white men first and black men last, except for the black women. Black woman it was black men first that they were seeking. This is 2015, and white men last. However, when it came to the men, they were all seeking, including the Hispanic men, the white, yes, white men included, the white, black, and Latino men, everybody but the Asian men, they were seeking Asian women first and black women last. Except for the Asian men. It was Hispanic women first and black women last. This was 2015 in this Are You Interested app. And remember, I had showed y'all that it's like Facebook dating app. And now things might be different now. It might be a little different now. But so why is all of a sudden the Asian women, that's the preference? See, this is also about because you've had a lot of these white men harping on Asian men, I don't know if, they're watching the Joy Luck Club or reading memoirs of a geisha, these stereotypes of the submissive Asian woman or whatever it is, or anime fantasy, I don't know. But if that's another thing, if they feel that, oh, this is what the white man says is the most beautiful, attractive woman, this is the woman I must be getting with. If this is what the white man, is now claiming to be the trophy, and that's the number one interracial coupling, white men and Asian women, then she must be the woman to get with, the ideal, because even Latino men, well, at least they were showing with this app, they were pursuing with this particular app. I know that they're still marrying their women but they were pursuing Asian women first. And I was like, that was kind of shocking. Now, that was just one dating app. Suddenly seeking whitey. That was just one dating app. I'm not saying it's a total reflection of reality, but there's just something, to consider. And I remember I stumbled upon an Asian site and doing my little research on something, and these Asian men were pissed off. They were talking mad, and it was just very shortly before that whole Virginia Tech shooting, with the Asian guy. But they were talking about Asian women, like what I'm seeing with some of these light-skinned men talking about light-skinned women. They were talking about Asian women like they are such sellouts. And I should have showed that to y'all directly. But I did this series, if you've been here long enough, where I talked about with the Asian fever and stuff. But they were talking, because they pissed off that the Asian women hooking up with white men. And so then people start talking and even doing some videos up in here. I remember it was an Asian guy, had his black girlfriend, saying how he was upset over the movie Romeo Must Die, because he said a lot of Asian men, they were hoping that Aaliyah would hook up and they didn't show them. Yeah, it was an Asian guy. And so I remember there was this idea that Asian men and black women should get together because they are the two most rejected. I remember talking that. In fact, when I was in college in the 90s, I had a professor, I think he was a mixed guy, and he was talking about that. This was back in the 90s. He was a mixed guy teacher, and he was talking about what was this for and why with the Asian men and black women. That was back in the 90s, before I even knew anything about social media, and I was first in college. Yeah. And there was even, I think that what was it? The light-skinned tears, the first, Izzy, she was talking about like should choose Asian men and stuff. And then they're talking about, then you got black men talking about Asian women. And they're more, but if they're not showing this appreciation with their own men, because remember when I showed that with the yellow fever, where they were purposely seeking white men, I'm not saying that's all of them, And they were giving these really whack reasons to why. Don't get me wrong. I also talk about, I had to point out to black women, there are women in China being horribly abused. There's a documentary on it, but so this idea that, they're the better choice and all that. See, that's the thing. There's dysfunction everywhere. Because if it weren't, then why is everybody trying to jump the fence? But they would give their reasons. Oh, well, Asian men, they're boring. They're kind of sound like what they claim with black women, saying that we want the bad guy. But yeah, these Asian women saying that white guys are more exciting. Like, what do they mean by more exciting? Like, you're supposed to want a man that, is going to take care of you and protect you and all this. They talking about they just want something that's more stimulating, exciting. They're taller. One woman went as far as saying, oh, well, Asian female, they look too much like a girl, saying that chinky eyes. This is what one female actually said. Chinky eyes is only attractive on, like, I guess they're seen as more attractive on women and not men. Yeah, all kind of shallow reasons. And yeah, there was Asian men where they're expressing like they're pissed off about this. So don't think that some of these issues that y'all are talking about are just black issues. It's just, there are, oh my gosh, I'm not gonna lie. I have no reason to lie to you. There was an Asian man. Oh, the craziest what I found in doing my research, it was a site with white men. They were talking about they're tired of it. This was years ago. This is the funniest shit. Saying they tired of being mammies to white women. This was years ago. It was kind of my earlier days. Oh my goodness. They were saying white men, they tired of being mammies to white women. That was the craziest shit I saw. And I remember when I did my video, with, the quote unquote downfall of white women. Do you know how many white men, this was before just pearly things and all of them came along. I was not on no pick me. Hell no. I was not trying to attract white men to my channel. But boy, because it got definitely over like 10,000 views. Do you know how many white men that I believe were white, me looking at their avatar and all that, was in the comment section, co-signing? And so this just goes to show they just try not to announce it loudly as we do. Some of them people that was even listening to Tommy Sotomayor, this is what they were thinking about white women. They just let him do all the hard, just let him say it all about black women. But this is what they were thinking about, because they ain't trying to have they women turn against them, knowing that they thinking all this. All this, But yeah, anyways, I don't know, dude. Oh, I'm tired. I'm sure.
Naomi Campbell without the craziness. You know what I'm saying? You know how crazy that motherfucker is? She would be fine if she wasn't so goddamn crazy.
Oh, please. It's funny. Man, Tariq, they're those like you, they overlook a lot of craziness from these exotic. They overlook, that's spicy. That's spicy. Naomi Campbell ain't no more crazy. And it ain't like Naomi Campbell, the only slim, dark-skinned supermodel. Come on now. If you wanted a Naomi Campbell type, you'd be with a Naomi Campbell type. All right? Then you just need an excuse. Yes, you know that she's beautiful, but you know why you still would not be with her, okay?
She has issues. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, she's a dark white.
Let's see who's on the goddamn phone. Hotline.
What's up, Tariq?
What's going on? Who's calling?
This is Pop-A-Lot from Vista, man.
Hey, what's on your mind, player?
I'm listening to that Mac for Money right now.
How you liking it?
I just not got into it, but I was like, let me call in and see about these light-skinned sisters right quick.
Oh, yeah. So what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, I like dark-skinned chicks, man. Like a dark-skinned stallion, like Naomi Campbell or something. I prefer them, but it's just the fact we don't really see them.
Yeah, I was just talking about that, man. And that, you brought up a good point, man. Whenever you don't see too many like real dark girls that's really in shape. You know what I'm saying? You don't see them with that Naomi Campbell look. When you see a lot of dark sisters, man, a lot of them are like extra thick, be on some, chubby shit.
Right.
Yeah, okay. I'm in the hood. All right. Now, yes, it's females that are darker than myself, they are the majority in a black community. Okay, we're just talking about the black community. Yes, they are the majority. Thus, I am going to happen to see more who are overweight. And I do know we do got an obesity problem. Let me just keep it real, okay? Okay. Yeah, there is that, and that's with black men and black women. But I definitely know that a lot of us do need to. I'm just keeping it real, okay? Especially considering the time I come from and when it wasn't like this, and now I can include myself in that category. But I'm just saying, yeah, you're gonna see more women who happen to be, let's say, darker than myself, brown to black skin, if you will, that are more overweight because that's the majority of the community. Okay, that's the overwhelming majority. I'm not saying with those of us who are of a lighter complexion are such a minority, but it is not about, if you were to take the same amount, like in the south side of Chicago where I am, if you were to take the same amount of women who happen to, let's say, be of a lighter complexion, whether they're black or mixed with black, and the same amount, just get them from this, like let's say this neighborhood, and get dark-skinned women, so you can have the same number of women, right? This is when we look into percentages versus numbers. And let's say if you take 10 of 20 women who happen to be like chocolate, and 20 happen to be lights, I guarantee you, and let's say they from the same community, I guarantee you're going to have just as many who are overweight, who happen to be of the lighter complexion, as you're going to have dark skin. I guarantee you. And there are a lot of overweight biracial females too. Whether we're talking in the trailer, yeah. Okay.
It's because they don't got access to healthy food like people in the suburbs.
I'd have to look into that. And are we talking because of the number? Because I know that there are more white people. But that's why I had also said too, like, just, okay, yeah, of course, I expect to see more black, like within the black community. I expect to see more darker skinned people who are overweight because they are the majority. Just like, yeah, you can try to point out, see, these darker skinned men are committing more crime. Yeah, that's because they are, you're going to find more examples of darker skinned men in because there are more men who are brown to black skin in the United States. When we're talking about those who would be considered, let's say, of the black ethnicity. Okay. No, I believe you. I trust you. Yes, I'm wondering though, is it like if we had the same number of white men versus the same number of black men though? But you might be right though. You're right. You might be right about that though. I think though that there's a obesity probably, because also what I'm seeing, even with people, like younger people in my family, male and female, kids, But you know what? I could believe that. That's another thing too. A lot of times we talk about, white people, they're all slim and in shape, or this idea. A lot of times these people are talking, and I understand, I can't say that I am this traveling person, but I think a lot of us, we're going by, especially if you're a black person living in cities and stuff, who ain't really been around white folks. And like for instance, in Chicago, I wouldn't even consider the white people like in Chicago, like in those areas, like jogging on the north side or near downtown. I wouldn't even consider them. When I got to see real white folks, not saying that they ain't real, but I'm just, when I got to see the first time I saw like overweight people in abundance like that was when we moved to the suburbs. But that was in the 80s. It was different. Because before, like in the city, like my auntie and their family, they were like this fat family, if you will, where the mom and the dad and the daughters, they were all overweight. But that was like, they were, so it was pointing out that they were overweight because that wasn't the majority. But of course, that was the 80s. That was like the early 80s and stuff. And most of the people weren't overweight like that. Like it was different if it was a mom had 10 kids or something like that. But it wasn't like what you see now. But when I moved to the suburbs, that's when there was this family of, the whole family was fat. That's when I started seeing more of these chubby kids. Because at that time too, they were more into that mall culture. They weren't playing outside the way that we were in the hood. A lot of them. I mean, some of them were still playing outside, but it was kind of like the beginning of the end. where they're now hanging at, if they hang out at mall, they weren't. Yeah, you still had the skateboard kids and stuff, but I'm talking like in them straight up suburbs where there ain't even sidewalks and stuff. And it's like they weren't really when I first really started seeing, and see, a lot of us, when we're talking about, oh, it looked like white people are slimmer, many of us ain't really went in them deep rural parts or suburban where you really see an abundance of fat white people. You don't really see that like in Chicago like that, but when you go in them parts, and I don't think a lot of black folks really be like, go to the state. I got family in Missouri. Go to Missouri and some of them, see, if you just in New York City, just like what I was talking about with the vice versa with the immigrant thing, if you like just in New York and these kind of urban adjacent or like these more metropolitan areas, you may see more fit white people versus black people. But you go out there and I don't know about the Appalachians. I can just imagine. Go somewhere like Missouri or going up deep where they drive everywhere. They're not walking everywhere they go to. They driving. They ain't really walking. I'm talking about where you see the heart of America, not where you don't see people, white folks jogging like you would, like what I'm saying? It's it'd be them families like Roseanne. For real. But yeah, I definitely believe that the obesity problem with I'm not even gonna front on that. You said okay, white women are 30. Yeah, I could easily believe that. And that's still bad, even at 31%. That's pretty high. Black women, I'm not even gonna front on that. We do got an issue with the weight. I'm gonna keep it real.
Weren't we shaped differently though?
Yeah, but we were shaped differently in the past too. People really were looking like the Soul Train dancers. Is in the body size. I don't think that was just Soul Train. I don't know. It used to be like when I was in high school, it'd be like if it was a group of us 5 females, like one would be like, I guess what we would consider fat. One maybe a thick, but now it's like, it is kind of like, and I know being that I still to get out here and be getting on the bus, like going to the gym, being that, by my medical reasons, I'm not allowed to drive. So I still be using and I'm not waiting for people to drive me everywhere. I still like using public transportation. So I do see, it's a problem. I heard the state of Hawaii, which is part of the United States, I heard that a lot of people there are obese, overweight, but yeah, it is an issue. It is an issue. Oh my gosh, go west of Chicago, like Naperville, Aurora, Illinois. It's a lot of overweight Latino people, particularly mostly Mexican. I'm just saying that's the majority that's in this. Oh my goodness. In the suburbs west of Chicago, and I know because I got friends, they with these Mexican women and stuff, and they are big. I ain't saying all, I still think it's yeah.
Nasheed, in the East Coast suburbs, the white women are slender because they always jogging. I'll be like, this is how they be getting bopped over their head and taken. But girl, it don't matter. If it's like 4:00 in the morning, they running, they in good shape. I was like, they'll beat us up. Like you saw when Queen Latifah was fighting that girl and bring it down the house.
Oh yeah, take it up Taekwondo and all of that. But that's the thing. You're talking about like New Jersey and New York and but I just like I know visiting some Valley, Missouri, like when you go in these like I don't know if I call that more rural. I don't know if that's exactly rural or like. Well, I think I could say it all depends on what the suburb is. Not that then you won't really see white folks jogging like that, in some of these areas. And I always wonder, because I remember when I was younger, I used to love to run. I was a fast runner, but I didn't. The idea of jogging, Yeah, because remember on the Boondocks, and now Aaron Magruder, he's one of them. I think that he a conscious raccoon. Wait, Trey. Oh, okay. I think that he's a conscious raccoon. Aaron Magruder. I put him in that category. But I remember he had the little Uncle Ruckus. Yeah, he had the Uncle Ruckus character making it joke. When the last time you saw a black woman jogging? But I can't say that I see too many Asian women jogging either, but they still be slim though. You know, I don't know. Maybe it's the food they eat. Maybe it's the yeah, but the thing is, black women, yeah, he said, I'm not talking about these steroids. That's the thing. I used to love running. I used to be very athletic. I used to love running, but I couldn't the concept of jogging. I think why is it that it's you're less likely to see black women jogging? Like, I used to just think about that when I was younger. Like when I would see white women jogging, like I couldn't do that. I think that we're afraid for people to see us bouncing like that. We'll run, but I think you know what I'm saying? I think, well, me being from, part of the big titty committee, former titty committee, formerly.
That's how you're supposed to just take walks. Like I like taking walks, especially when the sun goes down. Like
but I think some of us I think black women feel kind of funny about running or exercising. Even though in my gym, I see a lot of the black women and baby boomers. A lot of the baby boomers up there in my gym. They be up there. It'd be older black men and women. I like seeing that. I wish I could do a video, but I don't want people finding out what gym. I already had somebody come up to me that I go to, but I don't know what it is. We'll run. Like you see black women in track and we will run. We like running, but why is it that jogging is not really appealing? I think we're afraid to jog and publicly. Like we'll walk, but I think it's just I don't know. And we gotta start worrying about how we're seen. Like that's something white people do. Because we know it ain't about being lazy now. Okay. If you're working 2-3 jobs, we know black women is far from lazy. So what is it really about? I think it's about what we see as priority. You know what I'm saying? It's about us not prioritizing our health, I think, as we should, even though more black women are beginning to do this. More so.
But don't a lot of times black women we got stuff we gotta do. So we don't have the luxury to go to the gym. We're tired, like we come home from work, then some women go to work and school and then still gotta cook and clean for their children,
I'm telling you personally, okay, when I just allowed myself, a person who used to be athletic, and me just letting myself go, I'm gonna tell you with the thing that I had dealt with. Now, my issue with my knee, I wasn't even all that overweight. I think that's just something the doctor can't even explain it because it ain't like I've never gotten bigger than the biggest I got was like 230 pounds. Okay. But I'm short. Okay. I mean, that was like in 2022. It was 205 pounds. Yes, I got big as hell. That was but the problems I had with my knee stemmed even before, so I don't know what that's about. But I just know this, and especially when I was going through the menopause, we ain't gonna have no choice. And diabetes is in my family. We ain't gonna have, we're going to have to stop making excuses. You know what I'm saying? If we are, I don't want to sound, but if we're taking time and getting our hair done for 8 hours, I mean, I'm just keeping it real. I don't want to sound like, and this is, coming from we got, and I know, because I know I've been slipping, but I don't want it where it hits you like what happened to me in 2020. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and I think of my auntie who passed away, who had got to the category of morbidly obese. I have her and her family, and my uncle who's gone now. We are gonna have to stop because this ain't even forget about what the exoticals are talking about. They're just on some vain-ish. We're gonna have to, you don't have to go to a gym. I chose to go to the gym. And I'm more successful what I did at home. But I chose to go to the gym so I have an excuse, because I'm already out here. Just like I know when I take my walk all the way up here, 15 blocks, even though I got this really bad knee, when I take that walk, I know I got no choice but to get back. You know what I'm saying? I gotta turn around and come back. You know what I'm saying? And I know I ain't got no choice. And so I know, like, unlike when I'm at home, when I know I can stop at any time, that's why also, and plus, I feel it's just, first time when I first was going there, I was like, oh, I don't even think I belong here. Even though it was people there bigger than me, much bigger than me, I just felt that they were younger than, like, I don't belong here. But then eventually, like I'm part of the club, you know what I'm saying? But at first I was feeling like, I don't belong here. But we're gonna have to white Americans wouldn't be talking about this. I think a lot of us, many of us who live in these more metropolitan areas, these are the white people we're used to seeing. But when you go in them, because there are many different cities in the United States, when you go, like, let's say further into Illinois, there's a difference between the white people that's in Chicago. Like for instance, I didn't really see the racism that my mama was talking about on the north side. I didn't really expect. It's when I went to the suburbs, I was like, oh, these are real white people. There's a difference between the white people, like say on the north side of Chicago, where they got a little more ethnic influence, Polish, And I'm not saying they can't be racist, but then when you go into the suburbs and go deeper into the heart of America, like there's Chicago, and then there's Illinois. I know people think Illinois Democratic state, but like I said, there's Chicago and then there's Illinois. And I found out at a young age, big difference between Chicago and the rest of the state. Okay, because you had these white folks that was in, especially back then, they ain't been around black people since time of war, after World War II, since the 50s. And we were like the first black people. They've been in these suburbs, And then you got those who, in them areas where they just ain't walking nowhere. They all, in their house. They not, like, I had to teach. There was this family we were next door to. They were all overweight, all of them. I was teaching them girls games that we were playing in the hood, taught them how to play double dutch. And see, but the sad thing is we kind of stopped. That's another thing too. We stopped doing the stuff we used to do outside. Like we were getting that exercise playing double dutch and all that stuff. And we just hanging on, like you seeing brothers just hanging on the corner, just not doing shit. You know what I'm saying? Or just these video, so the stuff that black kids used to do outside in the ghetto, like get a mattress, doing flips, all that stuff, whether it was with the B-boys, all the stuff we used to red light, green light. I'm not seeing that. I just had an experience with, my grandchild, and I just had young family out here, Tasha's kids and stuff. I'm taking it to a park. I just hurt myself really bad trying to play basketball with my little nephew, my little great nephew. And I'm trying to, at least he still wanted to. The girls, oh my gosh, they just wanted, come on now, I got to make games for y'all. They would ask me to pay to ride on a scooter, but I'm like, a scooter, that's not exercise, because it was an electric scooter. At least with a skateboard, you're pushing yourself or something. But them electric scooters, I mean, it's better than nothing, but I don't, I wanted them to come on, like they just, like, they don't know what to do. Like, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is really messed up. But that's on us as parents too, Yes, I had got, the boy, at least he was eager to want to play the little basketball with me, but I had to hurt myself showing out. And they look at all, the girls look at all their bears like, I don't give a damn. Like this older woman trying to, it's like, what happened? I will say there was these guys on the court nearby. They still wanted to play basketball. But it's just, also with the violence, people scared of having their kids at, like, where parks becoming dangerous place. But we just be outside. But it's really messed up with all these tablets and these phones and you know what I'm saying? And now you got McDonald's and everywhere. Because I was just talking to, like, my husband. Like, I remember when I was on the west side of Chicago, I don't even know where the nearest McDonald's was when I was a kid. We had Coleman Ribs around the corner. So if we did want to order it was at this black-owned restaurant, Coleman Ribs. But I don't even know where the nearest McDonald's was. Now it's like a McDonald's and stuff everywhere. Yeah, we had our liquor store, our corner stores with the candy and stuff. But when I think about it, let me see. Like, there was places if you wanted ribs and stuff like that. But, like, the way now McDonald's is everywhere. And it was true, like, going to McDonald's like a treat. But bottom line is we were moving more back in the day. We were moving more. And it wasn't that we were necessarily, we were just so much more disciplined and we ate so much better. And, man, please, my family had white bread. None of my siblings or I was fat. None of us. For one, we were broke. We didn't have 3 meals a day. but we were moving more. That's what it was more about. Like in the 70s and 80s, we were moving a lot more. You had gym every day. Now they had so many cutbacks in public schools. They don't want to pay music teachers. They don't want to pay gym teachers. Now kids may have gym like once a week or something. That's not, when I was a kid, we went to gym every day at school. We went to gym. You had them exercise, a series of exercises, and then we play a game like kickball or something. One school I went to, we would run around the track 4 times. Now this was in the suburbs though. We would do 4 times after doing our exercise, the sit-ups and jumping jacks and all that. Then we'd run around the track 4 times, which was equivalent of 1 mile, and then we'd play a game like dodgeball or whatever. They're not doing this at school now. And then we had recess, more playing. And then after school, we went outside and played some more. So everything you ate, it got burnt off. And we would be outside, until we couldn't be outside no more, till the street lights came on or whatever. Because you had no reason as a kid. Why would you want to be in the house? What you gonna do in the house unless you got a whole bunch of toys? What you gonna see? But now we got these video games, and not just like how it was with Atari and ColecoVision, but now these games you could be on for hours, and you got cartoons on all day long now. You got Cartoon Network where you can watch cartoons all day long.
But we had Nickelodeon too. Come on.
But it went off though. Remember, Nickelodeon went off at nighttime, and it wasn't. You know what I'm saying? Remember, it went off. It would be like Leave It to Beaver, or it wasn't, because remember it was time BET wasn't on all day. But now
I was watching. I don't know what it was playing at night because I was watching Cinemax, Skinemax. Oh yeah. I really was. I didn't know what they was doing. I was just watching it.
Man, I'll tell you, 80s, we was moving like a mug. You couldn't. So even if you ate a Twinkie, you would burn that off in no time. It would get burnt off. Like I used to, and yeah, you didn't have. I'm thinking when we was on the South Side, I'm trying to think, where was the nearest McDonald's? I don't even know where it was.
These parents DoorDashing their kids food to school now, and also these new little kids, like my brother, 5-year-old, was drinking a cappuccino every morning. He got to take her to a 5-year-old to get a cappuccino every morning. Like, they barely want to give us coffee.
Wow, we didn't touch no coffee.
Ain't that bad now? He was like, I gotta take her to get her cappuccino. I'm like, she's 5. Like, why is she drinking?
Don't remind me.
Cappuccino.
I sure got into the 2022. I sure was doing that shit. Oh my goodness. When I be hearing about oh my gosh, do not remind me to do it.
What you was doing? What you said?
Oh, never mind.
Oh, tell me. I need to know.
When I found out the convenience, oh goodness,
was DoorDashing.
Like, yeah, and my daughter had got me a special chair because my leg had got so bad that I couldn't believe they got a cane for me. Like, no, I'm not from this. Like, no,
I'm not old enough yet.
I'm not. I was seriously. I would be getting jealous watching, what was that show, Lazy Talent and Root and stuff. He just like doing all this flipping all around. That's all when you were a person who used to cook and you used to be athletic, and I used to do gymnastics. And I think that some of that, man, I used to walk all from city to city. Like one time I was running away from home. My auntie laughed out of the house. They had found me. I had made it all the way to this other city. Was making what the police got me. That's how I would walk. Seriously, nothing could make me sit down. Time out would never work for me. Nothing could make me sit down. First thing that got me to sit down, I ain't gonna lie, when they had the Mario Brothers, that was the first thing got me to sit still. And I got Sega, and I got Tetris. It was the video games. The first
what
thing
you was playing? Donkey Kong?
Oh, with the Mario, with the Mario, the Super Mario. All that stuff. That was the first thing to make me sit still. That's where it began. The first thing make me sit still for a period. I remember I was so addicted to Tetris in the early 90s, boy. I was like, let me just play it one more time. I got so addicted, and I had got with the Sega Pac-Man. Yeah, that was the first thing to make me sit still. And then also me working and stuff, and been in college in the 90s. So then that's when I first stopped being athletic. Also I had let things get to me, people making fun of my breast size when I was a teenager. And young, because I used to dance and all that. I was winning awards in dancing, hip hop dancing, but I let jokes like we run across. I remember even like when I was in junior high school and us running on track, and every time I passed the bleachers, everybody laughing and things, it's my titties bouncing and stuff. And I let eventually, like with me dancing, like I let one comment get to me really bad because I used to be with this little dance crew. We called ourselves YBG, Young Black and Gifted. I mean, I remember I was with my red wristler. And I remember I made our t-shirts and everything, and we was killing it. It was time of New Jack Swing and all of that. Yes, I was the dopest dancer. I gotta brag. My friend Quinn, she was a choreographer, but I was the best dancer. And we were doing stuff, jumping over each other. We copied Big Daddy Kane and all that stuff. But
you trying to dance like house party.
Yes. Yes. Remember, they used to compare me and my best friend. Like we were great. I was Tisha Campbell and she yes, me and my best friend, they compare us to her. Them two. Yeah, and I remember, but a woman, and this is a black woman in the group home we was in, and I was like dancing, we having fun, because I was always dancing, even they mocked me dancing around the group. Yeah, and she had said so, okay, she was like, you just need to sit down. You need to sit down. You need to, it was a staff member at the girls' home I was in. I was like, what? I'm just having fun like everybody else. And then she said, but you, and she did her little hand in the motion, like your titties flopping everywhere. And all the girls started busting up laughing. And I remember how that had affected me. And I was like, so then we practiced it. We doing our routine, and my friends like, come on, you go. And I was like, nah, I'm just gonna direct. I'm just gonna cry, but deep down. And my friend Rissa, the biracial one, she knew what was going on. She was like, come on, girl. Because she knew what was going on with me.
I would have been like, come on, girl, with your big old titties. Hey, they got big old titties.
That's my best friend. See, my best friend, I love her to death. But she has so many damn titty jokes. Because this is how black folks, this is how I was talking, Shorty. Dude, it's a point where we do joke too much. My best friend, she had 1,000,001. Yeah, I'm calling you out in case you listen. Well, Tanya. But she, I said her name too. She had so many titty jokes. But, I know she meant no harm, but she was, it just so many titty jokes. Because she was just funny like that. If they weren't joking on me, my big titties, she was joking on how blind I was because I was supposed to be wearing my glasses and I wouldn't see that because I wanted to look cute. But I couldn't see nothing, so they were always joking about how blind I was. But that's how everybody described me, the big titty girl, the light-skinned big titty girl. So when you know what I'm saying, and I was just getting tired of that, and when people, and people talking to you, not looking at your face. And so then when I realized that people are looking at that, it had no interference with me running or me. I did gymnastics. I did all that. But then when I began realizing more and more that become the center of attention and people, as if the way that woman said it, as if it was disgusting. Like that was something disgusting. Like, so it had me wonder, am I seeing, even though I'm winning awards in dancing, even though I'm, you know what I'm saying? It may be, because I was in the rapping, dancing, and singing eventually. But maybe people are seeing me, maybe it looks cringe, maybe it's a cringe thing and they're just not telling me. So that's what I was like thinking, maybe I don't see myself.
Oh, that's so sad. Lasheed, guess what happened today?
What happened here?
Listen. My son is being a Christian, a born again Christian. He is renouncing FBA.
Okay.
I promise you. He said they a hate group, and he been watching a bunch of videos that got him scared now, where people went to hell and came back. So he's scared.
Oh, my
so
goodness.
he like he's so scared, like, and he was like, I said something about somebody who was ugly walking down the street. He was like, I can't, God wouldn't like that. I was like, oh, okay, you're right.
Wow.
But he said he can't be a part of the hate group. I'm like, yes, about time.
He was listening to that. He was into that. I didn't know your son had get into it.
Told him, I said, you heard about that little boy who got killed by them them queer kids or whatever, and he was like, was he SBA? I was like, what?
Oh,
Like,
wow.
why? Why does it matter?
Wow,
He
that's
said Tariq said his mother is mixed with Filipino. I was like, so what? Who
wow.
cares?
Right. Why does that even? How dare he? Okay, I'm not watching. Okay, I did notice a picture of his parents. But why would that even be relevant?
And
Like,
Peanut is mixed. So how are you gonna talk about the little boy mother mixed? The little boy is black. Like, it doesn't even matter. I don't care if he was mixed or
did he
whatever.
honestly
But
say that Tariq Nasheed pointed out that his mom? Because come on now, that mean that that's okay with his son, or it
so
doesn't have his son?
disgusting.
Yeah, that's he out of
He was
order.
like, he said because one of ours wouldn't do that. Go on a boat. Like, yes, it is plenty of our kids who go on boats. And that boy was one of our kids. Like, it don't matter like where that his mom is biracial or whatever. He's one of our kids. If he was mixed, if he
Right,
was mixed, he's still one of our kids. Like you said, they in our proximity, our family. Like,
right,
come
exactly.
on. I don't like that.
I don't
He's
know about him
disgusting. Yeah.
personally, but this convinces me. Like, even with these little Mac lessons, I don't think that this was just the thing of him being just discussion like we're having. I really do think he knows what he's doing and being divisive. I think he
Yeah.
knows exactly, because why would he? I can't even imagine him saying something like that like 7 years ago, Tariq Nasheed. So you can't tell me that this is if he's using this situation to as propaganda for now we could talk about how assimilation and proximity to whiteness, like living in wild night, that's not necessarily answer. We could talk about that.
Right.
If he's just basing it being a coon on, because I'm gonna tell you, I know I got black friends who were in the suburbs, or I know black people in the suburbs, and they are not. They came originally. Their family came from the South, and I know a lot of them got white friends, and I got like my family that left Chicago, and now they've been living all their life in Chicago, and then they left Chicago and stuff. They got the kids at all white schools and stuff,
Right.
and they seem like they happy, and they are not what he called tethers. And the very same thing could happen to them, because I got family members. They now, since leaving Chicago, it's been over 10 years now, but their children become very assimilated. Yeah,
He be doing too much like that. You know that boy, David, D4 David, whatever his name is. He was like,
I think
somebody called and they was like, did you hear his mother? She had an African accent. She Nigerian or something. And then he was like, yeah, that's why I ain't speak on it. I knew that he wasn't one of ours. Like, what?
and that caller was probably
He never talks about white people. Like, oh, that's what made me don't like him. Like, you
what.
only talking about other black
Yeah.
people
And,
like
and then
constantly.
you have on the other end, and then you got people like in these mixed faces stuff. So they are also countering. They'll use they're doing the same thing. Like, they'll take one incident. You see, this is an example of dark skin. Or this is a black community. And see what, like I said, what they're gonna do, it's gonna be somebody like African or something who they're gonna have to counter Tariq Nasheed. And they're gonna take any and every little report of, let's say, black people committing a crime, and they're going to magnify that if this ain't already happening. I think I'm peeping something that might be already happening, and it's going to get us pissed off as black Americans.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And this is part of the plan. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
That's
Yeah.
what I had to tell my son. I said, you ever even met any Africans? He was like, no. And then I was like, remember my friend I grew up with, she's Haitian. I said, her mother watched you for free so I could work. I said, if she heard you talk like that, you think her mama like you talking like that? Think about it. You would hurt that lady.
I want to find the picture of my daughter with this Haitian. It was so sweet. The sweetest people, this Haitian family.
They are so sweet. They so family orientated.
Right.
Well, the older
There have been Dominicans saying things. I know that there are these people, but like the way that it's being just exaggerated and magnified, like it's like I can't say that I've seen Jamaicans being all that critical. Like, especially when we talking Jamaicans, I've never really heard them being all. Yeah, there may be those ones who believe that they're harder working or see their culture as,
Mhm.
and that's almost with everybody. You're gonna see your culture certain
As the best. Yeah, that's what I said. Like,
to some degree. They're gonna see their culture as being better than this culture. This culture may think that they got a better work ethic. Our culture may think that we're cooler or we're trendier, or we got better style.
yeah.
You're gonna see that like in every culture that and see all this stuff. And this is what I was trying to tell people. Like even when I was confronting the Goldens, feel like y'all are really feeding into. And see now when it backfires, like for instance, they were okay and comfortable with all this rhetoric, for instance, against darker skinned women. But now that they're talking about the men, because they, of course, the men they're spotting, they're gonna after a while, okay, wait, these women, they're comfortably with these darker skinned men. I thought that this was for mixed people. So of course they're going to eventually, you understand what I'm saying? Say, well, what about us? Yeah, is this just because like I said, all that I see with the golden sphere versus what the mulatto sphere or whatever, it's just that with the golden sphere, the only real difference is y'all were more likely to talk against dark skinned women, black women. That was the only
What is the mulatto? What's the mulatto spear? I missed something.
Yeah, I guess that's I can't say good, but recently it's been brought to like there's a stream I listened to recently. Well, I guess they're having it. Well, I don't want to get too into it because they be looking for excuses. They already
start up
noticed because it was brought to my attention. They had already mentioned my name in something. I don't know why. A certain person who I had allowed on my, feeling need to talk about me and but come to find out, they're having and they're making it into a gender thing, and they're trying to, like it's a gender thing. And I was like, wow, okay, so it wasn't a gender thing though. And the very person I believe that was behind it, Malawi, so they were supporting that guy in coming at me. That's what was interesting. It wasn't a gender thing. I guess I wasn't a woman. I guess it didn't count then. Then we were all mulatto. It wasn't no gender thing or nothing like that when that person was particularly coming at me. Right? It wasn't about gender then. Or if they were making stuff about black women, then it was when you were sitting with a black guy talking about what that was it Esteban for you or something, and he's talking about dark skinned women, and it was y'all just had the popcorn. It was all good. When he is specifically talking about, you weren't thinking about gender or anything like that. That stuff didn't matter then. But now all of a sudden you're saying, so now that you feel as if now that they're talking about women overseas, now it's an issue. Now it's I can't because of course of course these things, that's why I be trying to tell people like ahead of time. But that's their thing. That's their look. The one thing I can say at least, the issue I had anyways was just you saying that you represent light skin and you don't speak for me. If you want to say you speak for biracials, I'll let my niece or whoever feel the need to address that. Even though I can disagree with what you're saying, I'd still be in my right in defending black people. But that's what was also getting, at least I could say with what I saw with the mulatto, they say they speak it for mulattoes. So but you do have with some of these who are claiming that they're light-skinned men, speaking for light-skinned men in general. But you know what? I'm already past that. Even though they're gonna still find a reason to mention me. They had mentioned the whole thing with and a certain person that was on the panel. Felt the need to also her bringing me up and I'm like, wait a minute. This person I have never disrespect, even though she had disrespected my channel. I'm like, I never disrespected her, but it is what it is. It is what it is.
You gotta play that Mariah Carey song for Eminem. Why you so obsessed
it's
with
kind of what goes around goes around, and so I don't even have to really address anything. It's gonna come around. Your behavior is gonna come back on you.
It does.
What you think, see, y'all was comfortable with that. Y'all was cool with that. It was okay. See, it don't feel good when you're being called the hyena, when you're being called masculine, that doesn't feel too good now, does it? It don't feel good at all, do it? It's not nice. See, because that's not nice. It ain't about the problem. I think it wasn't about me, you being biracial. They tried to make it like, oh, she hates white. And even had some of them men, but they never heard me say, oh, light-skinned men ain't this or biracial. They never heard anything like that. Okay. But okay, I'll be the boogeyman. I'll be the boogeyman if that's what you want. I'll play the boogeyman. A lot of these people up in here, that's the thing. You got demographic pimps. Everybody is trying to, create these little sects or these little, basically gangs, like this gang versus our gang, and and they're playing on this and all this divisive rhetoric. And some of these people, I just believe, are pure D plants. Some of them are just pure D, I believe, agents, plants. I believe they got strings. Even some of these who I may think, well, their channel ain't that big. So I'm even with them, because even these little channels that we think, okay, they couldn't, because that's another thing too. I believe that a lot of these commenters and some of these videos, like who are like, I was thinking with that one exotical bot channel. Then I was like, oh my gosh, I was having fun actually addressing, and going. But then it had clicked like, okay, you're looking.
You arguing with a bot.
I gotta stop this. Okay? But they were talking about my teeth or whatever, and my struggle locks. But
they called her locks, struggle locks. Your locks is beautiful.
Yeah, but then I realized, okay, because I seen it when I peeked, they got some new files, and I like, this could be an old man. Okay, but this is something that but I got a theory. I got a different theory. I think they're trying to fight Black women. This is all to counter the natural hair movement. You know what I'm saying?
You think so?
That's what I think. Yeah, with some of these, like, I know, okay, because I'm noticing, I'm seeing all of this. Oh, the natural hair movement is dead. And at first I was hearing them, because you do have some of these bougie people really critical of the natural hair. But then it's like, it's too much of this. And then all of a sudden I'm seeing these videos with females. I can't deal with my 4C hair. I can't.
They permanent. Yeah, I seen them.
Yeah. So I was like, maybe these silk press videos is getting to them. They think that now I went natural. I grew my hair long enough. So now maybe I can go back to getting a perm or something. I don't know. But then I'm noticing, just at the same time, everybody, they're complaining about 4C hair. Like this is something new. Like as if their hair is something new, something, they ain't dealt with. And I don't know. These videos are catching on. And then you have these exoticals who are addressing it like almost like, see, you deep down, you want your hair like this. You want your hair. This exotical bot channel, moist ass, always talking about moisture and shit. Like, moist ass up. But anyway, always talking about moisture.
Get your moist what?
Yeah, this moist ass bot channel always talking about, like as if Black women are dry. I hope you moisturize. The same tired ass. It was kind of funny.
We got plenty of shea butter, honey.
I was kind of having fun addressing it, to be honest. But I know I gotta be. And they're jealous of using this bot, and they're just so pathetic when I see the people supporting that. Like, y'all supporting this bot channel like that. Y'all, there's somebody that, and y'all really believing we're jealous of this. Like, y'all, this is really pathetic. These are just women who just
we sitting home mad thinking about them.
Right, but it was kind of funny to me though. But yeah, not what it's not funny. See,
please don't get them started again.
I want to hear if you co-signing, we got and co-signing. Like I said, even if the undertones, the dark skinned women are blue, black, so what? Who gives a shit? As long as you got the elasticity in your skin, as long as it's that who gives a damn, okay? Because when it boils down to it, when it ages, okay, who cares? But yeah, I think what it is because I noticed there's so much focus on his hair and the voice. I think this is part of an agenda. This might be a channel set up by YouTube. Like this is part of an agenda to get Black women to get these bundles, keep getting these bundles.
Yeah, these Asians probably doing it because they not getting our money no more.
Right.
They not getting our money no more.
Deep down you don't want that hair, that dry, nappy struggle hair. You don't want that. Who wants that? You want your hair to, even though when sisters usually get weaves, it's not like necessarily a biracial taste, usually like, actually straight up, but They just want you to, and even that's because I'm noticing there's a lot of this emphasis on the hair. You know what I'm saying? Even more so now than the skin.
Because they know they know that got to us with black men, so they just running in behind what those black men online did. They like it's wash what they say, wash, dry, repeat, whatever. That's what they doing.
What? I don't even know. What? Watch.
I
Oh,
said wash, dry, repeat. They doing the same,
repeat. Yeah.
same thing.
No, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna totally solely blame men, but you do have to understand, men, it is a domino effect because you have been the y'all appointed leaders, so we do follow your lead, and it is a reflection. A lot of this is, and it's not saying that women have no responsibility. Okay, I'm not saying we don't have no responsibility. We just gotta wait for men to get it together, act right. And like I said, like me, the people I have an issue with, it's not even so much like I was peeking something recently with the mulatto community. I'm not against passionate people. It's mean ass people. Like there's a guy that got extra passionate about this whole like FBA versus PAS. But it's me. When you're a mean ass person, I could deal with, even if you're a little erratic, or a little, it's mean ass people I don't like. Okay. And when you're purposely, and I'm not saying that I had never been mean up in here. I can be mean, but I'm not a mean person. I don't like seeing anybody, if I think somebody is hurt or if something's really hurtful, that just ain't in my nature. And, I'm cool enough to admit that I don't like seeing if people are being piled on or people and it's not about a patronizing. It's not about making myself look like a hero or a savior. Absolutely not. There is one savior, Yahushua Mashiach, who you may refer to as Jesus Christ. There's one savior. Okay. So I think that's an insult to even try to refer to me as being any sort of savior. Okay. Yeah.
What you call Jesus? Husha, Asha, Shema. What?
Yahushua. That's more Hebrew. That's more. If you notice, the Arabic people, they say Yeshua, Yahushua, Yahushua.
Yeshua.
His name wasn't originally Jesus, of course.
Yeah, they didn't have J's back in the day.
Right. And I'm not tripping. I know that there are those who still say Jesus Christ, but there's a reason. I no longer consider myself Christian either.
Well, the Christ.
I do, of course, I believe in the Messiah. I just don't want to be affiliated. And I understand why. At first, I was like, well, y'all know what I mean by things. But now I don't want to be affiliated, Christian any longer. But it's not about, I'm not going to deter your son. I'm glad that he's going in the direction of the scriptures, So I'm just speaking myself. There's a reason. But I do believe of course, I believe in the Messiah who is spoken of in the quote unquote New Testament. Definitely. Mm-hmm. All right. I just don't want to be affiliated with the religion that is Christianity, because Christianity is a fusion of, the pagan, part of the Christian tradition is like still like these holidays and all that stuff. And I know some people say, well, Jehovah's Witnesses consider themselves Christian and they don't celebrate holidays and stuff. I get it. But even more so now, I don't want to, even the origin Christos, I don't want to refer to myself any longer as looking lovely. Shorty want one. I don't want to refer to myself.
Fashion Nova, honey.
Yes. I don't, y'all, well, no, let me not turn the camera because I'm looking like, ugh.
Yeah, don't you, before they screenshot you. Look at her.
I'm also not appropriate. But yeah, so let me get out because it's that time. Oh my gosh, we went into 4 p.m. We're gonna be here, but because
Look, I left. Did you play the mink slide?
Oh gosh, oh man, but no, I can't. What if it, copyright?
Oh, okay, then don't play it.
Get it? We can.
Let me hear you sing it though.
Man, my voice is shot. It's deep enough. It's deep enough. Yeah. We actually tried to, let's try to support it. Let's try to. I was like, how come it couldn't have been an all black man? I was like,
Exactly. That's when we should have known he was the the leader of the coon train. He talking about everybody else. He the conductor. Then somebody say he the conductor.
He knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing. He knew he wanted that crossover appeal. But I don't know. What's the name? Targa Bay. He pointed out the white guy in the video as being somebody a little deeper than, I don't know how true it is.
Who are they?
with the fur coat.
Wow. He put, at least he put his feet in every pot.
Yeah, I wasn't mad about that. That's the thing. I wasn't mad. I'm like, because I think I'm a multi-talented person. If I can with the crafting, and that's the only thing. Now I know how to get a YouTube audience if I really want to, and I do, But however, came to my crafting, I couldn't get y'all to support me on that.
I supported you, girl.
Well, not enough people. What Garwin that? Right? I said y'all could just click in. Just because when I had my videos on dollhouses and stuff, that's where I'm hurt. Y'all could have just clicked in, encourage me more. So that, see, I ain't even done I haven't done a dollhouse. I haven't done anything like that in a minute.
Right?
I just reposted a chair not the long, but I ain't done my craft in a minute. It helps. That's the thing, as an artist, that's where I do want people to see. I want people, because a lot of times we do our work for people to see it. And I think that's why I'm not as motivated, like our grandchild, she's not as, into the doll.
She don't like it no more.
Well, she was more of a kid, like into cooking, baking stuff, look toward, every little girl ain't into the same things,
Right.
The cat appreciates my dollhouse a lot. And I cry. I got almost in my husband because I had to throw away. Remember that original dollhouse? Because I had to dismantle and make it, and I was really hurt because that was my work of art. Remember,
why did you have to dismantle it? What happened?
I had to make room. So I had family coming here for a minute, and rearranging the house, and I was.
Rasheed, you should have put it on a shelf.
I was crying and stuff. That was my artwork. I know. I ain't got that much room in my home,
I know, but you could have put it on the wall on a shelf.
Yeah.
Put a wall shelf and put it. Like, I don't got no room, but look at all this stuff. I put a shelf.
Because I thought he too easily. Like, I tried to see because the cat loved it, because I liked that the cat liked it, Now he's in the one I made, the pink one I made. You remember?
He ain't dollhouse, the cat.
I would be all into pink stuff. I think I was too stereotypical. That wasn't exactly her style for a dollhouse. But me assuming that girls like pink, and I had a pink and rainbow and all that stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I just ain't had since my one auntie also passed in 2021. And she was the last one to really, really, I felt, appreciate my artwork and my people. All that stuff. Well, I will say, was this she was with the biracial, what was her name, Abby NYC. Now I will say this, in all fairness, she was encouraging me. Now I had to, now we would connect in Discord and stuff, but I just don't do Discord anymore. But yeah, she was encouraging me. Abby, yeah, she was definitely, because she also herself into sewing and stuff. So I will say this: she was trying to keep me encouraged, just like you. And you're supposed to be doing crafting. You are supposed to be doing crafting, Shorty Womp. You're supposed to be doing crafting related videos. I loved when you had the little with your bedroom. I really love that. That was nice. And you saw,
I haven't had time lately to do anything because my mom with her dementia and stuff like that. I had to yell all day. I gotta take care. Like, when I get off this with you, I'm about to tie. Look, I'm about to tie her hair. See?
Yeah, figure out what we gonna eat. Yeah, and it's past that time. I thought if I come up in here early, but I knew that this was one of them subjects that would be. But yeah, it's obvious that with Tariq Nasheed, there's issues. I just wanted to, and like him saying he believed with the darker skinned women, it's about. In closing, yeah, they're meaner, and he's trying to make it like it's not necessarily about melanin, but they have these more so insecurities. But how are you helping though? I mean, if that's the case, right, then you should be a more, and if there are those insecurities with dark skinned women, and you know that there are also those insecurities with dark men, and what you're doing with this, it's not helping. All it's doing, this idea that they're nicer and they're more feminine and they're more classy and have more respect for men. Guess what? That's feeding into that. You're feeding into the insecurities, and this is what it's leading to. So this warring and this issues even between women. Okay, y'all feeding into this stuff. It's not helping. They know. I'm talking as if Tariq is listening and giving it consideration. They know what the hell.
He does. He's
They know.
strategic.
Right. They know what they be doing. He knows that the way that they were discussing that was in no way beneficial. There was no way. It was just, yeah, I agree with you, and this is the reason why. And instead of, okay, well, what's the root of this? If this is it, if this is the case, why do you think this is, or what can we do about it? No, of course we're not going to go there, because it's all about macking, right? It's all about macking. The answer is just to flee, get a woman in Brazil, get.
But a non-black woman in Brazil, not the black ones,
Right,
the non-black ones.
right. He was in
All
the.
right, I'm gonna talk to you later, honey. See you later. Bye.
For joining, Shorty, and I thank y'all for listening. Oh yeah, give a shout out, love to your son as well.
All right, bye, sweetie.
Direction. Peace.
I don't even know how to stop this. How to stop this?
Okay, got it. I don't like that. Something about when it says kick guests from that don't seem right. It tells you StreamYard when you remove someone from your platform, it says kick your guests from this. Something don't seem right about that. That does not. It seems mean, like kick the guests from this. Like I'm kicking you off the battle. But thank you so much for joining, Shorty Want One. I know this is a long, drawn out conversation. These are things I talk about anyway. But seriously though, I don't think is there anything more that I could address on this? Is there anything more? I don't think so. I really don't. Anything more I could address? Hopefully, I've convinced you that the whole FBI agenda is evil. Okay, and we got to talk about every aspect from, I have to though point out how these, a lot of these people who are pushing this FBA, how they also had initially contributed to dividing black men and black women, and also to this whole colorism divide. I got to talk about it all and making that also into a gender thing. And yeah, so, we got to talk. So it's just telling you who are these people. You got to understand who are we've been listening to, even if he wasn't, even if he was cosplaying as a rosebud, he is indeed a pimp. He is, I would definitely define as a pimp, and that's what we've been, we began pimp. I know I shouldn't say we, but yeah, we've been getting pimped. All right. So it is, and this whole agenda, this FBA agenda, this is so. You gotta, if you can't trust, it's saying about a lineage, you can't trust the message if you can't trust the messenger. And you heard what Shorty Womp saying with her son. I don't think there's anything further that I need to address on the whole. And it's the end of the week, it's Friday. I don't think I'm gonna keep all these videos up on my channel, all these but because no, it ain't gonna be no back to back. But even if it has been, but this is I don't know, because I'm telling you, it's like almost like I feel compelled to talk about this, even though I'm tired. But and then with what I'm hearing about with possible moves, they're gonna be going for it on Mali in the sale, and it's like, y'all, why should I be concerned? But you know what? I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't think whatever Trump and and his puppet masters and whatever they got planned, the Edomite powers that be, they think they're going to be successful. Like I said, this is finna lead to the fall of the Western, of what we knew as white supremacy, for real. This is finna be like the nail in the coffin, because I really don't think, I'm a Bible believer and considering Bible prophecy and the times that we're in and the signs, and how they correlate with the scriptures and everything, from the Medes and the Persians, everything, I don't think they're going to be, in the end, well, I know in the end they're not going to be successful, but whatever they're attempting to do, it's going to really, but we need to get prepared. So I know that I need to be talking more about that. We really need to be getting prepared. Because Neferkari Dessalines may have to give it a rest, though. But you know me responding on impulse. Okay. He had a more recent video, and you can look in the headlines. United States considers military action in Mali. See? Mali, one of the nations, one of those 3 nations that lead the Sahel Alliance. So y'all think I don't know what I'm talking, y'all think, please consider what I was saying in the live stream, FBA don't represent Black Americans. And I know it's like, well, we not in Mali, what? And some people may think that we need those resources. Because I think it's all about, I'm trying to, oh gosh, it's all freezing up on me. Because me trying to click on this image. So it froze up. Can y'all hear me? If you could press 1, I appreciate that. Because I don't know if y'all can hear me or not. Maybe let me try to oh, okay. There it is. It just came back in. Yeah. I believe it's what's the name of the leader of Mali? But yeah. Yeah, so yeah, it's begun. It's begun. Even if, just the fact that consideration. See, they did their little test to see, almost like they wanted to see how we reacted. Remember on Christmas with Nigeria, but nobody got hurt. They made sure nobody got hurt. But remember they tried to make a little move, see, almost like let's test their reaction. That's why I believe that they're pumping it up over time. So I have to talk about any and everything, from how they have been divisive with the men and women. And that ain't something that I've been talking on that, but gotta how you look at everything. Like, who are you listening to? So these very same people, yeah. So let's not be, and like I said, there's going to be on the other side. They're going to have somebody who supposedly defending Africans, speaking very hard. They're going to be speaking harshly on Black Americans in general, if this ain't already happening, to get us triggered. And there may be some people who are foreign that may latch on to that because they feel so hurt by Tariq Nasheed. And they may see it as just, defending us, since he calling us feathers. But I ask that y'all, I advise that y'all don't feed into that either. And understand that, what's really going on here. And I believe this is just bigger than these content creators. They want you to be totally on board. So just like in the time of, just like they got this new Black FBA. Yeah, once upon a time, they were also talking about the new Negro. And got us on board to eventually support World War II. But what did we get in return, even though there were Black men who fought during World War II? What did we get? That's when they totally was a total slap in the face with the GI Bill only benefiting white people. We got even more redlining. We got even more, and eventually even more segregation in the South. What did we get? Yeah, they changed Hollywood. They tried to make it look like they're, being more considerate. You didn't see the blackface and all that as much, but in Hollywood, but still, how were we rewarded? Even when you consider World War I, how were we rewarded? How were American soldiers rewarded? Black American soldiers. Following World War I, you had the Red Summer. Following World War II, we now got to fight for civil rights. What did we get? So they're trying to, once again, get you to be all patriotic with this idea of the new black. They did the same thing. Remember what Melvin Van Peebles was talking about? What he was talking about in Classified X in cinema? So they tried to appeal to us, showing us this more, I guess, supposedly more dignified Negro, more, you know, even though it was still stereotypical, but yeah, I think I heard about that, you know. And if any, and you never know how things may result, where we end up, this end up becoming, it can end up where this becomes a third world country, while you, and then we end up needing, you know, help from, yeah, you don't know how things may turn out. Okay? Because it's hard to believe. Do you know how long it took for the European to come up from the Dark Ages? You'd be surprised how things can totally change overnight. You know, people are so confident in America's military, but you got to remember, the United States military, you got to remember, where are these resources? You know, where are they getting the resources to produce these weapons? Where are the minerals and all that coming from? Do you understand? So if there is a cutoff, and now you got some of these African nations, and they're forming alliances with, or they're just working with, if you will, the if you want to call the enemies of the West. I'm not saying that Gog and Magog or Russia and China, I'm not necessarily saying that they're the answers, you know, because the scriptures also talk on how they're going to eventually turn, you know. But, well, against Yasharel at least. And many of our people are in that continent, in the African continent. All throughout the African continent, there are Hamitic and Shemitic, like the Igbo just being an ultimate example. But I don't think, because I do believe we have served our 400 years, I don't think that they are going to, what they are trying now, I don't think they're going to end up being, you never know how things may turn out. And it's interesting, when I looked up, hold on, Mali News, I typed in Mali, and it was from France, because, you know, I'm cutting off France, and it was a headline from France, from a France news outlet. Hold on, I'm trying to remove this image. When I typed in, what the heck? Oh, everything is just freezing. Yeah, I might as well, yeah, because everything is like, I just typed in Mali, and let me search. Let me do a search. Oh, wait, y'all don't see what I'm sharing. Let's just see today. U.S. panics as Mali rejects secret strike talks with, let's see what they talking about. But I had saw some, it was Trump weighs airstrikes in Mali as U.S. Oh, goodness. This is 1 hour ago. Trump weighs airstrikes in Mali. I don't know if this is a real channel or what. As U.S. challenges Putin's influence in Sahel. The U.S. is preparing for a clash with the Russians in Mali. Trump is considering strikes. See what I'm saying? No, y'all ain't hear me though. They not like us. They not. Eva Netanyahu. Y'all don't hear me though. But I had saw something talking about the terrorists, this, that, and it was French news. And they had a black woman speaking, a black anchor woman or a journalist speaking. So I'm just saying. I'm just saying, because it may be we end up needing the help, because you never know. Even though it seems like no one could bring down you don't know what may happen. I'm not saying that I hope that, because of course we're all still living here, but that's why I feel it's more important that we get in connection with the Most High instead of depending on we get in connection with the Most High. Because there are some people who do believe that it's time for the second Exodus. And I know y'all think this is crazy talk, or this is just, no, everything I'm telling you is lining up. It's happening. Just because they change names, they no longer say me, they no longer say Persia. Everything is happening as I'm telling you. And just as I expected, I knew that they were going to be moving in. And I said this over a year ago. I knew that when I first was learning about this, knew that they would be finding reasons to go more into, West Africa, sub-Saharan West Africa, in the Sahel region. I knew that they were, so that's when I also definitely put two and two together with this whole FBA thing. This is a way they have to desensitize us to the lives and the people. It's not about no pursuit of reparations. They're using that's a front. They need us to be compliant, on board. They don't, and even if we're not compliant, they want to give the impression to viewers, let's say like in Africa or Haiti, they want them to believe that this is how we're talking about them. So like if they go online and they want them, that's what they want them to see. They want them to see all the comments. Like let's say if I leave them comments in my comment section, they want them to believe that this is what the majority of us, so they don't even think about, you understand? They don't want us connecting in any sort of way. But if it's gonna happen though. It's gonna happen with Yashra. It's gonna happen though. Okay, but I still, feel that I need to speak on this. So once again, enjoy the rest of my day. Really, 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 really though. I don't think there's nothing more that I really need to speak on this. Don't even try it with these other mixed light skin. Yeah, because I'm gonna tell you because I've been nice. Those who know my intentions, they know my intentions. Because I know some people up in here, they just want to talk ish and they want to distract us and they want to get back and forth on some BS. On some irrelevant ish. But yeah. So I'll get back with y'all later. Much peace and much love. And thanks again, Shorty Womp Womp, for joining, as well as the rest of you. Much peace and much love, my family.